Chapter 1, Dragon Me. Host, Wanzhonglong Me. Talent, melting the blood to win the spirit, blood talent lineage, activated. Item, EVOL drive. For a modern person who reads a group of books, the system is nothing incomprehensible. But it was so simple that the entire system panel had only a 3-line system. This was the first time the youth saw it. Even if you add an introduction panel that disappears after reading it, it is not much better. Fortunately, the youth has finally figured out the general situation of the system. The function of this infinite evolution system is to randomly select one of the countless talents with evolutionary ability to help the host carry out infinite evolution. In addition to the built-in system space, there is only one existence tampering function that can help him change his identity, let alone high-end functions such as shopping malls, lotteries, tasks, and even basic data scanning functions. No, it can be said that there is no card face. It has nothing to do with the EVOL drive, it just happened to be boarded on it, and then it happened to help the young man to get the blood talent of the blood clan of President E, and then happened to send him to the world of Kamen Rider build. The end result is that the youth, under the ability of the blood clan talent that is directly activated by the system, turns into a mass of blood directly on the body of the build world male 20,000 Zhong dragon who happened to appear in front of him, including his body and soul. Everything is refined. It is worthy of the ability of the villain's big boss, it is really evil. Wanzhonglong, I sighed, and then changed this body back to its original appearance. The talent of the blood family is to freely manipulate the genetic factors of the body. The main function is to possess the body and gain the memory and ability of the other party. It can be said that the body is a mass of blood. Such mimic changes are only incidental abilities, and there is no difficulty. Based on the memories I have absorbed and the environment that I am currently in, which is obviously a sewer, we can know that this is the scene where the Long Zhong I escaped from the human body laboratory of the villain organization Faust when the build started. Of course, this is just the escape that Wanzhonglong Me thinks, all his actions are actually under the monitoring of the big boss Evolto. Knowing all this, I naturally didn't rush to escape. After all, in order to achieve his goal, he always had to meet himself with Kamen Rider build's transformant Kiryu Warchu, so he wouldn't let him. The mechanical defenders of Faust really took Wanzhonglong back again. But not rushing to escape doesn't mean not rushing to leave here. The smell of the sewers is so terrible that I can't bear it, so I quickly found an exit, opened the manhole cover and turned it out. Next, Mr. E, who was monitoring secretly, watched the computer no longer run away quickly. Instead, he ran to a bathhouse in the business district and barely moved the red dot, with a black question mark on his face. Ah, a bath is cool. More than an hour later, after taking a bath, I cut my hair by the way, wearing a black shirt, jeans, and a white windbreaker wearing a sulky white coat, I left the business district contentedly. As for where did the money come from? Don't ask, ask is picked. Well, it's time to meet the battle rabbit next. With the power that surpasses ordinary people now, Wanzhonglong and I easily killed a small group of mechanical defenders, grabbed a motorcycle and drove to the outskirts. This kid is finally out. E, who was observing .jpg, secretly exhaled and hurriedly notified Kiryu Battle Rabbit. As an evil, cute, and charming villain who implements love and reality. No, it is Kamen Rider build who implements love and peace. Kiryu Battle Rabbit is chasing the memory of his lost past while acting as a masked hero. Cleaning up the monster Smash made by Faust. So after hearing the information that Smash appeared, I immediately rushed to the direction where I was. And Kiryu Battle Rabbit's motorcycle machine creator did live up to its reputation as an exclusive mount for Kamen Rider build, and easily caught up with the 10,000 dragons. Longwo couldn't help but glance at the motorcycle I was sitting on. It was obviously a ZF vehicle, but the speed was so slow, which is really shameful. I originally planned to walk the Kiryu War Rabbit a few more laps, but seeing that the War Rabbit took out his big sword named Drill Smasher, I didn't want to roll a few times on the ground like the 10,000 Zhonglong I on TV. He hurriedly stopped the motorcycle with a sudden stop. Keep people under the sword. But now I have a gun in my hand. War Rabbit looked at the drill smasher who had switched to gun or gun mode, pretending to be wrong. Of course, this is just a joke. The reason why War Rabbit came here is to solve the monster smash. It is just a matter of catching the so-called murderer of Dragon Me. He is not guilty of using this kind of weapon specially developed to deal with monsters when dealing with ordinary people. What kind of person are you? It is illegal to own firearms. Be careful when I call the police. Long My mouth twitched as he looked at the War Rabbit with a face of undue attack and threatened. You're not a murderer who just escaped from prison, what did you report to the police? Now it was the turn of the War Rabbit to be speechless. I didn't kill anyone. Longwo yelled indignantly, saying that even his eyes became a little red. The exercise requires a full set of exercises, otherwise in case War Rabbit didn't take him back and couldn't participate in the plot, what's the point of coming to this world? But this excited look is really not a pretense, after all, a character that I like really appears in front of my eyes, that kind of excitement is really indescribable. And I'm not escaping from prison. I escaped from a laboratory where everyone wears a gas mask. Long and I casually revealed the information, diverting the attention of the War Rabbit. Sure enough, War Rabbit's attention changed in an instant. It was said before that he lost his memory, and the only memory in his mind was a picture of a person wearing a gas mask doing an experiment. What laboratory are you talking about? War Rabbit rushed over and grabbed Dragon Me and shouted excitedly. How do I know? I was framed and put in jail, and then I was overcast in the prison. After waking up, I saw that situation and of course I ran away immediately. Long and I explained, also, are you? Should I look behind? What are you looking at? War Rabbit turned his head subconsciously, calmly, and saw a blue monster rushing towards him. It's Smash. Run. Fuck. Xantu turned around to remind the dragon that I realized that he had already slipped to the side, stared at him speechlessly, and hurriedly avoided himself. In fact, I can't do anything about Dragon. Although his physical fitness now exceeds that of ordinary people, he is obviously far away from something like Smash, which is hard to look at. He is not like the original Wanzang Glong, and forcibly hitting the steel plate with his hands, this kind of thing is very painful, okay. As for the EVOL drive in his system space, now he is not familiar with War Rabbit, it is not easy to explain at that time, let's not talk about it, just want to transform, the premise is that he has a full bottle. Hey! What the is this Smash? If we can't beat it, let's run first. ZF's defenders are expected to be coming soon. Looking at the war hare who is still unchanging and wants to have a fleshy monster, Long I can only remind him vaguely. Relax. Leave it to me next. War Rabbit took out the build drive from his thin beige windbreaker. If it is Dragon Me, he can take out the belt in the system space from any position. As for the War Rabbit. Anyway, I didn't see how the War Rabbit's coat put such a big belt in it. Probably this is the legendary four-dimensional chrysanthemum, pocket. Chapter 2, Kiryu Sento. Essay, let's start the experiment. War Rabbit casually pressed the driver to his waist, then took out 2 full bottles, one blue and one red, and began to shake them up and down. With the shaking of these 2 full bottles, which are the transformation items of the build basic form, the Rabbit full bottle and the Tank full bottle, countless physical formulas that are confusing at first glance appear out of thin air, like a barrage. The same floated forward from behind the War Rabbit. These formula barrage not only stunned the Dragon Me, who had never passed the math and physics, but even the brainless Smash on the opposite side subconsciously stopped, just watching the War Rabbit transforming. So this is also a manifestation of the effect of transforming invincibility, one of the laws of Kamen Rider? Narrator Dragon, I dutifully explained a wave. Rabbit. Tank. Best match. After shaking the bottle, the war rabbit crossed the full bottle into the 2 slots on the front of the drive. Why do you want to cross it? Don't ask, handsome will be done. Seeing the astonished expressions of Ryum and Smash, the war rabbit smiled contentedly, and then slowly turned the joystick on the right side of the drive. In fact, Long and I was a little excited because I saw the knight transforming for the first time. Smash, he doesn't show any expression at all, okay. Where did you see the surprise? Of course, War Rabbit couldn't hear Longma's complaints, and he was still transforming slowly there. Are you ready? Transform. The Moon of Steel is countered. Rabbit tank. Yet. The law of victory has been determined. As the red and blue armors interlaced, the War Rabbit smoothly performed a complex set of transformations, and finally completed the transformation with 1 hand on hips and 1 finger. Heaven! Take part in Kamen Rider build. I didn't pay attention to TV before, but now I watched it closely, and I found a question: how many times did you practice before remembering this set of procedures? Ahem. It's not important. War Rabbit staggered. Why is this guy's focus so strange? Don't you know if you see it through? In order to conceal the embarrassment, War Rabbit hurriedly took out the drill smasher and rushed to smash, raising his hand to hack it, and the beat made it dizzy. Harinazumi. Are you ready? Build up. When he got around behind Smash, he quickly replaced the rabbit full bottle with the hedgehog full bottle, and the red rabbit-shaped armor immediately changed to the white hedgehog armor. Xanta raised his spiky right hand, and aimed at Smash's with a heavy jab. Smash, who jumped up with pain when I watched it, took a breath, and it was painful just looking at it. That is, Smash can't speak, otherwise it will greet the whole family of War Rabbit cordially. Taking advantage of Smash's stiff state again and unable to move, War Rabbit switched back to the basic bunny form, then turned around and ran away, thinking that he was going to run away if he didn't know. Fortunately, Long, I am a sensible person. I know that the battle rabbit is going to be widened. This is because the distance is not enough. Ready? Go. Vortex finish. Yet. Sure enough, after running to a certain distance, the War Rabbit stomped on the ground and escaped into the ground. Then, under the support of a pillar of soil, it rose to mid-air, and followed the sign of the curve to beckon the knight to kick and kick. Kick smash! As for the operations that are completely incomprehensible, such as how to step on the ground, and how to make the soil pillar support the sky, I don't know or don't want to know the dragon. I don't understand if I ask, it's the world of knights. The rules will do, don't care. 666, Old Iron. Watching War Rabbit took out the blank full bottle and absorbed the special ingredients in Smash's body, turning it back into a human, Rongwo immediately ran up and clapped. By the way, I also saw this person in the laboratory. Looking at the proud War Rabbit, Long Eye added. After all, if he has no value, War Rabbit, no matter how kind, will not necessarily take him home as a wanted criminal, so it is necessary to throw out something to attract him. If you are all true, Xanta recalled the image of human experiments in his mind, and his mood suddenly sank. That should be Smash's human experiment. I don't know if it was Smash's experiment. I only know. If you don't leave, you may not be able to leave. What? War Rabbit came back to his senses, and found that the dragon was walking away without knowing it, and now I was sitting on my motorcycle mechanic creator. I'm going. It's too late to say more. Get in the car. The people from ZF are here. Didn't you see that guy on the ground slipped away? Long Eye shouted again. Damn, what the are you people? Looking at the Smash experimental body that suddenly disappeared, Xanta collapsed and subconsciously sat on the back seat of the machine creator, driving next to Jueshin in Dragon and Woe. Left here before the ZF defenders approached. What's wrong? You can just run, why should I run? After a long time, the War Rabbit in the back seat suddenly reacted and shouted as he lifted his transformation. I don't make it either. In fact, I'm just polite. Who knows you really got in the car? Long Eye smiled secretly. Ah. This is not the car to the kindergarten. Let me get off the car. It's late, the door is locked, no one can get out of the car. Anyway, they must have seen you running with the wanted criminal, you are probably also wanted. Damn! You scam! The war rabbit has nothing to love and wants to die. By the way, don't you show me the way, I don't know where to go. Long Eye said after a long time. Stop, let me drive. In fact, after the battle rabbit knew that Long and I might know some information he needed, he wanted to take him back, but he was so angry that his genius IQ would be pitted by Long and I. That's it, now after so long, the anger is almost gone. Long and I also stopped and changed positions with War Rabbit. He only knew the name of the place where War Rabbit was, but because the actual address was not shown on the TV, he really didn't recognize the way. By the way, didn't the news say that you had just escaped and you were absconding, but I don't see that you are running for your life in your outfit. Is this news also fake? Xantu asked casually. Oh, that's not the case. It's true. It's just that I took a bath on the way to escape, bought a set of clothes, and got a haircut in a Tong physiological hair salon. After all, going to jail is a temporary thing, but being handsome is a lifetime thing. Xantu said, it's really impossible to talk this day. But it's a coincidence, this barbershop and my name seem to be. The Queen of the Rabbit realized afterwards. Isn't this nonsense? This is the barber shop that the guy who named you often goes to. Really? What's your name? You don't seem to tell me your name yet. War Rabbit, Kiryu War Rabbit. Although you should have seen my name in the news, let me introduce myself again. My name is Dragon Me, Long Me. Chapter 3, Build Secret Base. Nasita Coffee House, in the underground base of War Rabbit. Hey hello. Do you know what you did? How did you bring this wanted criminal back? Shidong Xiaoyi, a handsome and middle-aged coffee shop owner, is giving full play to the 10 years since he came to the Earth. The actor-level acting skills that have been exercised. The drama that the big villain has been hiding around the protagonist can be regarded as the norm in various movies and TV series over the years. This guy is the big villain in Build, an extraterrestrial life form, Evolto from the Blood Star. In the war that destroyed Martian civilization countless years ago, Evolto was severely injured by the Martian princess, and he didn't even have the ability to materialize it alone. Had it not been for the astronaut Shidong Jianji landing on Mars 10 years ago, which gave him a chance to possess him, he would still be counting stars on Mars now. Wanzang Glongai was originally born based on part of his genetics. The memory of the War Rabbit was actually washed away by Evolto. In order to restore his strength, he began to train Kiryu War Rabbit and Wanzang Glongmi, and sent them all the way. Become the king, but in the end, he killed himself by the wave. Because of this, with his unique personality charm, Evolto has won the love of a large number of Knight fans, giving him the titles of General E, Snakeskin Monster, and the wavest boss in history. And because of the fans' love, this villain who has always wanted to destroy the Earth has been half-washed in the later theatrical version, you dare to believe it? I can't help it. If he is sent back to prison, he will definitely be sent for human experiments again. Xantu reluctantly argued. What does the human experiment mean? After finishing the list and saying what his identity should say, Mr. E immediately followed the words of Xantu. Long, I came here as E's general plan, and it's almost enough to play it properly. If he really persuades War Rabbit, he should cry himself. What he said matches the memory in my mind. Both he and I have undergone Smash human experiments. Then you guys shouldn't become Smash? And he didn't lose his memory as a result of the experiment? By the way, does he still remember the location of the laboratory? However, the guy said he forgot. War Rabbit glanced helplessly at Dragon Me, who was looking around the base. Now, even President E is helpless. In order to guide the growth of War Rabbit and Dragon Me, he deliberately exposed this laboratory. As a result, I forgot his Meow Dragon. Long and I can only shrug his shoulders. If the plot progresses too fast and fails to make a good relationship with the War Rabbit, will it not be a blood loss if there is no transformation item? By the way, as long as you figure out the truth about the dragon and I was framed, maybe you can find the human experiment organization headed by the Bat Masked Man in my memory. War Rabbit and the boss flashed in front of Long Wo immediately and grabbed his shoulder. So, tell me everything about you. Okay, what do you want to know? All. Oh, I was born in Yokohama's obstetrics and gynecology department. Long I recalled the memories I had absorbed. Stop. Who wants you to talk about it from birth? Xantu silently interrupted Long Wo, just tell me about your arrest. All right. Long I spread out his hands. This is something you don't want to listen to yourself. Dragon Me and President E simultaneously thought in their hearts that an opportunity to discover the true identity of Wan Zhonglong was missed by War Rabbit. Someone introduced me to a job for a scientist, but when I got there, I found that the scientist was dead, and then the police suddenly appeared and arrested me. No. How can there be such a coincidence? The boss raised his hand. Nonsense. You didn't arrange it yet. Long Wo rolled his eyes at Mr. E. Without waiting for Long to speak, a strange microwave oven behind him, yes, the microwave oven suddenly bounced off and interrupted the three of them. A door next to the microwave opened at the same time, and a girl with a strange metal bracelet walked out. The girl's name is Shidong Misora, the daughter of Shidong Soichi. The power of the Princess of Mars is hidden in the bracelet in her hand, so she can purify the ingredients of Smash and turn it into a full bottle that can be used. It is for these full bottles that E always lurks by the War Rabbit. Oh! The War Rabbit rushed over immediately and took out a full bottle from the microwave. That Smash just turned into a gorilla. Sure enough, I'm really amazing. This is obviously my credit. Mei Kong said dissatisfied. Wow, who is this beautiful girl? Long Wo tried his best to show the acting skills not lost to E Total. He felt that the feeling of knowing everything but pretending to be ignorant was really uncomfortable, and he didn't know how E could always pretend to be for 10 years. But I can't help it. Now I don't have much strength. I want to get acquainted with a smart person like Xantu, who is recognized as the worst tool in the history of the night to provide him with props. I still have to perform where I should be. Ah, this is my line. Misora, who was praised by the invisible, smiled subconsciously, and quickly reminded herself that girls should be reserved. Wow, who is that beauty? Long Wo changed directions and pointed to the stairway leading to the coffee house upstairs. What are you talking about? We only have Misora, a girl here. Xantu scratched his head for unknown reasons. No. There are really people there, the boss shouted in surprise. Hey! Who is it? Ahem, my name is Saha Takikawa, I am a freelance journalist, and I can help you investigate what you are talking about. After being exposed, Saha Takikawa, who could no longer observe secretly, walked down the stairs with an awkward smile. Hey! Dad! Why don't you close the door? Mekong began to count down the boss. No. I remember I closed the door. Didn't I close it? Facing the glare of Misora and Xantu, the boss was confused. Have you forgotten? We saw it last night. Remember the Daming Lake, isn't it Smash by the port? Seiyu reminded the War Rabbit. Ah! It's you. The person I saved when I dealt with Smash yesterday. Xantu suddenly said, but how did you know it was here? You left this. Seiyu took out a small matchbox with the coffee shop's name printed on it. Hey! Now it was War Rabbit's turn to be glared at by the boss. But Goose, in fact, This was the Mission Impossible Takikawa just picked up from the coffee shop upstairs, and the secret door leading to the underground base was indeed closed by the boss. However, President E can't get rid of this pot. After all, he specifically revealed the location of the underground base. Don't worry. I'm here to thank you. Of course, it would be better if I could give Kamen Rider an interview. Impossible. War Rabbit naturally rejected it righteously. Are you sure? Sayu smiled harmlessly, full of threats. You vicious woman. Pure Misora said that she finally experienced the sinister heart. Forget it, we agreed, but the premise is that we can't reveal our true identity. The boss hurriedly jumped out to make a round. In fact, he assisted the spy he arranged. It's terrible. Seeing that it was a foregone conclusion, Xanta scratched his head irritably. Chapter 4, Night Rogue. Early the next morning, War Rabbit was deceived by the false news that Mr. E had smash witnessing intelligence, and then Mr. E took the opportunity to make crazy hints to Long Wo and asked him to contact his girlfriend. The hint was straightforward. The degree is simply because I'm afraid I don't understand the dragon. Long, I had to complain that these villains were too dedicated. I got up early in the morning and got up on the ground. At the same time, I got up from the ground. Who would let there be only one bed here? Naturally, it was for the only girl Mekong to sleep. The rabbit and the boss can only hit the floor. Long, I followed the boss's request and dialed my girlfriend's phone number. I successfully learned that my girlfriend had been arrested for the smash experiment. So I rushed out with the boss' cell phone and rushed to an unknown person. The location revealed by the honest man. President E stared blankly at the back of Dragon Me, who had snatched his cell phone and motorcycle key. Fortunately, he didn't put any secrets in his cell phone, otherwise he was not going to wear it for help. This girlfriend is of vital importance to Long Wo, and his full bottle of life is extracted from her transformed smash. However, Long Mi's goal is not to fill the bottle. After all, the bottle War Rabbit will help him solve it. His goal is to save the life of this Wanzhong Long Mi girlfriend. In the build world, there is a very clear standard for grading strength, that is, the level of danger. In the smash human experiment, there is an indispensable material called nebula gas. The hazard level is used to divide the degree of tolerance to the nebula gas. The 1.0 stage with the lowest hazard level will die immediately after becoming smash and being pulled out of the component. Only when it reaches the 2.0 stage can it survive, but it will lose memory. After the average person is injected into the nebula gas, the danger level is generally around 1 to 2. The minimum requirement to use the night system is the danger level 3.0, and the War Rabbit is almost at this stage now. As for Dragon Me, who has activated the talent of the Blood Clan, according to his estimation, it should be between 5.0 and 6.0. Once it reaches stage 5.0, it has already reached the stage where it can be integrated with Total E. Therefore, Dragon Eye tried to hide the strength in the body, and tried to avoid physical contact with the boss to prevent him from discovering it and being directly taken away. Up. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. This is not a council, anyway, I will never admit the dragon. The topic is far away, and the advanced level is still out of reach, so let's not talk about it. It was mentioned before that people with a risk level of 1.0 will die after being extracted, but Wan Zhonglong, my girlfriend, unfortunately is 1.0, and died because of this in the original drama. Now Long Wo has taken over the identity of the other person anyway, and it is good to help him save his girlfriend's life as compensation. When Long Wo arrived at the address disclosed by an honest person, Smash was unconscious and was sabotaging, and he immediately rushed up to fight with him with his bare hands. He knew that the battle rabbit would be here soon and he had to hurry up. Thinking of this, Long Wo added a bit of strength to the steel plate hand, and within a few strokes, the hand was dripping with blood. On the surface, Dragon Eye was trying to stop Smash, secretly controlling some blood to seep into Smash's body, and began to manipulate genetic factors to strengthen the danger level of the human body inside Smash. Although Dragon Eye can directly control the blood to come out through the body, he knows that the boss of the Faust organization, a certain honest person, is observing in secret. In order to avoid being discovered by him with this ability similar to E, he had to use this kind of work on his muscles and bones. It's a stupid way. Not exceeding Dragon Me's expectations, within a few minutes, the War Rabbit rode a motorcycle to the battlefield and hit the Smash, who seemed to be beating Dragon Me. "Hey, do you want to die? So messy." "No way, this is my girlfriend." Longwo stood up while rubbing his hammered body. The talent of the blood tribe doesn't make much difference in strengthening the body. After all, it is useless to become a race of blood flying all the time. It is useless to have a strong body. So even though Dragon My body is beyond ordinary people, it's not an opponent at all against a metal monster like Smash. Fortunately, the danger level upgrade plan just succeeded, but it did not live up to the heroic dedication of Longma. It is the danger level of Smash that has increased. It may be fortunate to fight the rabbit. I really feel a little sorry for him. Don't worry. Leave it to me with your girlfriend. You'd better be beaten to death as soon as possible. For a moment in vain that I feel guilty in my heart. The War Rabbit put on his belt and was about to transform. A cloud of smoke suddenly flew out and turned into a man wearing a bat mask similar to knight armor. Batman. War Rabbit recognized the person who appeared in his memory. "I'm Night Rogue." Batman said his name honestly, but Goose clearly no one asked his name. Night Rogue, whose real identity is Bingshi Fanda, on the surface is the assistant official of the Eastern Capital ZF and the director of the Eastern Capital Institute of Advanced Material Science, and secretly it is the boss and founder of the evil organization Faust. Because of his honest character both when he did evil and after being washed out, he was called Honest Person by Night fans. The transformation system he currently uses is the Demon Scientist Ge Chengqiao, which is now the transformation smoke system developed by an unknown amnesior. This system is naturally inferior to the Cavalier system. After all, the development of the Cavalier system is based on the system on the EVOL drive. The potential of the two is far apart. It is also good to be transformed into a smoke system, that is, there is no restriction on the level of danger, and ordinary people can use it without injecting nebula gas through human experiments. The disadvantage is, as mentioned before, the strength is fixed and there is no development potential. I don't care what you call. Did you do a human experiment on us? War Rabbit changed into a hedgehog tank shape and rushed up to question. I don't remember the appearance of the experimental body. Night Rogue teased the War Rabbit casually. The full bottle combination of random selection can't beat me. The current War Rabbit is obviously not his opponent. What makes the situation worse is that Smash on one side is about to rush to beat War Rabbit. At this thrilling moment, Night Rogue showed his honest nature. After explaining in detail the danger of defeating Smash with a danger level of 1.0, he actually exited the game. Hey! You really believe him? Hurry up and save my girlfriend. The dragon beside me is someone who has seen the world, and he has seen this kind of honest operation on TV a lot. So I saw the War Rabbit staying there and quickly reminded him. Are you sure? Nonsense, that guy is not a good person at first sight, he must have lied to you. If it is like what he said, I also hope you can help her get rid of it. Is it possible to keep her alive like a monster? Okay, then. War Rabbit also made up his mind and took out the bottle full of orangutans and diamonds. Chapter 5, Dragon Full Bottled. Gorilla. Diamond. Best match. Are you ready? Transform. Shining Destroyer. Gorillamond. Yet. Death of God Scarlet Diamond form debut. As for why it is called the Killing of Gods, I have to ask some unfortunate person who claims to be Kami-sama. The transformed War Rabbit had no idea of fighting with Smash, and directly turned the joystick to open it up. Ready? Go. vortex finish. Yet, countless diamonds produced out of thin air were punched out by the right fist in the armor of the war rabbit orangutan. They flew around Smash and surrounded it, and then made up the final blow. Smash was easily knocked to the ground. It can only be said that it is a killer. Scarlet form? As War Rabbit used the blank full bottle to absorb the nebula gas in Smash's body, Smash also reverted back to a human form. Obviously, Long Mei's plan was successful. That nasty guy is really lying. When the War Rabbit saw this, he was relieved and began to curse Night Rouge. By the way, what will your girlfriend do now? Send to the hospital. According to what you said, she should have amnesia, and it is best not to have anything to do with me in the future. Long Eye sighed. Xantu patted Long Ma on the shoulder and didn't say much. In his opinion, Long Ma obviously made a decision for the safety of his girlfriend, reluctantly. In fact, Zalong, I really don't have any feelings about this girlfriend. Now that he has come to the real world of knights, of course he has to put his goal on a few characters he particularly likes when he watches dramas. It's a pity that there is no one in the build world. It seems that at least in this world, you can only be single like the worst protagonist who all the main characters of War Rabbit, except himself, have the other half. In the evening, the coffee shop was in a secret base. The big mouth of Xantu has already told the boss and Misora carefully about what happened to Dragon Me. He and the boss are looking at Dragon Me lying on the only bed with sympathy and admiration. They think that Dragon Me is in a low mood. In fact, Dragon Me just didn't sleep well last night, and the muscles and bones were injured today, which caused soreness in the whole body. At this time, the microwave oven of the purification device slammed on, awakening the sleeping Dragon Me, and War Rabbit excitedly rushed over and picked up the purified full bottle as usual. Dragon! War Rabbit looked at the full bottle with some confusion. Generally speaking, the full bottle will always be connected to the extracted Smash, and purify the corresponding form. However, today's Smash has nothing to do with the dragon in any way. Mekong, who came out of the purification device, smiled slightly. As a purifier, her will can slightly affect the power of Princess Mars. The shape of these full bottles is actually determined by her subconscious mind, so Longman full of bottles the appearance of is actually not surprising. Is the dragon my dragon? The War Rabbit also laughed, and threw the bottle to the Dragon Me who had just woke up. This is extracted from your girlfriend. Let's hold it for you. Long I looked at the dragon full of bottles in my hand, and I couldn't help but get excited. Finally, is it not far away from him turning into himself? Thank you. Long I solemnly said. No, thank you when you clear your grievances. The two looked at each other and smiled, and the atmosphere gradually became, friendly. I found out who the attacker was in the prison. Fortunately, the little reporter Seiyu appeared in time to interrupt the atmosphere that was about to become strange. Misora, who was originally watching a show full of interest, couldn't help glaring at Saha with dissatisfaction. His name is Nabeshima Masahiro. Saha said that he was unclear, but still focused on business and took out a picture of a bald, fat prison guard. Yes, he attacked me. Long Eye suddenly realized, also, do you say his surname is Nabeshima? My girlfriend said that he was a man named Nabeshima, and recommended to her the one who helped the scientist. Mission. Originally, the news was revealed by Wanzhong long before my girlfriend was dying, but now she has amnesia, and I can only make excuses to tell it. It seems that we have found a connection between escape from jail and being framed and murdered. Finally found a clue in the confusion, everyone immediately took action and began to explore the specific information of Nabeshima. Then War Rabbit began to research a new weapon, a Gatling gun. Long, I took advantage of Mekong's no use of bed, and went to bed to make up for sleep. The boss, the cafe owner, claims to go out to work, but in fact he is going to carry out a series of conspiracy arrangements. So in the end, only the two girls, Misora and Saha, were really in action. Finally, they found the true information of Nabeshima through Misora, and talked with them to obtain some information. On the surface, Mikong is a squatting housegirl at home, but in fact she is a super popular internet celebrity idol Mi-tan, who can search for the information she wants through hundreds of thousands of netizens. So don't underestimate anyone, just like some people are photographers on the surface, but behind the scenes are Kamen Rider Was. Some people seem to be Bulletin Jingyan on the surface, but behind the scenes are the Kamen Rider Tnd. Even more people appear to be black butlers, but behind the scenes are Kabuto who is pushing the king, Kabuto. As the information on Nabeshima was collected, the information from Smash was also received, so in addition to Misora who couldn't go out, and the boss who went out to make trouble with a part-time job, the three of them decided to split their forces. As the only person who can transform into Smash, Xanta solves Smash. Ryo and the little reporter Saha will save his family in danger according to Nabeshima's phone call. In exchange, they will help Ryu to prove innocence. Dragon, I know that Nabeshima will soon be amnesiaed by the Smash experiment, and I can't wash away his grievances. But now Dao's family is innocent. This time, he rushed to save people. Long I didn't care about any wrongs. Anyway, after a war breaks out, the people of Dongdu ZF will ask him and War Rabbit to help, and naturally, there will be no more wanted. 10 years ago, the blood treasure Pandora's box brought back from Mars was triggered by the astronaut Shi Dongzhao, who had been possessed by a Volto at the time, which caused Japan to be divided into 3 parts by the tall city wall called the Wall of the Sky. These 3 walls made Japan not only a region, but also divided into 3 in a political sense, forming the eastern capital, the western capital, and the northern capital ZF. If you want to go to the other 2 areas, except for the few caves and crevices on the sky wall, you can only go around the sea without walls. Long, I and Seiho were in the smuggling boat, and it took almost half a night to smuggle from Dongdu to Zidu where the Neadao family are located. Coupled with the constant harassment of Faust's mechanical defenders, it was already the next afternoon when he successfully received the wife and daughter of Nabeshima and returned to the eastern capital. As for War Rabbit, he didn't feel better. I thought I was just going out to solve a small smash as usual, but it turned out that this smash was actually the pot island they were looking for. He was attacked by a pit cargo and poisoned and slept all night. Almost played GG. Chapter 6, Bloodstock. This scam is of course Mr. E. After War Rabbit defeated the smash that now Dao transformed into, he attacked War Rabbit in the form of Bloodstock's transformation. As another current leader of the Faust organization, Bloodstock, like Night Rogue, is naturally a product of the transformation smoke system, except that one uses a bat full bottle and the other uses a cobra full bottle to transform. As for why he always uses this form, it is because his EVOL drive was hidden, and now he can only temporarily use the transforming smoke system to overstep it. The self-directed and self-acting place rescued War Rabbit back to the base as the boss. After War Rabbit woke up, he couldn't bear his troublesome intentions, and immediately ran out to make trouble. As soon as the boss left the house, War Rabbit immediately received smash sightings in the name of Bloodstock. It seemed that he was going to let War Rabbit overwork and would not give him any rest time. Where is War Rabbit? Not long after War Rabbit was gone, Long and I took Now Dao's family back to the base. Seeing that there was only Mikong alone, he asked. There is smash witnessing intelligence, the address is here. Misora handed the tablet computer that received the intelligence to Long. This intelligence seems to be problematic, can you check it out? I'm afraid that something will happen to Xantu. No problem. Longwo immediately pulled out a drill smasher from the pile of inventions of War Rabbit, and rode out the motorbike allocated to him by War Rabbit. When Dragon I was riding a horse, while riding a motorcycle on the way, the War Rabbit was being beaten by Smash. Normally this is impossible, because the main enemy of this show is not Smash. Smash is only used to explode props, so ordinary Smash is not very strong. But obviously, no matter how ordinary Smash, it will become unusual if it encounters Mystery who likes to make trouble. Taking advantage of the entanglement between War Rabbit and Smash, Bloodstalk, who was hiding from the side, took out a weapon that turned into a smoke system. At the same time, it was also a smoke gun that turned into a device, and a smoke sword, combined into a turned smoke rifle. There was a shot at Smash. Smash, who was given a shot, was probably overwhelmed. It instantly became several times larger. It is estimated to be more than 10 meters tall, with a strong sense of team sight. Smash, who had reached the pinnacle of his life, began to rub against the rabbit repeatedly. Seeing that he had achieved the effect he wanted, Bloodstalk also left contentedly, hiding his merit and fame. So when the dragon and I arrived, what I saw was a scene where the War Rabbit was lying on the ground and was about to be beaten to death by an old fist by the giant Smash. Dragon, I quickly shook the Dragon Man's bottle. After increasing my strength, I threw the drill smasher at Smash's chrysanthemum. No way, he didn't want it, but throwing it elsewhere may not attract Smash's attention. What? Fortunately, Long Wo's electric light poisonous dragon drill really succeeded in attracting Smash's attention. He slammed into War Rabbit's fist and made a sharp turn, touching the of his brutally poisoned hand. Poor Smash couldn't even speak because he couldn't speak. Can't call it out. Wanzhong. The War Rabbit who had escaped from the dead also noticed the dragon and me behind Smash at this time, and burst into tears. Savior! I know I'm handsome, don't look at it. Don't do it now. Long, I saw that Xanta was still in a daze, and quickly reminded, otherwise what should I do if Smash comes to hit him? Got it. War Rabbit took out 2 full bottles with a black line. Taka. Gatling. Best match. Are you ready? Build up. The Rioter in the Sky. Hawk Gatling. Yet. The law of victory has been determined. The War Rabbit transformed into a flying eagle Gatling form, holding a newly developed armed flying Gatling, flew into the sky and attacked Smash from the air. 10. 20. 30. 40. 50. 60. 70, 80, 90. 100. Full bullet. As the war hare turned to take off the eagle Gatling, a spherical field appeared, imprisoning Smash, and then 100 energy bullets were shot out at the same time, exploding it instantly. After absorbing the ingredients of Smash, it was no surprise that Nabeshima was revealed. This poor baby was subjected to 2 consecutive human experiments, plus the forced overdraft enhancement of Bloodstock, and was blown twice by War Rabbit. Although it was not shown on TV, according to Long my estimation, if he could live for a year, he would be considered amazing. But then again, anyway, War Rabbit will create a new world. Strictly speaking, with the exception of Dragon Me and War Rabbit, no one in this world can live for a year. It is estimated that the only people who can compare with the people in this world are those who have been forced to reset the 20 worlds for a year by a certain little devil. Nabeshima, who woke up, lost his memory without any accident, causing the dizzy and blank-eyed dragon to be sympathized by everyone, but the truth is that he was just idle and bored in a daze. Under the poisonous chicken soup at the Battle of the Rabbit Land, Nabeshima, who had lost his memory, regained his belief in life, and was about to leave with his family. There are also these bottles in that experimental base. But before he left, he suddenly saw a black metal plate on the wall of the base. This metal plate is actually a panel on the Pandora's box. The inside of this panel can be filled with bottles. By the way, it can be used to detect whether the best match can be achieved. It is buried in the base from the inside of the boss. In the wall. War Rabbit had only seen the outer wall of Pandora's box before, so he had never recognized the origin of this board, but used it as a tool to detect best match. Isn't the full bottle that only Misora can you purify? How can Faust have it? War Rabbit looked at Misora. It's okay, let's go first. Long I saw that Xanta's expression was wrong, and hurriedly asked Seiyu to send the Nabeshima family out. Xantu found a hammer and started the demolition work, so the boss who came back from the trouble saw the scene of Xantu smashing the wall frantically. War Rabbit! Stop it! War Rabbit really stopped, but that was because he had pried the Pandora metal plate out of the wall. This is the metal plate of Pandora's box. Why is it here? War Rabbit turned the pried metal plate over, and it was exactly the same as the outer wall of the Pandora's box he had seen. He immediately stared at the boss and questioned it. It's time for President E to play his acting skills again, and the boss has a heavy face and an expression that is so ashamed to see War Rabbit. Answer me. Are you a member of Faust? Next, it's finally time for Mr. E's favorite part. Welcome to watch Mr. E's acting and storytelling theater. Chapter 7, The Mystery of Katsuragi's Death. The underground base was demolished in a mess. Under the advice of Dragon Me, who wanted to sit down and watch the show, War Rabbit finally calmed down, and several people came to the coffee house upstairs. By the way, what did you just say? The boss, who was forced to ask by the War Rabbit, didn't panic at all, and made coffee calmly. Don't pretend to be stupid. This is something Faust stole from the Eastern Capital Advanced Research Institute. War Rabbit patted the Pandora panel in his hands. You are not a member of Faust. You said I'm Faust? Ah ha ha ha. The ones that don't exist. The boss laughed, and even the Misora who was on the side also laughed. How could there be such a handsome bad guy like me? Dragon Me, War Rabbit. This is shameless. Then what's the matter with this metal plate? That's because I was caught by Faust. Misora, who was kept in the dark, ignorantly helped the boss to cover. Because Mekong has the ability to purify the full bottle, he was taken away by Faust. When I went to rescue her, I snatched out the metal plate and a few full bottles. The boss followed Mekong's words. Pick up. Actually, Dad used to do other jobs, not a coffee shop. Mekong continued to explain. That's it. Xantu took out his cell phone and found a picture of an astronaut. Ah, you found it. The boss stuck out his tongue and said maliciously. Puff. Go on, you guys go on. Long and I wiped the sprayed coffee. Bring back the Pandora's box from Mars and trigger the Pandora's box. It is you who caused the tragedy of the sky wall 10 years ago. War Rabbit continued to talk about his discovery. At that time, I didn't know what force was affected. The whole person became wrong, and I don't know why I did those things. The boss scratched his head, embarrassed. Then why should I be a build? Because I can't forgive Faust who plays with human lives at will. The boss looked righteous. But Misora and I were helpless. At this time, I just picked you up. We think you can use the power of the full bottle to destroy Faust, so you become a build. Because I don't know whether you will believe and accept what you tell you directly, so I want you to discover it yourself. That's why I recommended that I go to the Dongdu Advanced Research Institute to get in touch with Pandora's box. Xantu suddenly. Ever since, with the assistance of Mekong, he always successfully fooled the high IQ genius scientist, Xantu, with ease. Then to celebrate the resolution of the misunderstanding, everyone come to a toast. Seeing that the play has been finished, Long I suggested. Okay. The boss of Battle Rabbit and Mekong happily raised the coffee cup. Puff, X3. So terrible, X2. This is a problem with your sense of taste, right? The boss, who was obviously vomiting, insisted. Speaking of dragon, why didn't you drink it, X2? I just drank it, didn't you guys watch me spit it out? Longwo spread out his hands with a wicked smile. You know it's so terrible, let us drink it. Blessed and shared, and troubled together. Go, X3. Afterwards, the little reporter Saha found the information that might be the true identity of War Rabbit. Because Ryaga had no interest in the original owner of War Rabbit's face, Taro Sato, I didn't mix it in, and I couldn't see it anyway. Let's eat barbecue in the evening. The famous scene. Then, without the participation of Long and I, War Rabbit finally found Faust's base. I don't know whether it was the inertia of the plot or the old manny who deliberately revealed it. Anyway, it turned out that War Rabbit learned that in the murder case where Long Wo was framed, it was possible that he really killed the victim Ji Chengqiao. War Rabbit, meow. I killed myself? After investigating the case, the deceased Ji Chengqiao was found. Under the boss's secret prompt, War Rabbit was going to Ji Chengqiao's home to find out whether there was any research data or information related to the case left by him. So Long and I accompany the War Rabbit, hunted by Night Rogue, sneaked from the gap in the sky wall to the northern capital, and found Ji Chengqiao's mother. However, since Long I was the murderer who killed her son on the surface, it would be nice if she didn't report Long I to the police. How could she still provide help? So Xanta fell into a state of helplessness. And whenever they need help, someone will come out to help. No, Bloodstock appeared in front of them on time. Stock. Why are you here? I heard that you are investigating Katsushika's affairs, so I just come to play with you when I'm free. Stock caught a child and used the smoke sword to infuse a child with nebula gas in front of Katsuki's mother, turning it into smash. Well, with this, you can directly inject nebula gas into people. This is a good invention. Stock flaunted with a smoke sword. That kind of thing is not an invention. The War Rabbit as a scientist clenched his fists. Ninja. Comic. Best match. Are you ready? Transform. Ninja Entertainment Home. Ninin Comic. Yet. Kamen Rider Build, Shinobi Manga Form. Clone Surgery. War Rabbit took out the newly developed best matched weapon 4-frame Shinobi knife, pressed the button on the handle of the knife to separate a clone, and rushed to stalk and smash at the same time. Fire escape. Flame cut. Among them, smash was probably because the transformant was a child. It was weaker than normal smash, and was chopped to the ground within a few strokes. But Stalk was difficult to deal with. The clone was quickly solved by him. Only the War Rabbit was left. While fighting with Stalk, he was constantly switching the full bottle, trying to find the best match to suppress him. Long I took the opportunity to take out a blank full bottle, stepped forward to absorb the ingredients of the fallen smash, picked up the child inside, and ran away with Katsushika's mother. It's a good fight. Stalk forced the War Rabbit back with a sword, and exclaimed sincerely. After all, the stronger the War Rabbit, the more beneficial to his plan. Then try this trick. Stalk assembled the smoke gun and smoke sword into a smoke rifle, and took out a rocket full bottle and inserted it into the smoke gun slot. Rifle mode. Full bottle. Steam attack. A smoky tracking rocket fired straight out, chasing the War Rabbit around the field, and finally sent him to the sky in a spiral, throwing him out of a transformation form. War Rabbit. Long I took out a small mechanical flying dragon backhand, and threw it at Stalk, which was approaching War Rabbit. This little flying dragon is called Cross's Dragon. It is a flying dragon type self-discipline action component that War Rabbit has just developed for him. It is also an important item needed for transformation. It can make people change with only one full bottle. Body. In other words, as long as I want to, I can now directly take out the EVOL drive to transform. But it's no good to transform now. For the sake of future, I'd better wait for War Rabbit to take the initiative to help him make a build drive. Anyway, according to Long Wo's calculations, the transformation is just a matter of these few days. Chapter 8, Loot Pandora's Box. Cross's Flame. Cross's dragon instigated its wings and attacked Stalk, and a group of flames was released from his mouth, constantly harassing Stalk. Long I also rushed forward, controlling his power to the stage where the danger level was less than 3.0, and raised his fist to perform his own stunt. Xiaoji beat it all. Fuck. Before Stalk yelled, Long I yelled first, War Rabbit. What kind of ghost you invented, how can you even fight your own? Sorry, it was a mistake. War Rabbit apologized from the danger. Boy, you are very leisurely. Stalk felt that he was underestimated, and kicked away the dragon me who was constantly hammering his chest with small fists. Hey, that's right. Long Eye smiled triumphantly, and raised the full bottle in his hand. Thank you Stalk for the rocket. Hey! Stalk realized that the rocket full bottle on his smoke gun had disappeared. Good boy. Thanks for the compliment. War Rabbit, try Rocket Panda. Long Eye threw the full bottle to War Rabbit. Okay. Panda. Rocket. Best match. That's okay? It's actually the best match. Xanta dumbfounded. Are you ready? Transform. Soar of monochrome. Rocket Panda. Yet. Rocket Panda form. The law of victory has been determined. War Rabbit flicked his left hand and turned the joystick with his right hand. Ready? Go. Vortex finish. Yet. Stalk. Give you a rocket back. War Rabbit's big move completely blasted Stalk on Stalk, and then, repelled it by 4 or 5 meters. Ha 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 ha. You have become stronger again. The Stalk, which stubbornly ate a rocket from the War Rabbit, was unharmed, at most it was just a breath of breath. Long, I even think that his panting might be pretending, after all, at least 4/5 of the big water ratio in the whole show is being released. However, the most important feature of Stalk is the wave, because compared to the release of water, a certain old devil in the future will be the strongest, our gap is only that little. Jpg. For the sake of your pleasure, I will send you a message for free. Kotakyo Chiao is the creator of Smash, he created Faust. What did you say? Then, see you next time. Stalk waved his hand and turned away. Coincident, what did he do? Katsuura was more shocked than War Rabbit, of course. After this battle, Stalk played his role perfectly and helped War Rabbit and Dragon to gain her trust. So she decided to take War Rabbit and Dragon Me to find the materials left by Ge Chengqiao, although in Long Me, she definitely felt something from War Rabbit. This time, Katsuragi's mother drove Ryum and Warchu back to Dongdu from the official road, but she was robbed by Night Rogue shortly after arriving in Dongdu. Ryuo and Warchu were evading inspections in the trunk of the car. Can have time to save her. Katsuragi's mother was taken to Faust, and she was naturally turned into Smash. Although she was rescued by War Rabbit, she also lost her memory. Fortunately, all she had lost was her recent memories, and her memories a long time ago were not affected. War Rabbit also obtained the information left by Ge Chengqiao. Although he was snatched by Night Rogue on the way, Stalk was uncomfortable at this time, and he forcibly sent the information to Long Me. Regardless of the process, the results are generally good. However, there is no clues related to the murder case that War Rabbit wanted in this information, and all of them are related development plans for the Cavaliers system. The clues to the case are now broken again, but it doesn't matter. Normally, E will always find a way to remind him at this time, and I just need to lie down and wait. At this time, Ice Room Fantasy, also known as Night Rogue, was planning to steal the Pandora's box from the Dongdu Advanced Institute at the request of his investors. His investor name is Nambaja Saburo, the leader of Japan's heavy industry, the chairman of Namba Heavy Industries. The main products of Namba Heavy Industries are all kinds of arms. If arms dealers want to develop, naturally they can only rely on war. In addition, although Nambaja Saburo was very old, he had great ambitions. He also wanted to experience the feeling of dominating the world in secret before he died, so he funded the Faust of Night Rogue on the condition of starting a war. Because the old man is too old, maybe people will be gone anytime, so he can't wait any longer, so he urges Bingshi Fanda to the Pandora's box that was coveted by the three capitals at the same time. This started the war. Bing Shi Huanda was poor and short-minded, so he had to obey the order honestly and prepared to rob him of the director of the research institute. However, although Pandora's box is kept in the eastern capital, the protective device must be opened by inserting the 3 keys of the prime ministers of Eastern Capital, Western Capital, and Northern Capital at the same time. It happened that the Prime Minister of Sandal would come to inspect Pandora's box the next day. This was the only opportunity for ice room magic. Since War Rabbit is also working in the research institute, although it is the kind that always arrives late and leaves early, and is often absent from work, in order to ensure that this righteous hero of build does not come to bad things, Ice Room Fantasy must make a response plan. Then his plan can be summarized as follows. First, arrange a passerby colleague of War Rabbit in the research institute to become Smash, and lead War Rabbit away. Second, let people shut down all the security devices of the research institute, send Faust mechanical defenders to attack the research institute, and pretend to be outside in command of rescue operations, and make an alibi. Third, send someone to bring out Pandora's box. So on the second day, the first 2 were carried out smoothly, but there was a problem with the third. This honest man actually gave the task of grabbing Pandora's box to Stalk, which is the second largest in the overall situation. 5. When War Rabbit realized that he had been deliberately led away, he immediately called Longmi and asked him to delay the time. So when Longmi arrived and mixed into the institute, he saw that he had stolen Pandora's box. Ready to swallow Stalk. Stalk! Where are you going? The wanted criminal actually invaded the ZF facility. You are so brave. Stalk turned around and looked at Dragon Me. It seems that the 2 of us are each other. Longwo spread his hands. Leave it to me. Stalk was about to do it, and a passerby stood up and asked for it. Then please, since it can save a little effort. Stalk didn't bother to do it, so he turned it into Smash with a smoke gun and left. Long, I was relieved when I saw this. If Stalk did his own hands, it would be impossible for him to play without his body. Now someone took the initiative to send him out to help him. I am very grateful to Long when I decide to do it lightly. In fact, in the build world, everyone has their own corresponding natal attributes, just like the Cobra of E-Total, the Rabbit of the War Rabbit, and the Dragon my Dragon. Chapter 9-25 Stalk. If you can get a full bottle corresponding to your own natal attributes, you can resonate with it. The owner and the full bottle will promote each other's abilities. When the owner reaches the danger level of 7.0, the full bottle will resonate. Obtain evolution, such as the Golden Rabbit bottle and Silver Dragon bottle in the play. And Dragon I got the Dragon full bottle for a while. With his current strength, not to mention holding the full bottle in amplifying state, even with his bare hands, it is easy to pack a Smash. Just as long I was experiencing the fun of the flesh monster, the Stalk that ran to the rooftop was overtaken by the honest man Bing Shi Huande, who had awakened in time. Your escape route seems to be different from what you planned. The honest man said with a gloomy expression. Sorry, I'm lost. Stalk shrugged. When I got lost, I even knocked off the camera all the way to prevent myself from being discovered. You are really crazy. The honest man took out a smoke gun and a full bottle of bats. Bat. Blood. Mist match. Bat. Baba Bat. Fire. To be honest, the special effects of the transformation smoke system in a piece of smoke are quite good, especially when the fireworks are set off at the end. The viewing effect is better at night. Can you please return Pandora's box to me now? Night Rogue asked honestly. If I say I refuse, what will you do? What do you mean? The honest man took the smoke sword and slashed up. The traitor must die. The 2 of them fought on the roof, of course, provided that he always only used the strength that the transformation smoke system should have on the surface. Just when the 2 were fighting together, or when Stalk was unilaterally teasing, Long Wo opened the roof door and walked in. Yo, how are you guys? Hey? What about Smash? Stalk asked speculatively. Of course I was knocked down. Long and I spread his hands. It's a pity that I forgot to bring a blank full bottle today. How is it possible? Humans hit smash. Honestly, I couldn't believe it, but Stalk laughed at the side, happily like a child. By the way, why did you stop? Go on. Long, I said that you can continue to fight for a while. Keep going. Stalk looked at Dragon Me speechlessly, and in a blink of an eye, he saw Night Rogue, who was honestly about to attack him, and it became even more speechless. Oh! It seems that I caught up with the climax. The war rabbit in the form of a flying eagle and Gatling suddenly fell from the sky, interrupting the honest man who was about to do it. Catch up with a Harry. Why are you embarrassed to let me meet the two of them as an ordinary person? Long, I roared. Ahem, isn't it the only one who can beat you? I believe you. You see, didn't you succeed in holding them down? Xanta said embarrassedly. Get out. If they didn't start fighting by themselves, I'm afraid they would have killed me long ago. In addition, the key now is, can you beat the two of them? Long, I looked at War Rabbit suspiciously. I didn't think about this just now. Xanta scratched his head. X3. I can't care about so much, let's play it first. Let's start the experiment. Lion. Suzuki. Best match. Are you ready? Build up. Cyclone of Maine. Lion cleaner. Yet. The war rabbit turned into a lion vacuum cleaner and rushed up, but he fell into a disadvantage within a few strokes. Obviously, he is not the opponent of the two now. In order to prevent War Rabbit from being killed, Long Wo had no choice but to rush up and help him divide an opponent away. The opponent he chose is Stalk. Although Stalk is stronger, the advantage is that Stalk will not kill them, so in comparison, Night Rogue is more dangerous. Stalk obviously doesn't care who the opponent is. He played with Dragon Me under the water very vigorously, and from time to time he reported the danger level that Dragon Me deliberately revealed. 2.7, 2.8, 2.9, hazard level 3.0. Ha 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 ha. Great. You have finally awakened. Hearing Stalk's laughter, War Rabbit glanced at Dragon Me subconsciously, and Night Rogue, who had been suppressed, seized the opportunity and suddenly attacked, but the target was not War Rabbit, but Dragon Me. In his opinion, as long as you get rid of Long, a better bully ordinary person, Stalk will be able to get away with it. At that time, dealing with War Rabbit will not be a piece of cake. Wanzhong. War Rabbit was startled, and subconsciously rushed to Dragon and I, trying to help him block the attack. As a result, Stalk thought that War Rabbit was going to attack him, so he counterattacked without hesitation. Then the Battle Rabbit ate two big moves at the same time, instantly exited the transformation form, fell to the ground, and broke a dozen full bottles by the way. Regarding this situation, Long I said that it's good to be used to it. I can't hide dozens of transforming items on my body, so I am embarrassed to call myself a knight. Stalk glanced at the full bottles on the ground, and didn't have any desire to them. Although he needed them too, it was not the time yet. It would not be too late to grab all the full bottles, so he picked them up and put them aside. Pandora's box is now flashing. Stalk. Night Rogue looked at the disappearing Stalk angrily, and then his eyes were very honestly attracted by the full bottles all over the floor. I can go to you. Seeing that Night Rogue wanted to pick up a full bottle, I kicked the dragon up, picked up a locked full bottle, and took the dragon full bottle in my hand and handed it in to the War Rabbit who just got up. War Rabbit is now more injured, even with the best matching form, it may not be able to play Night Rogue, only use your own dragon bottle to stimulate it. You deal with him first, I'll pick up the full bottle on the ground. Okay. Xanta took over the full bottle with a bitter expression. He was so injured and had to transform himself. It's so difficult for me. He couldn't help but glanced at Dragon Me. Stalk just seemed to say, Dragon Me seems to have reached danger level 3.0. Dragon Lock. Best match. Are you ready? Transform. The sealed fantasy superstar. Key Dragon. Yet. Kamen Rider build, Key Dragon form, although I don't know why it was fully locked, it turned into a key form. It's the best match again. Xantu vomited, and at the same time he felt a powerful force pouring into his body. The key is that he didn't mean to stop at all. Not good. With a punch, Xantu pushed back the attacking Night Rogue, had no time to entangle him, and turned the joystick directly. Ready? Go. Vortex finish. Yet. An iron chain was released on the armor of War Rabbit's left hand, and Night Rogue was deadlocked, while a large silver-white fireball was condensed on his right hand, which was pushed out by him, scorching his face. Chapter 10, Transform. You wait for me. Night Rogue knelt without a doubt, and after putting down a cruel word honestly, it quickly disappeared into the smoke. In fact, he should stay for a while, because the War Rabbit knelt as soon as he left, and after a strong electric current flashed, the full bottle of dragon on his belt popped out automatically, releasing his transformation. How can the energy of your bottle be so strong? The War Rabbit panted heavily and lay directly on the ground. Long Eye was also very surprised at this time. He was still recalling the silver-white fireball released by the Battle Rabbit just now. It stands to reason that the fireball released by the energy of the dragon bottle should be blue. Obviously, the energy displayed when dealing with Smash before was still blue. How can this change? Long Eye stepped forward and picked up the dragon bottle, only to find that the original blue bottle had become silvery white. What's the situation? Long Eye was very shocked. He clearly hadn't reached the danger level 7.0 before the dragon bottle had evolved into a silver dragon bottle? Then when he really reaches it, will this silver dragon bottle evolve? If it will evolve, what will it evolve into? Hey! How has your bottle changed? The War Rabbit, who was finally relieved, sat up, and took the silver dragon bottle in Long's hand. How do I know? Didn't you use it to become like this? If you want to ask, you are also asked. Long Eye was speechless. Is it the first time I used it? It was activated by the night system. War Rabbit scratched his head, thinking for a reason he didn't believe it. I don't know, I don't understand. Long Eye said casually, rather than being activated by the night system, it was better to be activated by the War Rabbit itself. After all, although there is no evidence, as the protagonist, 80% of War Rabbit's body has some peculiarities. Otherwise, why should he be on par with the Evolto gene, and become the only human in the world with a risk level of 7.0? I will put this woman on the street in a while, waiting for you. Early the next morning, War Rabbit received a video from Night Rogue that turned reporter Saha into Smash. Naturally, War Rabbit puts on his clothes and is ready to set off without saying a word. War Rabbit! You are so badly injured, it's impossible to fight it. Why do you want to save a traitor even knowing it's a trap? Misora stopped War Rabbit. She found a bug installed by Saha in the base yesterday, confirming the identity of Saha's spy. Does that still need to be said? Whether it is the enemy or my own, I will not let him lose his life. Xantu smiled. Besides, we also have secret weapons. War Rabbit handed something to Dragon Me. Long my eyes lit up and took it without hesitation. When did you do it? Of course it was time when you were sleeping last night. Xantu glared at the lazy dragon. Then be careful, Dragon Me, and the War Rabbit will be handed over to you. Misora couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Don't worry. Long and I waved, and set off with War Rabbit. On the street, Smash was vandalizing public properties and attacking pedestrians, but as soon as Dragon Me and War Rabbit arrived, Night Rogue dutifully jumped out and told Smash to stop the attack. You are finally here. Today I am going to avenge yesterday's revenge. Rabbit, Tank. Best match. Are you ready? Transform. The Moon of Steel returns. Rabbit tank. Yet. War Rabbit didn't pay attention to him at all, and rushed directly to smash after transforming. He knew his physical condition and was probably not the opponent of Night Rogue, so he bullied Smash to maintain his life. Seeing that he was ignored, Night Rogue was immediately blown up with anger, and he wanted to go up and his mother. Don't worry, your opponent is me. At this moment, Long Eye suddenly stood up and stood in front of Night Rogue. Go away. Do you think you can stop me with a flesh and blood man? Really? What about it? Long Eye smiled, took out the build drive that War Rabbit had just given him from the system space, and pressed it on his waist. What? Night Rogue was startled, and took a step back subconsciously. You seemed to want to sneak attack on me yesterday? Now I come to you for revenge. When Longwo stretched out his hand, Cross's dragon automatically deformed and fell into his hands. Wake up! As the dragon eye inserted the silver dragon bottle, under the influence of the full bottle of energy, Cross's dragon automatically changed its skin, and the whole body became silvery white. Because of the influence of the dragon bottle evolution in the play, Cross's dragon also became the great Cross's dragon form. Long I had expected this, so I was not surprised, and directly inserted it into the slot of the build drive. Silver Cross's dragon. Are you ready? Transform. Wake up shining. Get silver dragon. Yet. With the silver white armor set on Dragon Me, Kamen Rider Cross Z, the silver dragon form is born. Cross Z? Then just use this name for a while. As for the future, the Dragon Eye, who is in the body of the infinite evolution system, naturally took a fancy to the name that represents evolution. Night Rogue. You attacked me once yesterday, and I only use Nirvana once today. I will let you go if I take it. Long, I directly turned the joystick. He has always been a man who can do nothing but BB. Now he has the ability to abuse people, of course, he is finished by directly playing him. Ready? Go. Take the trick. Rider kick. A silver-white 5-clawed real dragon appeared around the Dragon Me, hovering him up, flew into the air, and then wrapped the dragon and I rushed down and kicked it. Night Rogue's chest. Dragonic finish. As a real man, Long I decided to develop the good habit of never looking back at the explosion from now on. After landing, he lifted his transformation and walked towards the War Rabbit without looking. Of course, the prerequisite for this is that the Dragon Me in the transformed state clearly heard the movement of someone rushing into the explosion flame and leaving the honest person who was beaten out of the transformed form without accident. It must be stock. Hey, War Rabbit! You are so slow. Why are you still not good? I'm waiting for the flowers to thank you. Do you have kidney deficiency? It's so pitiful at a young age, alas. Seeing that I was slowly there, I hadn't solved a little smash War Rabbit for so long, the swollen dragon eye squatted aside, and started the friendly incentive mode. Get out! Shut up! You only have kidney deficiency. Xandu is about to vomit blood, don't you know if I am seriously injured? Because of the distraction, War Rabbit was immediately hammered down in the chest by Smash's small fist. He was so angry that he rushed up to Smash's attack without evasive, kicked it and exploded with a simple night kick, and then moved towards Long I rushed over. Chapter 11, Precursor. Fuck. I was wrong. Forgive me. Long and I looked at the menacing War Rabbit instantly, begging for mercy without hesitation. I was escaping by the dragon on my way to take the time to extract the ingredients of Smash. The little reporter Saha, who just woke up, looked at the War Rabbit and Dragon Me in the chasing drama with a black question mark. No one looks at my bitter tricks? Are you really rogue? On a large reservoir under the sky wall, War Rabbit looked suspiciously at Night Rogue, who was facing him. After returning to the coffee shop yesterday, Saha made up a story very sincerely, and was forgiven by War Rabbit and Misora, showing that he was actually going to Faust undercover, searching for the relationship between Faust and the Eastern Capital government, and exposing it by the way. The relationship between Namba Heavy Industries and Faust. When the War Rabbit started the search, the East Capital ZF, which was represented by the Honest Man temporarily on behalf of the Prime Minister, coincidentally launched the Annihilation War against Faust. Those ordinary soldiers and mechanical defenders are naturally not the opponents of Night Rogue, but the War Rabbit who wants to find out the truth naturally jumped out, resulting in the current situation. Night Rogue did it without saying a word, and it was quickly defeated by War Rabbit with the best match form of the pirate train, playing a transformation form. Inner Sea. Xantu said in surprise. Needless to think about it, in this show theater deliberately staged in order to get rid of suspicion, the person who transformed is naturally not the honest person himself, but his subordinate, Uchikawa Chingaki. Inland Sea is not an ordinary person. As Honest's assistant secretary and also a scientist, he has been loyal to Honest's side, so he is known by the War Rabbits who have been in the Honest's Eastern Capital Advanced Institute. He also ridiculed him as a robot because of his unsmiling character. As a result, after being sold by the Honest Man, he was rescued by Mr. E and was really transformed into a robot. Later, in order to curve the save and prevent E from destroying the Earth, he lurked by his side. In the end, he almost succeeded and played a big ending ahead of time, so he won the name of Savior. And now is when he was sold by the Honest Man. After being beaten out by the War Rabbit, he admitted that he was the leader of Faust in front of a large number of media who was deliberately called, and then prepared to commit suicide as planned. In the end, he was rescued by War Rabbit who didn't want to see people dying. Inland Sea actually admired War Rabbit, the Kamen rider, for what he did. I was trying to remind War Rabbit, but the Honest Man shot him coldly. After the gun fell off the dam. However, according to the rule that the night is insoluble in water, the inland sea that falls into the water will naturally not die. It is estimated that E always has been waiting for him downstream of the current, so the dragon and I directly took the War Rabbit to flash people, and I will not leave. It will be annihilated by the honest people. Honestly, because none of the recent things have been done well, I was already on the verge of being abandoned by Nambaja Sabero, so I had to find stock and wanted to get Pandora's box back. Tell me. Where did you hide Pandora's box? If you swear allegiance to me, I will tell you, Stock teased. Really should solve you soon. The Honest Man took a deep breath, took out the smoke gun and transformed himself. Do you think you can beat me? Stock spread his hands. The transformation smoke system is different from the night system that can grow. The danger level is fixed, which means that my abilities are the same as yours. Night Rogue explained honestly. Tell a joke, honestly, he and E are always on the same level. Facing the honest people's self-confidence, Stock expressed speechlessness. Seeing Night Rogue attacked, there was no desire to do anything, so he stood still and took the attack. Night Rogue thought that Stock was beaten by him and could not fight back, and couldn't help but swell up. After putting Stock down, he stepped on him and Stock started to do it. I saw him walking in a real snakeskin, breaking free from Night Rogue's feet, standing up and taking out the smoke rifle, snapped 2 shots and shot the Honest Man out of his transformation form. A brief summary is, honest people have a great advantage. Honest person A went up. Honest people played GG. Looking at the honest people lying on the ground who doubted their life, Stock comforted, don't mind, I'll send you another message. In fact, Namba Heavy Industries' new partner is me. What are you talking about? The Honest Man felt that his young mind and body had been hurt that he shouldn't have suffered at his age. In that case, you should know where I hid Pandora's box. Stock smiled pointedly. If ZF soldiers are dispatched, Baidu and Zidu will be used as an excuse to go to war. If it is me, people who have nothing to do with ZF will be used. For fear that the honest people would not think of it, Stalk did not forget to guide when he left. Nasita Coffee House. I'm back. The boss opened the door and walked in with a sunny smile as always. Why do you look downright? The boss asked casually, watching the war rabbit sitting alone in the sunset. Have you come back from work? Yes. I will continue tomorrow. The boss rubbed his shoulders tiredly. I don't know which side is your righteous cause. Xantu said with a strong smile. It's also desperate to maintain this store. After all, this place has extraordinary meaning to us. The two recalled the scene of War Rabbit just picked up by the boss a year ago, the ignorance when they first turned into build, and the scene of returning here with wounds after defeating the first smash in their lives. Since that day, this place has become your home. The boss kept pouring chicken soup. I really like to say welcome back to you who have returned from the battle. There is always a feeling of family. The dragon who was eavesdropping at the entrance of the underground base with Misora, I couldn't help but curled my lips. If I didn't know that you are an alien with Mo's affection, I would really believe it. The Mo's feelings mentioned here are not adjectives, but Avolto really has no feelings. It was not until later that he was kicked by a war rabbit that he really awakened human feelings. And among the three people who heard the boss's words, it is estimated that only Misora, who was completely in the dark, believed it. After all, War Rabbit had learned that Stalk's true identity was the boss's from Nabeshima, who had recovered his memory. This news is out. Under Stalk's very straightforward reminder, the honest man obeyed the plan of the man who had betrayed him repeatedly and deliberately revealed the news of Pandora's box to the so-called person who has nothing to do with ZF, thinking take his hand to grab the box back. And the little reporter Saha quickly helped him collect relevant information under the request of Xantu. Namba Heavy Industries has kept many important items in its important storage facilities, so the guards are also quite strict. Saha spread out a drawing of the building's structure, very solemnly and authentically. However, if you are a spy, you must know what to do. War Rabbit unconsciously exposed others' scars. Chapter 12, Reveal the Mask. Ah! Sehu covered her ears in pain, saying that she never wanted to hear the word again. But I have indeed investigated the shortest route of the invasion and the password of the safe-keeping room. Xantu gave her a thumbs up, and then pulled Misora to the side. Misora, this is the 20th full bottle, which is the last one. You can clean it up for me now. On the second day of the three polls, Ryaga and War Rabbit arrived not far from the important storage facility of Namba Heavy Industries. That's it, you said. How do we sneak in? Xantu asked. Do you know the classification of assassins? Longwo asked rhetorically. Hey? What do you mean? Xantu was taken aback. Third-rate assassin, kill your target person. Second-rate assassin, kill everyone who sees you. First-class assassin, kill everyone you see. So, as long as we kill everyone we see, it will naturally be a perfect infiltration. How long does that take? The Pandora's box has probably been transferred long ago. Xantu said silently, listen, we have to reach the storage room in the shortest time. Looking at the war rabbit who turned into directly from the front door, Long I looked dumbfounded, so I turned into a follower. Hey! Do you have any misunderstandings about the word sneak? Longwo spit out while rushing in, and we are going all the way in, where is it fast? I found it. You are too blunt to change the subject. War Rabbit pretended not to hear the password to normally press the door of the storage room. Drop. Error. Hey? The password is wrong. When War Rabbit wanted to try again, the door opened automatically, revealing an empty room, as well as Stalk and Pandora's box in the middle of the room. The password for this room will be changed every 3 hours. Doesn't that female spy know? Did you open the door to tell us about this? Longwo and War Rabbit cleared the last mechanical defender and walked into the room. Don't thank me, playing with you is of great significance to me. Stalk patted Pandora's box next to him. Xantu, Come on. Long Eye waved. Okay. Xantu immediately rushed out, but reacted within a few steps, stopped and looked at Dragon Me, who was leaning at the door to watch the show. What are you doing? Why aren't you on? Aren't you trying to verify your guess? I'm afraid that if I hit him directly, you won't have a chance. Longwo spread his hands. All right. Xantu wanted to cry without tears. How did he feel that he was always being cheated by this guy? Long Eye, if I knew what Xantu was thinking, I would definitely scream wronged. It was the guy who was opposite you, obviously, okay? The opposite stock is also a bit speechless. Why is it always underestimated recently? Is it true that too much water was used before, and the pretense was too weak? It's useless. I have seen through all your moves. Let him do it together. Stock thought he might have to be a little more serious, and quickly repelled the war rabbit. No need. You said you saw through my tricks, so what about this trick? Xantu pulled out the full bottle and replaced it with 2 bottles that had never been used. Octopus. Light. Octopus. The brow under the stock mask couldn't help but frown, because of a certain K-villain who didn't want to be named. He hated all animals with many feet. Best match. Are you ready? Build up. Lightning Technician. Octopus Light. Yet. Total Nemesis, Octopus Light form. The electric light on the left shoulder of the battle armor flashed with strong light, instantly blinding Stock's titanium alloy snake eyes, and the war rabbit took the opportunity to approach and began to beat it frantically. Once Stock showed signs of slowing down, he immediately added another strong light. When Stock was about to get used to the bright light, War Rabbit changed his tricks instantly. Several octopus tentacles stretched out from the octopus armor on the right, which bound Stock, shaking him repeatedly against the wall. Ready? Go. Vortex finish. Yet. Without giving Stock any time to breathe, after smashing it to the ground, the war rabbit directly activated its nirvana and hit Stock hard. Stock, who received heavy blows one after another, slumped against the wall, looking like he could not stand. However, seeing that he is still in his transformation form, he knows that he is still far from the upper limit of his tolerance. Regardless of the world of knights, most knight systems basically have a self-protection mechanism. Once the attack exceeds the upper limit of the transformed person, it will cancel a part of the damage at the cost of cancelling the transformation. Of course, if the damage is too great and exceeds the upper limit of the offset, then it will be ruined. I guess you can't see through this attack. War Rabbit lifted his transformation and said, looking at Stock, who was half leaning against the wall. I didn't expect you to hide a hand. But this way, the full bottle is completely purified. My goal has been achieved. Stock sighed, then jumped up vigorously and disappeared into the smoke. Hey! Why is Pandora's box here? Could it be that it was snatched back? It's amazing. In the evening, as soon as the boss came back, his acting skills were soaring, but the 3 of them, who were busy eating a big meal, ignored him. Among them, Misora really didn't have time to talk to him, while Dragon Me and Xantu thought, I'll be here quietly watching you pretend to be force. What? What's the matter with such a luxurious meal? The boss stared at the table with a stunned look at the expensive food. Bought with the public money in the store. Longwo smiled authentically. Xantu, Mekong, thank you for the hospitality. Isn't it? The boss broke down and said that the coffee I brewed was awful, and he wanted to use my money to eat and drink for nothing. I want to destroy the earth. Don't mind. Come on, we won't be drunk tonight. Long Eye smiled and took out a few bottles of wine. This is the beer he bought on the way when he came back in the afternoon. The alcohol is average, but it should be enough. Anyway, his goal is to make sure that Misora, who is not drinking too much, will not be awakened by 2 scheming people tonight. The boss, who saw the wine, also brightened, and with a smile, began to rush the 3 of the war rabbits. Then, under the push of 3 people with different ideas, Misora fell asleep first, then War Rabbit began to pretend to be drunk, and finally Ryuui took the initiative to go drunk after eating and drinking. After that, the boss didn't rush to do it. First, he carried Misora onto the bed, then laid the floor for Xantu and Longwo, and finally cleaned up the mess caused by the meal before he started doing it. This makes Long I can't help but sigh. Mr. E is really acting to his bones, and he can do this under Mo's feelings. No wonder he can attract countless fans with his personality charm, even in the theater version. Half-washed myself. After finishing everything, the boss lightly put away the full bottle and Pandora's box, and then left the base quietly, and the War Rabbit quickly got up and slowly followed. Longwo didn't have any plans to follow up. I was joking. If I don't sleep in the middle of the night, is it possible to go to immortal cultivation? Non-existent. Might as well miss the paper man wife who missed him in a dream. Chapter 13, Break. It's so late, where do you want to go? Xantu's voice interrupted the boss who was about to open the door and leave the coffee shop. Part-time job, you shouldn't believe it so. Nabeshima restored his memory and told me the true face of Stock. Former astronaut, Shidong Shaoyi. You are actually Stock. Maybe Nabeshima is lying. The boss said calmly. That's why I went to fight Stock today. Stock has always been able to see through my attacks so far, as if it knew me well. However, facing the octopus electric light form today, he was completely helpless. That's it. In order to confirm whether I was Stock or not, I told Misora to purify the last full bottle without telling me. The boss was stunned. Now answer me, are you Stock? War Rabbit roared, and I even heard the dragon sleeping below. The boss was silent for a moment, turned around and smiled at Xantuzime, then, turned around and ran. Hey! What do you mean by smiling? War Rabbit had a bitter cold, and after a moment of bewilderment, he hurried to catch up. Under the dark night, 2 big men accompanied the BGM of I'll Make You Hee Hee Hey. You chased me for 2 blocks before stopping. Pause. I'm exhausted. The boss sat down on the ground. I can't afford to hurt it when I get older. Why are you? Xantu also softened his feet and knelt on the ground, panting. I have an important plan, this is also a last resort. The boss folded his hands and begged for mercy with a smile, so can you let me go? How could it be possible? That's right. The boss spread his hands, it just so happens that you still have 2 full bottles to recycle. Is it in your calculations to run here? You can only give it a go where no one is disturbing. Cobra. Blood. Mist match. CO Cobra. Cobra. Fire. War Rabbit looked at the boss who turned in the smoke, with a look of envy. Why do you turn into so good special effects and fireworks? Yes, I am Bloodstock. Ahem, or is this voice more familiar to you? Stock gave a dry cough, using his original voice back. War Rabbit snorted coldly, stood up, and used the last 2 bottles to transform. Octopus. Light. Best match. Are you ready? Build up. Lightning Technician. Octopus Light. Yet. And the remaining Octopus Light form is worthy of the legendary anti-stock armor, and he beat Stock again. The remaining 2 bottles are really troublesome. I hate octopuses. Stock wailed, chose to open and cheat, manipulate the Pandora's box that was stolen by him, and release a powerful energy to repel the War Rabbit and bring it back. Played a transformation form. Now my task is complete. Stock stepped forward and picked up the 2 full bottles that popped up, waved and left directly. Ciao. E-General Small Science, Ciao, E-General Mantra, both hello and goodbye. Stock is the boss. Saha looked unbelievable, and she didn't know if it was true, but according to the level, this spy who could be abandoned at any time might not know this secret. Aren't you going to tell Misora about this? Ryugu saw that Xantu only notified himself and Saha, and could guess this. Yes, she may find it hard to accept. War Rabbit nodded, let us take back what we lost. Seiyu, go and investigate the boss carefully. Dragon Me, you come to help me develop items to deal with stock. War Rabbit took out a special full bottle from his pocket. This is? Seiyu asked curiously. This is the residual power of Pandora's box I collected during the battle with stock. I want to use it to make power UPS that increase the power of build. What the boss stole yesterday was a fake full bottle, he will definitely come to it again, we must as soon as possible. The War Rabbit dragged the dragon to the underground base and fiddled with a set of equipment. You help me use that set of equipment to find out the best matching full bottle with Pandora's box. Xantu patted the dragon on my shoulder, then turned around and wanted to run away. After all, if the experiment went wrong, yes, it will explode. Why run? Long and I grabbed the battle rabbit, picked out the 2 bottles of Tudun from the table, and inserted them into the full bottle slot of the device. Isn't that it? War Rabbit looked at the luminous equipment, and fell into the 3 questions in life with a dazed expression. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Demo, still want to pit me? Long, I smiled disdainfully, didn't I just want to develop the bubble bottle, I still don't know? Which of your boosters weren't made with Tudun? In a daze, War Rabbit began to develop the bubble bottle. This prop that can be compared to the Golden Invincible boss with special bonuses in the theater version, although it is likely to be the one that is as fierce as a tiger and hurts 0.5%. Fortunately, even if he is absent-minded, the powerful tool man attribute of War Rabbit allows him to develop props unconsciously, and develops a full bottle of Tudun bubble before Stock can find it. Stock took Pandora's box as a condition and asked the War Rabbit to take the full bottle and go to the place where they first met to decide the victory or defeat. War Rabbit naturally responded, but he didn't know if he actually brought the nearly 20 full bottles. Anyway, I couldn't see how many things were in War Rabbit's trench coat. It seemed that it was to bring out an atmosphere of a break, and there was a downpour in the sky, like the sun. When Longme and War Rabbit came to the alley where War Rabbit was picked up by the boss holding their umbrellas, the boss had already stood there, and Pandora's box was also placed on the ground by him. I really miss it. It's been a year since I met you here. The boss sighed as he looked at the rabbit. War Rabbit was unmoved by this, and directly questioned the boss, are you deceiving me, Wanshang, and Misora? Is all the days spent with us fake? Not all, I sometimes burst into tears with emotion, and feel guilty for deceiving you. The boss grinned. Don't play me. Looking at the boss's expression, War Rabbit was furious, and began to transform after throwing off the umbrella. The boss on the opposite side basically made the same steps, throwing off the umbrella and became Blood Satake. After a moment of silence, the two attacked each other tacitly, and at the same time turned on the night's default one-key switch scene function, and hit from the alleys in the city to an abandoned factory. Longwo looked at the 2 people who disappeared not abruptly at all, speechlessly. It seemed that they couldn't catch up without changing their bodies. They simply dispelled the idea of following. Anyway, the 2 will soon fight back. This is where the so-called beginning is the end, right? The relationship between Shidong Soichi and Kiryu Battle Rabbit starts here and will end here. After that, the relationship between the 2 was the relationship between Evolto and Kamen Rider Build, who wanted to destroy the world. Chapter 14, Fried Rabbit. Long, I moved the Pandora's box that the boss had placed on the floor to my side, sat down on it, and began to study it carefully. If you want to open Pandora's box, you need a total of 60 full bottles, but there are only 20 in the eastern capital, and the other 40 are in the northern capital and the western capital. Even President E can't open the Pandora's box directly. Naturally, I can't open the Pandora's box, so his current goal is the metal plate attached to the Pandora's box. After all, whether it is a decent or a villain, there are many props or forms in the later period. It depends on this metal plate. The metal panel of Pandora's box is black and white. The one in Lange's hand, which was previously hidden in the underground base, is black, and the white one is hidden. Speaking of President E, it's really miserable. The EVOL drive used for transformation was hidden. The white metal plate that can be used against him was also hidden. Moreover, these two people are still two fathers and sons. They are really not a family. Don't enter a house. And these metal plates are not the only items. Even if they are consumed by people, they can be regenerated by people who have the Evolto genetic factor, or the blood family genetic factor, with the help of two props. These two props are the evolutionary starter that inherits the power of the black metal plate, and the dangerous starter that inherits the power of the white metal plate, referred to as black hole trigger and dangerous trigger. In general, this metal plate plays a vital role in improving strength. Dragon I just had a brainstorm and discovered this opportunity to touch the metal plate alone. The metal plate is in hand, but I don't know how to use it for a while. If it's the E-head, it can be directly inserted into the body for absorption, while the War Rabbit uses technology to turn it into a booster. However, these two methods are not very suitable for the current dragons and me. Naturally, the War Rabbit is not to be said. Let alone the science and science scum of the dragon me. Even if the average scientist can't do it, he can't learn it. It's not that E's way is not useless, but if he loses this board, he can't explain to War Rabbit, and he will directly attract E's attention, and the gain is not worth the loss. After thinking about it, Long Wo pressed one hand on the metal plate, a cloud of blood appeared in his palm and touched the metal plate, and he immediately sensed a powerful energy flowing in it. Long I tried to absorb it, and successfully absorbed some energy from the metal plate. Although not much, it blended into his body without rejection. Feasible. Long Wo was overjoyed, and started to increase his absorption, trying to inhale more before War Rabbit and President E came back. While the dragon and I were busy making a fortune, the War Rabbit was quickly rubbed against the ground by Stalk, and even quit the transformation form. It wasn't because he couldn't beat it, but because the soft-hearted War Rabbit couldn't deal with the boss who got along day and night. Originally still in the upper hand, he hit himself with a wave of memories and killed himself, standing in place to make Stalk transformed. I can't get my hands down. The War Rabbit lying on the ground whimpered. It was you who made me who I am now, so that I can live like a human being with amnesia. I can't start to defeat you. The War Rabbit thumped the ground bitterly. Stalk sighed, this is not the result he wanted. Hey, don't you think it's weird? Why, as a member of Faust, I escaped with Misora. Why should I make you a build, against the smash made by Faust? This is all to make Mekong purify the full bottle. When Mekong learned about Faust's use of full bottles for evil, she began to resist purifying the full bottles in her heart. Because the purification depends on her will, no matter how threatening she is, it is useless. So in order to convince her that purifying the full bottle is just, let you play the role of build. It's also said that you just exist for this, a false hero. So you can't defeat me. It sucks. The War Rabbit stood up slowly, covered by his rain-drenched hair, unable to see his eyes. I was deceived to this point. However, the beliefs we deeply believe in are by no means false. Whether I am or Wan's Hang, I have been fighting to protect others so far, and I keep cheering up to protect others. Even if you are gone, we have something to protect. I want to defeat you for the justice we believe in. War Rabbit suddenly raised his head, reached out and took out a bottle that was several times larger than a normal full bottle. Hey! Stalk couldn't help but let out a startled look at this bottle, which was obviously not a normal full bottle. This red and blue bottle, which looks like Pepsi, is a booster made by War Rabbit, Tootin' Bubble Bottle. Rabbit Tank Sparkling. Are you ready? Transformed. War Rabbit shouted and inserted the bubble bottle into his belt. Puff open the can. rabbit tank sparkling. Yet. Kamen rider build with thorns all over, fried rabbit, oh no, the bubble form of rabbit tank is here. Fighting the rabbit's left foot forcefully, the whole person ejected in an instant, kicked the stalk in front of him, shook it back easily, and hit the wall, just like the scene of a traffic accident caused by the ejection start. Then the perpetrator was still not satisfied, and he rushed forward and gave the victim a Tai Chi push hand, hitting the bull in a distance, and knocking out all the water in stalk. That's wrong, it's not stalk's water, but the bubble form that comes with the attack effect, which is like a soda. This is purely a slip of the tongue, don't care. There are 2 tricks, what about this trick? Stalk repeatedly took out the smoke gun and smoke sword to fight back, but was blown away by the war rabbit with 3 punches and 2 legs, so he had to resort to the last trick. I saw 2 huge energy body cobras spreading out from the cobra breastplate on Stalk's chest, wandering up quickly, entwining the war rabbit. In addition to the deadly fangs of snakes, the most powerful trick is that death is entangled. Generally, it is difficult for the prey that is entangled to break free. However, the war rabbit was not in a hurry, and he didn't see any action from him. The armor on his body was like a rabbit's explosive hair, and he automatically defended, and bounced the 2 giant snakes away. As soon as the cobras were just bounced, the war rabbit immediately reached out and grabbed their tails, shook them, and slammed them on the ground continuously, severely injuring them. In the end, he shook them hard, and kicked them to smash through the roof of the abandoned factory, leading them into the air. No. Stalk was a little surprised at this time, and hurried out of the factory, looking up to observe the situation. The war rabbit who had just ascended into the air didn't let him down either, and simply shook the joystick of his belt to activate his nirvana. A wormhole made up of formula lines appeared in the air, sucking in both big snakes, and then the war rabbit followed up with a night kick, knocking it out without accident. This is not over yet, the remaining energy spreads out along the other end of the wormhole, forming bubbles one after another and impacting on the stalk body, which quake far away. It is also the first time that stalk has been transformed into a shape. Chapter 15, Squeeze Drive. Then I saw the dragon who was fishing in place. I saw stalk appeared in the sky somehow, then fell heavily to the ground, and changed back to its original form. Hi, hello, boss. Long Wo said hello with a smile, and casually put the metal plate in his hand on the ground. Fortunately, the boss was self-doubt and didn't notice his actions. Unexpectedly, I would lose. The boss struggled to stand up, and at this time War Rabbit also fell from the air and took the initiative to lift the transformation. Just now, the stone in my heart is dead. It's really straightforward. The boss looked at the bubble bottle in War Rabbit's hand and smiled, you even made that kind of thing. But if it's you, you can definitely accomplish something like that. War Rabbit was taken aback, and immediately asked, what is that thing? You can find out by searching for Sklash in the research materials left by Katsuragi. Let me tell you one more thing. The boss is obviously about to sell his teammates again, be careful of Ice Room Fantasy, he is the real Night Rogue. Before the surprised War Rabbit could react, he glanced at the Pandora's box that was sitting under the buttocks by the dragon. He twitched the corner of his mouth, and continued to speak, Pandora's box will be placed with you first, anyway. You can get it back. Compared to this, the more important thing is your growth. You have to work hard and continue to grow stronger. Chow the boss smiled relievedly, and ascended to heaven on the spot. He flies on the flesh. Wife, come out and see God. No, I don't have a wife yet. Long I started to stay. Hey, you just sit like this, don't you come to hold me an umbrella. For a long time, the War Rabbit who reacted from the astonishment, looked at the dragon me who was sitting in a daze holding the umbrella and couldn't help but breathe. Hey? Damn, you, a man who wants to hold an umbrella for you. Long and I curled his lips, isn't your umbrella on the ground? Who told you to throw it away? Your sister. Looking at the dragon and me who left after picking up the Pandora's box, the war rabbit had to pick up the umbrella and follow up. There was no way, he was forced to pretend, and he had to pretend to be done with tears. After returning to the base, according to the boss's instructions, War Rabbit quickly found Sklash from the research data of Ge Chengqiao, which is the data of the squeeze drive, and then it took the whole night to complete the unfinished data. However, Goose and War Rabbit found out after completing it, that this belt seemed to be useless at all. Because according to the data, if you want to use the squeeze drive, you must have a danger level of 4.0 or higher. Of the two of him and the dragon, I am the only one who must reach this level. In other words, now only Dragon Eye can use the squeeze drive. However, Dragon Eye does not need this belt to enhance his own strength. Let's not talk about Dragon Eye's own resistance to this Squeeze 3 silly special belt. You must know that this belt has a prerequisite for use in addition to the danger level 4.0. There is also a side effect of forcibly lowering mental health. Take a look at the original Night Rogue. After using the squeeze drive, the nature of the honest person does not know how much it has been strengthened. As for the last user of the squeeze drive, well, for the big guy, the belt that has no side effects does not bother to use it at all. Moreover, according to the test of the Battle Rabbit, Long Wo only uses the strength of the build drive, and it is not under the increase of this belt. Although he was very unwilling, War Rabbit had to admit that the Dragon Me, who hadn't changed much since getting the drive, had far surpassed his current self. So now there is a very embarrassing situation, which is to squeeze the belt of the driver. I don't need the dragon that can be used, but the War Rabbit that needs to be strengthened can't use it. In the end, the War Rabbit had to directly seal this information. Although I knew that Stalk would come to steal this information, I didn't remind the War Rabbit to destroy the information that would be an enemy. Anyway, using a squeeze drive is not his opponent. Without this belt, it will be less. Squeeze the two silly, without these two outstanding characters, it would be boring. The boss is naturally very clear about the research and development capabilities of War Rabbit, and estimated that he should almost complete the research, and immediately came to the honest man and said that he wanted to provide advice. The honest man also gave full play to his nature, and once again easily believed that he had betrayed his stock again and again, and used his father, who was the Prime Minister of the Eastern Capital, Bingshi Taishan, who was pitted into the hospital last time, and deceived the War Rabbit. Got out. In order to give the boss an assist, Long Eye also took the initiative to follow Xanta to go out. It also caused Xanta to be surprised. Frankly speaking, Long and I, a 10,000-year-old otaku, actually took the initiative to go out. The Prime Minister's side was purely a trap set by honest people. The two of them got out of the trap and went back directly after a fight. Xantu also learned from Misora the information that the boss had just returned. But before he could think about it, the honest man who followed secretly suddenly jumped out with two soldiers and a group of mechanical defenders. Seeing War Rabbit easily deal with all the defenders, the honest man couldn't help laughing and saying, "It's the night system we made." He took out the smoke gun and turned into a night rogue in front of the two soldiers behind him, ignoring the surprised soldiers. Since he chose to transform, he was not ready to let them go, and directly injected the two soldiers with the nebula with the smoke rifle. Gas, turned it into smash. Rogue ordered the two smash to find the Dragon Me, and I fought with the War Rabbit. There was no way. The scene where the dragon and me almost kicked him to death last time is still vivid, and now he doesn't dare to face the dragon. I had to challenge the soft persimmon of the rabbit to pinch it. This is not where you should be. I want to rule this country, this is also your wish. Resurrection. Recall your true appearance, your madness, and your ambitions. As Rogue started, she honestly told her wishes and some things that made War Rabbit feel unclear. What the are you talking about? Ha is so annoying. Xantu listened impatiently to Rogue's mental attack, and finally couldn't stand it anymore. It simply turned into a bunny bubble shape with a kick. The knight kicked him and exploded. To be honest, people didn't expect that War Rabbit was not the soft persimmon in his mind long ago. He had only used the transforming smoke system and he would have been reduced to the bottom of the food chain without realizing it. Unexpectedly, you turned out to be from Faust. An unbelievable voice suddenly appeared, and Prime Minister Tarzan Hiro appeared here in a wheelchair. As a Prime Minister, his IQ is not high, but at least it is above the pass line. Today, the honest person suddenly came and asked him to deceive the War Rabbit, which naturally aroused his suspicion, so the honest person was dispatched. After the soldier, he led people behind, trying to see what was going on. Father! The honest man who fell on the ground and withdrew from the transformation looked at Mount Tai in amazement. Do you know what you did? It's really shameless. Bing Shida Taishan taught sadly. Illusion, I will decide how to punish you later and give me a good sense of consciousness. Afterwards, the Prime Minister apologized to War Rabbit who had been deceived by him. And took back Pandora's box. After all, this box originally belonged to ZF, and War Rabbit did not refuse. But he hesitated, and stopped the honest man who was being escorted silently. Wait. Chapter 16, The Beginning of the War. What do you mean by what you just said to me? Do you know anything about me? Xanta couldn't help but ask the honest man. The honest man also fully demonstrated his true colors, stopped the pace of leaving, turned around and explained it honestly. Ji Chengqiao is still alive, just changed her appearance. That's you Kiryu War Rabbit. The honest man walked up to War Rabbit and smiled honestly, you are the demon scientist Ji Chengqiao. How is this possible? Misora on the side said incredulously. I'm also very surprised. I always thought that Ji Chengqiao died a year ago. The honest man replied. Then why now? War Rabbit was in extreme shock, but after thinking about everything in series with his IQ, he believed in his heart 7 or 8 points. Because Stock, told me the whole process of Katsuragi's murder a year ago, and he changed the appearance of others in front of me. Katsushiro wants to quit Faust, but Stock still needs him to help develop some things, so naturally it is impossible to let him leave. So Stock had arranged everything before going to see Katsuragi that day. He stunned Katsuragi, and Taro Sato who was invited by him arrived just in time. After solving Sato Taro casually, Stock swapped Katsuragi and his looks and clothes. Finally, I called the police at the right time, letting the Wanzhonglong who came behind me be a scapegoat, and then I took Ji Chengqiao away from there, and erased all his memories. How could it be? Misora, who had been kept in the dark, finally knew what her father Shidong Xiaoyi did, and the true identity of War Rabbit, all of which were beyond her ability to bear, and she was unacceptable, and she fainted directly. In the past, Long I hurriedly helped her when she saw it. Could it be that the amount of information in the legend is too large to digest? Now you know. You are a mocker of justice and murder for your own desires. Being in the devil of science, Katsuragi Chiao. I won't let it go, I will definitely come back. The honest man put out the cruel words honestly, and then walked out directly. At that time, I want you to be my right-hand man again and work hard. At the same time, Misora and War Rabbit, who suffered from the shock of their hearts, were not in a good mood, so Misora, who was an otaku, stuffed herself on the bed, while War Rabbit was walking around outside, thinking about life. As a result, as I walked, I found that many mechanical defenders and Smash with the Northern Capital logo were being destroyed everywhere, and I subconsciously transformed and rushed up. However, after just a few shots, he recalled killing himself again, and began to question Katsuragi, that is, what he did. The strength that the Knight system can display is itself linked to the spiritual will of people who want to protect others. Suspecting that their own War Rabbits can't display their strength naturally, they began to be beaten by a few Smash. What are you thinking about, boy? I turned into the dragon who came after receiving information from Smash, and blocked Smash, who wanted to attack War Rabbit. I made them. I experimented with human lives as a child's play and made them like this. Without me, no one would be hurt. Xantu said painfully, lying on the ground. Where did you see it? Without you now, aren't these Smash and mechanical defenders hurting others? You just want to punish yourself, and you should wipe out all Smash. Besides, Smash is not the only thing you make. There are still people's futures and hopes created with that belt, aren't they? You said that you just cheered up all the way to protect others. Don't you think you can cheer up now? It's not Katsuragi, let alone Taro Sato, who did this, but Kiryu Battle Rabbit. What does Katsuragi's matter have to do with your Kiryu Battle Rabbit? It's terrible. I didn't expect to be taught a lesson by you guy who drank happy water and chased drama all day long. Hearing the string of deafening questions from the dragon and my soul, the War Rabbit finally stood up. I remember, I am a hero who is narcissistic and self-conscious, righteous. Leave it to me next. Hey? What did you just say? Long I kicked the last Smash to death, lifted his transformation and looked at the War Rabbit. Looking at Smash and the defender who fell to the ground, the War Rabbit only felt uncomfortable after eating, silently put down the full bottle that he wanted to transform into, and took out a few blank bottles to extract the ingredients of Smash. Who did they turn into Smash? War Rabbit forced himself to shift the target. It's Baidu ZF. An honest explanation sounded, and Bingshi Huande, who had kept his position as acting prime minister, walked out of his father into the hospital. This morning, Baidu ZF officially declared war. The war has begun. There are a total of 60 full bottles in Pandora's box, and each of them keeps 20. Among them, the full bottles in Baidu and Zidu have been purified, leaving only the 20 in Dongdu. And now that the last 20 full bottles have been purified by Mekong, the most basic conditions for opening Pandora's box have been fulfilled. E, who has been hidden in the earth for 10 years, immediately began his next plan, incarnation. Stalk wanders in and out of the 3 capitals, provoking everywhere, wanting to cause war. The northern capital was the first to go to war, and a large number of mechanical defenders and Smash passed through the sky wall and entered the eastern capital. As the only one of the 3 capitals that did not vigorously develop military forces, Dongdu simply did not have enough troops to resist the invasion. Even if there are Dragon Me and War Rabbit who can understand some enemies, after all, they only have 2 people and cannot defend all places. Therefore, the soldiers in the eastern capital retreat steadily and can only shrink to some important facilities. Other areas have basically fallen to the northern capital hands. Fortunately, the purpose of the northern capital is mainly for Pandora's box, and if it kills all the people, it will be meaningless without the people ruled by the people. Therefore, except for the soldiers, the harm to ordinary people is not great, otherwise there may be no more people in Dongdu. While Longwo and Xantu were busy guarding, Mekong walked out of the house alone and onto the street. Seeing the tragic scene of fighting around, Misora couldn't help but fall into incomparable self-blame. In her opinion, if she had not purified the full bottle, there would be no war. Then she was excited and came out to look for her, and the War Rabbits who also thought it was her fault took each other's faults, and finally hugged each other and cried. Poor someone, a vibrant color appeared on his head. In fact, to be honest, it seems to Long Eye that they both look too high on themselves. Even if there is no secret promotion by General E, how can a country's war be shifted by the will of these 2 ordinary petty people? It may be that a man who was green couldn't stand it anymore. His little brother immediately jumped out and interrupted the 2 people who were talking to each other. Chapter 17, Kamen Rider Grease. Found the goal. Hey? Not the boss. But he also has traces of nebula gas. 3 people who were amused at first glance appeared in front of War Rabbit, talking and laughing. Who are you guys? Looking at the obvious Baidu logo on the 3 men's coats, Xantu immediately blocked Mekong behind him. We are the 3 feather crows of the northern capital. Killing Mat Akabane, wearing a red headscarf, followed his plane's head. If you have a word, we will not expose our identity casually. Hey! Haven't you been exposed? Huang Yu and Lan Yu silently pushed him away. Aren't you fools? Misora asked, hiding behind War Rabbit. It's too rude to meet for the first time. The grumpy Akabane immediately couldn't help but jumped out again. It looks like I want to show you a little bit of color. Akabane took out a full bottle, shook it and pressed it on his arm. Castle. How? Are you scared? Become Smash. And he has his own consciousness. Xanto looked at Akabane who had become Smash in surprise. Is it weird? That's because we are the most evolved Heart Smash. Seeing Akabane rushing over, the War Rabbit didn't have time to think about it, and quickly pushed away Misora and transformed. Hey? I didn't expect it to be built. Huang Yu and Lan Yu, who originally only wanted to watch the show, looked at each other, and also became Hard Smash and joined the battle. The hazard level of the 3 crows is about 3.6 and 3.7, and the War Rabbit is close but it has not reached 4.0. For him, it is no problem to deal with 1 Heart Smash. 2 are somewhat reluctant. If the 3 come together, unless each is broken, otherwise, it can't be beaten. So under the siege of the 3 crows, the War Rabbit who had eaten 3 special moves at the same time quickly fell to the ground, but he did not withdraw from the transformation form, but forcibly suppressed the self-protection mechanism of the Night System and maintained it. No. He should be finished under such an attack. Looking at the War Rabbit who barely stood up, Sanyo Crow was a little stunned. In order to protect the most precious things, no matter how many times I fall, I will reinvigorate myself. War Rabbit gasped, this is the build we made. Misora was so touched by these words, and instantly looked at Xanto with tears in his eyes. It sounds good, but what can you do by yourself? Lan Yu laughed. Who told you there was only one person? I finally arrived in time for the belated dragon. You are too late. Xanto breathed a sigh of relief, and sat down on the ground. Who made you leave me a road idiot? Longwo vomited. No way, he has always had no concept of direction. In his concept, the only way to distinguish the direction is up north, down south, left west, right east. So he and War Rabbit went out to find Misora, but War Rabbit found him, but he was lost. Had it not been for Seiyu who was sitting at the base to send him Smash's sightings, and with the address navigation, he might not find it tomorrow. Wake up! Long Eye took the flying dragon flying in the air, inserted the dragon bottle and suppressed the strange light flashing on it, and pressed it on the belt. Silver Cross Dragon. Are you ready? Transform. Wake up shining. Get Silver Dragon. Yet. Come on. Long Eye waved to Sanyo Crow, let you fight first. Damn it. You look down on us. It was Chi Yu, who was grumpy and the first to rush out, and Huang Yu and Lan Yu had to keep up. Go to hell. Looking at the dragon and me standing still, the 3 crows repeated their old tricks, as they had just dealt with the War Rabbit, surrounded him from 3 directions to prevent him from escaping, and then launched a kill together. Technique. However, Longma didn't want to escape at all. Do you still need to run to deal with people with only 3 danger levels than 3 points? I saw that he took the attack of the 3 crows unscathed, and took advantage of the trio's stunned faces and kicked them back with a roundabout kick, turning them into their original form and smashing them on the ground, but I didn't look like the dragon this time. It's the same as Night Rogue, so they have nothing to do. As elite monsters, they also dutifully dropped their equipment. Several full bottles fell on the ground, and they were stolen away by the sudden appearance of War Rabbits. This is the full bottle of Baidu. I've found you. As Xanto curiously looked at a few bottles that he had never used before, a man in a hooded coat walked out. It's a spicy man here. Spicy, a man who has 5 belts and a belt with no side effects resolutely doesn't use it. Father read. Cough, he was called Yuan Du Yuhei in this world, and I barely remembered his original name. What are you playing without telling me? Little Yakuza. Red Father, Pooh, glanced at the 3 crows lying on the ground. Evil Charm smiled and pulled out a belt. Sklash Drive. How can there be in northern capital? Xanta said in disbelief. Boss. What are you doing? Why are you here now? Chaya grabbed Yuhei's hand with a complaining expression. It's all blame you for leaving me as a lunatic, okay? With an unhappy look, Chiba pushed away. Wow. People in the same way. These people don't know the pain of road idiots. Long and I suddenly approached, grabbed the C, and took out the phone to take a picture of the 2. That's it. Yuhei said with emotion, and hugged Long Me with emotion. Finally someone understands my pain. Why don't we go have a drink? Let these people play. Long I suggested, looking at the face of Daddy Red in front of him. He couldn't do it at all. I like this character on the one hand. On the other hand, Long, I might do something a little sorry for him in the future. I am really embarrassed to do it. Big brother. First grab the full bottle in their hands. Seeing that Yuhei really wanted to agree, Sanyo Crow, who couldn't stand it, hurriedly stopped him. Ah! There's really no way. Yuhei let go of Long Wo awkwardly. It seems we can only drink again next time. Well then. Long I nodded helplessly. You guys really want to drink it? Battle Rabbit Misora and Sanyo Crow looked at the sky speechlessly. Relax. I'll do it lightly. Yuhei took out a robot jelly and stuffed it into the splash drive. Robot jelly. Transform. Squeeze, flow. Overflowing. Robot and grease. Barat. Kamen Rider Grease, join in. Yuhei began to roll his name. The fire in the heart is called the fire of the heart. Burn your heart and crush your body. Lao Tai, don't talk so much next time you fight. A voice suddenly came from behind, and Yuhei looked up after he had finished singing the famous song domineeringly, only to find that I had disappeared in front of my eyes. In the next instant, his eyes went dark and he lost his consciousness. Before that, all he could see was the sympathetic eyes of the opposite War Rabbit and me Sora. What about the novice protection period? With this question, Yuhei fell into a coma. Poor Grease was slumped as soon as he appeared, and there was no rookie protection period at all. Okay, take you big guys back. Long I threw the unconscious C to Sanyo Crow who was in a daze. Don't you kill us? Sanyuya asked subconsciously, who had recovered from the shock that the omnipotent boss was killed in a flash. We are not the same as you. For the sake of love and peace, we will not let anyone die, regardless of whether we are foe or foe. War Rabbit jumped out frantically and set a flag for himself. Chapter 18, Hazard Smash. It has been several days since the last meeting with Yuhei and Sanyo Crow, and the two sides have fought several times in the past few days. Although Yuhei said he was going to the full bottle, the actual purpose was to find Dragon Me to avenge the last time he stunned him. He always thought that Long Wo was a sneak attack, which caused him to completely fail to exert his strength, so he persisted in launching challenges every day. Long I didn't want to hit him either. It was good to exercise my fighting ability by the way, so I used the combat power of Yuhei to fight him every day. The War Rabbit is naturally responsible for dealing with the 3 crows. Although dealing with 3 people at the same time is at a disadvantage, there is no danger with the occasional help from the dragon who has the upper hand here. This day, the few people were almost fighting, and they were preparing to put a big deal to end today's battle. As a result, a red light fell from the sky and hit the middle of the two sides, terminating today's battle ahead of time. He, I'm fighting. Stalk stood up on one knee, seeing the grooves in my heart. You think you are Schwarzenegger? Why don't you jump off without taking it off? What are you doing? The fighting mad stared at Stalk unhappy, even if he was his own person, he couldn't interrupt himself in the fight. I'm here to sort out your danger level. As soon as Stock's voice fell, it turned into a red light, and quickly passed under the feet of the few people present in a snakeskin walking posture. Don't touch my legs. Longwo reached out and patted Stock's salted pig's hands, so that he could only feel the energy that Longwo had deliberately suppressed. Haha. Stock thought that his goal was achieved, and didn't care much, and began to report the danger levels of several people. Akaba, 3.7. Lan Yu, 3.7. Huang Yu, 3.6. Grease, 4.2. War Rabbit, 3.9. Wanzhong, 4.4. This is your strength at the moment. Xantu. You can't do it. It was overtaken by 1,000 feet. Stock looked at Xantu and said. The War Rabbit style is very speechless, although I don't want to admit it, but I have never been above 1,000,000 feet. Okay. Back to the north. After Stock finished speaking, he didn't care about the expression of War Rabbit, and directly greeted the four Grease. Oh? What are you talking about? My order is the Prime Minister's order. Stock waved his hand casually, and Yuhei had to bring 3 crows to follow. Baidu, an experimental base. Because I think it's a little difficult to recycle Pandora's box and full bottles, so I called you back. The female Prime Minister of the northern capital, Dajijian Kiko, faced Yu Kaideo. Then I will improve my body soon. Yuhei patted the nebula gas experiment channel beside him. It's a pity that your body can't be improved for the time being. Stock said, the only one that can be improved now is the 3 crows. He took out a red trigger-shaped prop. If you use this for Sanyo Crow, the danger level can be raised in one go and become as strong as you. However, if they are defeated, their bodies will also be destroyed, that is, they will die. But if it's your order, they will definitely agree. How could I let them do this kind of thing? Yuhei pushed Stock away with his arms around his shoulders. If you can't recycle the full bottle, you will be fired. When your family has no money to eat, it won't be good. Prime Minister Baidu threatened. I will grab the things as soon as possible. Yuhei walked out with a calm face. Come out. The Prime Minister of Baidu snorted coldly. Although your boss said that, what are you going to do? She looked at Sanyuya, who came out silently. The big guy took the initiative to participate in human experiments in order to raise our living expenses. Now in order to repay the big guy, even if it is dead, we will not hesitate. Sanyuya glanced at each other and said firmly. Very good. Ha 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 ha. Stock under the mask showed a smile of conspiracy. Grease appeared in the cleaning center. War Rabbit was looking for build boosters in Ji Chen Kiao's research materials, but suddenly received an alert from an honest person. He hurriedly set off and stopped the sea that was leaving. Stop! How do you know that the full bottle is hidden here? War Rabbit asked. Before, he hid the full bottle in different places in order to prevent it from being swept away. Only a few people know about these places, this cleaning center. It was one of them, but it was discovered now, which puzzled him. I'll tell you if I win. Yuhei took out his belt. The two immediately fought together after the transformation. Although the danger level of the War Rabbit is not as good as Yuhei, he has always relied on his brain to eat, relying on the ability of the build system to switch various forms, and make reasonable use of the invincible time each time he transforms. Succeeded in a tie with Grease. There are two things. Is there any power that can't be measured by the danger level? This is for sure. The Heisei Knights were originally a group of idealistic forces, especially the main rider. It is the most common to increase the strength beyond the level it should be. It is like invincibility, time control, causality, and so on. It's really scary. Big brother. I make you wait for a long time. Just as Yuhei sighed, his little brother Sanyuya arrived. As for the dragon and me on the side of War Rabbit. He was destroying smash in the city, but now he is riding a motorcycle on his way. Slowly. Where did you go before? Well. Don't mind. We are here to surprise you. Akabane smiled and took out the full bottle. Don't be too surprised. Lan Yu and Huang Yu also took out the full bottle. You won't be. Yuhei had a bad feeling. Sure enough, after the transformation of San Yu Crow this time, his whole body changed from the original red, blue and yellow to pitch black, still the kind of paint that was not evenly painted. From now on, we will evolve from hard smash to hazard smash. Hazard smash! War Rabbit exclaimed and looked at this thing he had never heard of. Hey! Do you know the consequences of this? The opposite of the excited Sanyo Crow was an angry sea. Don't worry, boss, wait until we grab the full bottle. Wanting to prove that his 3 crows rushed to his side at a speed faster than the War Rabbit can observe, they easily smashed the War Rabbit by relying on their physical ability. Haha! Don't think we are the same as before. Akabane laughed. Oh? Are you different from before? Long, I stopped the motorcycle, is it just a layer of paint? Damn it! Now you are no longer our opponent. Go to my death. Long I laughed, and reached out his hand to catch Akabane's fist. Wow! So strong! I was so scared that I didn't dare to transform. It's impossible. Akabane pulled out his fist, which was held by the dragon me, but couldn't get rid of it. Let go of me. Then I'll let it go. Go. Long I loosened my hand and kicked Chiyu. Fuck. Lan Yu and Huang Yu stopped abruptly in front of Dragon Me, and looked at Chiyu who was flying more than 10 meters away. Aren't they obviously strengthened? How could you not even be able to beat people physically? On this day, the 3 crows once again felt the fear of being dominated by the dragon and me. Chapter 19, Dangerous Form. Long, I didn't forget the 2 of them. After transforming, I sent them to reunite with Akabane. Although they were not defeated, the old yin stock must be nearby. It is better to keep a low profile. In the eyes of stock, Long Wo is the person with his genetic factors after all. It is normal to fall into it once and then beyond common sense, and it is only a problem if it is completely the same as an ordinary person. Hey! Looking at Dragon Me, who kicked the 3 feather crows farther and farther, Yuhei hurriedly chased him. After all, the current 3 feather crows would die as long as they received enough damage. Those who are big brothers can't let them die in front of them. Seeing the Dragon Me gradually disappearing, the War Rabbit simply lifted his transformation, and Stalk also seized the opportunity that the Dragon Me deliberately made and popped up suddenly. Xantu, are you just looking at Wanshang to fight alone? Stalk said in a tone of hatred for iron and steel. War Rabbit rolled his eyes. What else can I do? I am also desperate. Do you know the keywords of build boosters found in Katsuragi's research materials? Haha. Let me tell you. This is the forbidden item made by Katsuragi Hazard Trigger. Stalk took out the bright red dangerous starter, which is the dangerous trigger, and threw it to the War Rabbit. This is the prohibited item. War Rabbit looked at the dangerous trigger in his hand. As long as you insert this into the build drive, you will be able to gain far beyond the current power. The boss lifted the transformation, so you can share the pressure of the dragon and me, and fight with him. Since it is a forbidden item, it means that a huge price will be paid. War Rabbit calmly said. Yes, if the danger level is not enough and you have been equipped with that one, you will soon lose yourself and fall into a runaway. The boss bluntly said. 3 feather crows also used this to become stronger, but because it is smash, once they are defeated, they will be destroyed. Then why are you giving this to me? War Rabbit asked in confusion. Because only you can compare with Wanshang. Wanshang is born with the ability to fight, it can be said to be a natural species. And you are a breeding species that relies on the power of science and technology to become stronger. You two promote each other and become stronger. This is my wish. Today's boss is very frank, even though they are talking about something meaningless. What does this have to do with your purpose? I'll talk about this later, ciao. 3 feather crows and grease were naturally let go by the dragon and me. After all, they will soon abandon the dark and stand here, they are potential people. When I returned to the base, I saw War Rabbit looking at the relevant information about the dangerous trigger, with a solemn expression on his face. Long, I was too lazy to ask, I just wanted to sleep when I climbed into bed. I have been cleaning Smash and Mechanical Defenders during the day recently, and I don't have much time to follow the drama to sleep. It is a waste of life. Dragon me, what will happen if I run away out of control? War Rabbit asked with a heavy heart when he saw Dragon me. Hey? Don't worry, if you lose control, I'll beat you so hard that you don't even know the boss. I said weakly, the dragon in the quilt. Xanto was speechless, but he suddenly relaxed a lot for some reason. But why is it the boss? Shouldn't ordinary people say that they are parents? Look at how nice the boss is to you, and bothering to grow up for you, maybe you are his own son. I said casually, the sleepy dragon. Roll. In the next few days, Dragon Me and War Rabbit continued to prevent Grease's 4 men from attacking, but War Rabbit was always in the soy sauce position, which gradually strengthened the idea of using the dangerous trigger in his heart. While Misora suddenly awakened part of Princess Mars' power while helping the War Rabbit bandage the wound, she could directly recover from her injuries. She and Saha secretly ran to the hospital with a shock, and were cured by stock under the order of an honest person, Prime Minister Hojimoro Tarzan, who has been lying dead. After his recovery, Prime Minister Higuro directly expelled Honest Man, who had been pitting himself and was bent on launching a war of aggression and unifying the country. The honest person is of course not happy. He grabbed the Pandora's box and ran away on the spot. He wanted to stand on his own, but he was easily beaten by the War Rabbit who had caught up with him. Night Rogue has been offline since then, and the honest man should change his holster and name when he returns next time. The War Rabbit who retrieved the Pandora's box immediately rushed to the battlefield between the dragon and me and Grease. After seeing the honest people's crazy ambitions, War Rabbit finally made up his mind and wanted to make every effort to end the war. Looking at Dragon Me, who was alone against Grease's 4, he took a deep breath and took out the dangerous trigger. Hazard on. I want to stop this war, even if Lan Yu is blocked. Bah, my life. Lan Yu? Rabbit. Tank. Superbest match. Are you ready? Transform. Uncontrol switch black hazard. Yabi. With the sound of ghosts and animals, the 5 people who were fighting were attracted at the same time, and only a black build, except for the eyes, appeared in front of everyone. Kamen Rider build transition form hazard form, dangerous form, is here. By the way, DJ Ghost Ge Chen Kiao's musical talent has also emerged. It's so handsome. Long I couldn't help but admire. In his opinion, in all the forms of build, too many basic forms are not counted. The most handsome is the dangerous form, followed by the rabbit tank bubble form, and then the double Tushuantan are 2 forms developed on the basis of dangerous forms. As for the strongest, no, the final genius form, not to mention it. But Xantu, is your waist thicker? Long I always feel a strange illusion. If the War Rabbit who has just turned into a shape and hasn't lost control feels out of control, he must have been mad at me. How could you say this when I was so handsome on the stage? Suppressing the anger in his chest, Xanta seized the time to face the 3 crows who were rushing forward without thinking. Look, the younger brother is the younger brother, don't you have any points in your heart for how strong you are? Your boss Grease felt bad as soon as he saw the dangerous trigger taken out by the War Rabbit. After all, Stock told him about the effect of this item. Even Sanyu and the 3 guys have become so strong after using it once, then now how abnormal is the War Rabbit that has been attached to the belt? He was about to call Sanyu Crow, but it was already a step too late, and War Rabbit took the Sanyo crows around him directly to change the venue one by one without knowing where they were going. Only Long and I looked at each other. "Fuck, don't you have a helicopter bottle? Hurry up and take a look." Long I hurriedly urged Yuhei, "The trigger will get out of control if you use it. A little later, the 3 crows will all be finished. I am also drunk. You said that when watching TV, for the sake of effect, it is enough to change venues with one click. How can Nima be like this in the real world now? You are not the E-Master in the form of a black hole, nor the selection scene in X8. It is a setting that conforms to the rules of the game, and you are not in conformity with the setting of the physics rules, okay?" Chapter 20, Knight's Battle. Fortunately, Yuhei had a helicopter full of bottles on his body. After finding a place, I rushed over with the dragon. Otherwise, if I look for it on the ground, when I find this factory a few kilometers away, I am afraid that the 3 crows will have no ashes left. Although they do not have ashes after they have been wiped out now. When the 2 were approaching in the sky, War Rabbit had already taught the 3 feather crows in a awake state, and now his head was tilted. When he raised his head again, he had entered a mode called Second Uncle Fighting. Mysterious state. The aura of the War Rabbit in this mode suddenly changed, and a fierce, decisive and fierce aura spread around the body, which directly stunned the 3 crows, and then gave them another meal. Among them, Akabane and Huang Yu were lucky, and they were transformed before they suffered fatal damage. The War Rabbit in the out-of-control state may feel that they are not threatened, so they skipped them and grabbed the only one who was still in hazard smash state. Blue Feather. Max hazard on. Ready? Go. Not good. Seeing that the War Rabbit turned the belt joystick, he was about to release his nirvana. Long Wo let go of the sea, then stepped on him and rushed forward in the air with force. Ready? Go. Dragonic finish. Seeing that War Rabbit's kick was about to kick Lan Yu, the dragon wrapped by the silver dragon finally knocked Lan Yu away at this moment of life and death, and faced War Rabbit head-on. Rider kick. Overflow. Yabi. Following the collision of the purple-black smoke and the silver-white light, a huge energy shock wave slammed out after a moment of stagnation, sweeping towards the surroundings. Not good. Get down. Grease jumped down from the sky and directly pressed Chi Yu and Huang Yu under her body. As for Lan Yu, after being beaten by the War Rabbit for so long, being hit by the dragon and me again, and lying on the ground, it is quite a way to prevent you from being beaten to death by others. I will beat you to death first. With the sound of violent explosions, the ground shook suddenly, dense smoke filled the sights of several people, and the ears were also irritated by roaring, completely losing the ability to perceive the surroundings. After a long time, the smoke subsided and hearing gradually recovered. Yuhei and Akabane Huangjia raised their heads. I saw all the buildings within a few hundred meters completely collapsed as if they had been cut off from the horizontal, leaving only a ruined wall, no longer the appearance of the previous factories. Fortunately, this is an abandoned area close to the sky wall, otherwise I don't know how many people will die at the feet of the 2 Dongdu people, Dragon Me and War Rabbit. Looking at the Dragon Me standing in front, Yuhei and the 3 of them were silent. Is this Nima still a human? Even such a long distance has caused such a large amount of damage, and you can guess how intense the energy fluctuations in the center are. How can you be like a okay person? Didn't you see that even the War Rabbit who was playing against you was hit by unknown impact? In fact, regardless of the damage caused this time, this is barely normal. After all, even the 3 crows of the previous hard smash level were able to destroy several buildings all at once when they attacked the eastern capital, let alone the damage that the dragon and the War Rabbit can cause even at the level of Yuhei. It's just that the 3 of them took the initiative to control themselves when they played against each other, unlike Sanyo crows who, although they value love and righteousness, do not care about the lives of strangers. But this time in the state of being out of control, War Rabbit didn't control himself, and used all his strength. If long I wanted to stop him, I would naturally use the corresponding power, that's why the current situation was created. Well, you guys will take Lan Yu back for treatment. Long Ai waved his hand. If this guy is not treated, I am afraid that he will want GG again. Thank you this time. Yu He nodded, and Chi Yu Huang Yu lifted Lan Yu and left quickly. Long and I also found War Rabbit and dug him out of the ruins. His injuries were not serious, mainly because he was hit by the collapsed building. He is now in a coma, so he can go back and let Miko treat him. However, after I went back, I found that Misora had just cured the Prime Minister of the ice room before, and now he passed out. There was no way, so he had to put the two patients together on the small single bed. Poor Yuhei's head seemed to be greener again. What? Thump. Ah. It hurts. Half a day later, Misora and War Rabbit woke up in about the same time, although War Rabbit was awakened by pain. Misora embarrassedly helped the air-conditioned War Rabbit up. She just woke up and saw someone sleeping next to her. She kicked it out subconsciously and fell to the ground and woke up painfully. By the way, what happened? Xanta stared blankly at himself covered in scars. He had no memory of being out of control. Oh, you lost control, you almost killed Lan Yu, and I knocked you out. The dragon who was chasing the drama didn't raise my head. But why do I get hurt all over my body when I fainted? Xanta breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that there was nothing serious, but still didn't quite understand why he became like this. I didn't beat it, it was a stone hand. Stone. War Rabbit and Misora didn't know why. Hey, something big happened. Seiyu yelled and ran down. Look at this news. She was holding a tablet with a picture of the previous ruin. Hiss. Horror. Xanta took a breath. Although the news said it was caused by the earthquake, how could he not tell it? This is obviously a man-made battlefield. Otherwise, which earthquake would be perfectly confined to a circular area with a radius of several hundred meters? You are really shameless. Long Wo vomited. War Rabbit. Why are you scolding me suddenly? Who doesn't know what to do? What do you mean? I didn't do this, right? Xanta's eyes flicked, and the eyeballs almost fell off. Otherwise, remember to compensate. The weather is really good today, it's a good day to sleep. Xanta lay back on the bed with a calm expression on his face. I don't understand what you are saying at all. It's not me anyway. I do not have. Don't talk nonsense. In the next week, the northern capital stopped its attack on the eastern capital. The reason was that the two sides had recently fallen into a stalemate. The eastern capital's Prime Minister Hojimoro Tarzan, who was concerned about the country and the people, did not want to hurt the innocent again, so he proposed to conduct Kamen Rider representatives. War recommendations. Without knowing the Kamen Rider's strength, the Prime Minister of Northern Capital, who thought he could win, also wanted to save a little effort, so he agreed to this proposal and suspended his offensive before the start of the representative war. Then Stalk, the 25 boys, stole a bunch of bottles from the Northern Capital and the Western Capital, and ran to give special training to the representative of the Eastern Capital, the Battle Rabbit, and greatly improved the Battle Rabbit's strength and danger level in a week. So in the representative battle a week later, the Battle Rabbit showed off a holster. No, it was a transformation form. He just fought Grease for most of the day, until it was dark, and then gritted his teeth and took out the dangerous trigger again. He was deceived by Dragon Eye. He always thought that the damage he caused last time was done by himself, so although there were no casualties, he still dare not use the dangerous form anymore. He said he was afraid of causing casualties, but Dragon Eye think he actually did it. It's just for fear of losing money. Chapter 21, Northern Capital is out, Western Capital is out. After turning into a dangerous form, War Rabbit's strength suddenly surpassed Grease, but obviously, he still curtailed his strength without losing control. In the circumstance of being restrained, although it still has the upper hand, it still takes a while to win. After all, Yuhei's will and strength should not be underestimated. However, in my opinion, since the war rabbit has taken out this form, it is better not to hold on to the sea. After all, it is not victory to hold on, but death. Sure enough, it is estimated that in about a minute, the war rabbit lost consciousness and entered the second uncle generation mode. Relying on the combat instinct, he used countless moves that the war rabbit itself might not be able to use, and changed the trick to take turns. Grease quickly put it into a transformation form, and won the victory in the representative battle. However, the ignorant war hare can bully himself without stopping, regardless of whether Yuhei has transformed or not, trying to end Yuhei. I immediately rushed to the dragon who was watching a day's play next to him, knocked a sap behind the war rabbit, and knocked him out with a bang. Anyway, this time it's not like last time, it must be confronted head-on. What effort is wasted if there is a labor-saving method? Of course, how simple it is. Damn it! How could this happen? Grease this trash! The female prime minister who was far away in the northern capital couldn't help being furious as she watched the loss. Pandora's box is mine. Fortunately, just in case, she had sent out the army long ago, so she could attack the east capital directly at any time. Just when she took out her mobile phone to issue an offensive order, Stock, who had been watching the show, suddenly reached out and snatched her mobile phone. This is a foul. What are you talking about? Isn't this your idea? Stock chuckled and waved, then a team of mechanical defenders rushed in and aimed their guns at the female prime minister. The defender of the western capital. What is going on? The female prime minister said in disbelief. Haha, didn't you send all the troops in the northern capital to the eastern capital? Then you have to surrender. You betrayed me. No, no, no. Don't get me wrong, I wasn't on your side from the beginning. Stock chuckled. Catch me the prime minister of northern capital. An order came from the body of the mechanical defender. Prime Minister Masahiro in the Prime Minister's office of the western capital laughed loudly. This is mine in the northern capital. After the representative war ended, War Rabbit was apologizing for losing control and almost killed Yihai, but Yihai did not listen to him at all, because his gaze had been fixed on Mi Sora beside War Rabbit. Mi Tan. You are Mi Tan. Yuhei looked at Mekong with a nymph. Ah. It's me Tanta. Regardless of Misora's reaction, Yihai began to jump up and down excitedly. What's the situation? Misora looked at Yihai, who was fascinated by with a look of disgust. Ahem. My name is Yuan de Yuhei, 29 years old, and single. Yuhei rubbed his hands suddenly and said seriously, since the first time I saw you on the internet, I have burned my heart and fell in love. Love the river. Please shake your hand with me. Yuhei stretched out a hand and bowed to the end begged. Wait, wait. Yu, who was watching the play, suddenly lit up and pulled Yihai aside. What's happenin'? If you want to shake hands, please buy a ticket first, with 50,000 handshake coupons. 50,000? It's so cheap. After a sigh of relief, he took out his wallet directly. If I pay out 100,000, can I take a photo or something? Wait for the boss. That's our living expenses. Sanyuya hurriedly grabbed the lunatic Yuhei. It was the consequence of using too much squeeze drive, right? The War Rabbit was stunned for a while, when the Prime Minister of Ice Room suddenly made a call. What? Zidu attacked and controlled the Prime Minister's residence in Baidu. The four people who were arguing in the same sea were stagnated, and immediately took out their mobile phones to contact the Prime Minister of Baidu. Prime Minister, is it true that the northern capital is occupied? Ah, yes. It was not the female Prime Minister of Baidu who was on the phone, but a magnetic male voice. Stock. From now on, the northern capital is controlled by the western capital, and so are your partners and family. Damn it! You don't want to touch them. Then it depends on your attitude. The Prime Minister of the West will meet with the Prime Minister of the East soon. Just wait for instructions. Damn it. Yuhei gritted his teeth and put down the phone. Let's go to the Prime Minister of Dongdu with us first. Xandu asked Misora and Seihu to go back first, and he was going to take the dragon, me and the 4 people to the Prime Minister's residence of Dongdu. You go first, I'll go in a while. Long I waved. Yuhei, you come with me first. Okay. Hurry up. The battle rabbit took the lead, and the 3 crows followed Yuhei's signal. Yuhei, lend me your belt and squeeze jelly. Longwo said straight to the point. Hey? What do you want this for? Yuhei asked in doubt. From his point of view, with the strength of Dragon Me, it is completely useless for Dragon Me to want this belt. You'll know in a while. If you believe me, give it to me first. I don't believe it or not, I still owe you several lives. Yuhei didn't hesitate, and directly handed the belt to Long. By the way, there are also helicopters and rubber-filled bottles. After taking the things, Yuhei quickly followed the war rabbit, and Long Wo turned and walked in the other direction. The official residence of the Prime Minister of the Eastern Capital. Prime Minister Higuro is opening a video with the Prime Minister of the Western Capital, Mido Masakuni. Everyone in the Eastern Capital, how are you? Mido. What the is going on? Prime Minister Higuro said sharply. From now on, the Western Capital will officially declare war on the Eastern Capital. Mido Masabang smiled faintly. First, please look at a part of our weapons. As the screen turned, Yuhei's farm in Baidu appeared. However, what is in the farm is the Kamen rider Grease, who has just kicked 2 unknown Western Capital knights and arranged for the transfer of ordinary people inside. When the video went black, I still wanted to dress up and use his family to force Grease to rebel on the spot, and he unplugged the network cable directly. Everyone in Dongdu subconsciously looked at the sea around them. Yuhei. Long, I just borrowed my belt. Yuhei smiled awkwardly, but his gratitude to Longwo was much deeper in his heart. So that's it. War Rabbit suddenly laughed and cursed. This guy usually looks like an abandoned house, but I didn't expect it to be quite clever. What do you mean? Sanyuya looked at his family members rescued, and wondered with joy. If he transforms himself, it will be equivalent to Dongdu's initiative to invade, which will make the war more intense, but if he becomes Grease, it is a personal grievance between him and Mido Masahiro, which makes Zidu suffer. Who did you just say is the abandoned house? A gloomy voice rang in the ears of War Rabbit. Damn! Ghost! War Rabbit was startled, and subconsciously turned around and shot out behind him. Boom! Seeing hitting the Grease armor, he almost broke himself. Now the War Rabbit squatting on the ground massaging his fists, the few people present touched their hands subconsciously. Here, I'm paying you back. Longwo lifted his transformation and threw the belt to Yuhei. Your family is all downstairs. Thank you. Yuhei and Sanyuya bowed solemnly. Long and I waved at random, and the War Rabbit stood up and asked, by the way, who are the 2 knights you just dealt with? Chapter 22, The Second Knight's Battle. I don't know, they are too weak, I didn't ask. They kicked and exploded one by one, maybe they were 2 miscellaneous soldiers. Okay. The few people didn't particularly care about Grease's strength. They all know Grease's strength. It is probably not a master to be killed by 1 kick. They forget that different people use the same belt, and the strength may be different. What Dragon I didn't say is that these 2 unimportant passerby villains who call themselves Hell Brothers but are actually Gear Brothers. Although on the surface they were just transformed into a shape by Dragon Eye, in fact, he didn't use much force. Light. Although these 2 guys weren't dead, they were abandoned. It was impossible to transform again. Whether they can take care of themselves for the rest of their lives is a problem. And these two brothers are similar to dead men trained by Nambaja Saburo since childhood, and they are the strongest among them. After being transformed, they are stronger than Yukai. Now even if the transformants are re-elected, it is impossible for the two to be as strong now, and it can be regarded as helping the war rabbits to reduce the pressure. With the advancement of the plot, the time for Longwo to wait has gradually approached. He is not going to let so many people around him die like in the play, and he is not even going to let War Rabbit build a new world. Now only waiting for President E to come up with the things I want, he is ready to grab the things directly before President E returns to the peak. In the next few days, Dongdu was caught in the flames of war again as before, except that the opponent changed from Baidu to Zidu. To be honest, I always think that the Prime Minister of Dongdu and War Rabbit have problems in this regard. They all talked about ending the war, but they have been only passively defending. How can this stop the war? Are you trying to win the Western capital's mechanical defenders by running out of power? It is said that active invasion will intensify the war. Is it possible that the opponent will let you go without invading? If at the beginning, before the other two developed, only when there was a night system in the east, the war would have ended long ago, and the country would have been unified long ago. How could all these wars fly? But there's no way. These are all the time ministers, the scriptwriter's pot, and the war rabbits are actually innocent. A few days later, Zidu suddenly asked for a knight's representative battle again. Just as the end of the northern capital was vividly visible, Prime Minister Bingshi agreed. He can only say that he is an honest father? It seems that the honest character of the honest person is indeed traceable. Speaking of honest people, in fact, Zidu said that this representative war also has something to do with him. Since he escaped from Dongdu last time, he has come to Zidu. After all the hardships, he finally became the Zidu Kamen rider, used the squeeze drive to become Kamen rogue. After that, he was sent by Zidu to Pandora's box. Originally, he wanted to show his shame, but as soon as he came out, he was blown out of control by the dangerous form of War Rabbit. He was a knight without a novice protection period. After the battle Rabbit lost control when dealing with Rogue, he aimed at Misora, but this time no one else was needed to interrupt him, because the Princess Mars in Misora's bracelet suddenly had a tendency to wake up and directly made the battle Rabbit himself sober. Come here. After continuous research, War Rabbit finally found a way to develop boosters that can control dangerous triggers. At this moment, Zidu proposed this representative battle, but the rule was 3-on-3, and the winner of the 3-match-2 winner won. The reason Zidu did this was that their spies reported that the War Rabbit was developing a new item, and they wanted to take the opportunity to obtain all the information about the item, so that they could easily win the battle against the War Rabbit. But what they didn't expect was that their spy, the little reporter Saha, had lived with War Rabbit and others for a long time, and was gradually influenced by their kindness, and directly told War Rabbit and the others. The reason why Saha is still helping Namba Heavy Industries is that the Nabeshima family became hostages of the Western capital, and she was forced to pass on the news to Namba Heavy Industries. After War Rabbit knew about it, he immediately prepared to make plans and prepare for Yenyubo Zidu and Namba Heavy Industries. A week later, Zidu decided to represent the indoor battlefield. The first battle was Greece against a New Gear Brothers. Even if they cheated, they entered the field in advance in the form of Hell Brothers, in which the two were combined and transformed. They were easily defeated by 1C, and Dongdu won the first victory. The second round was Battle Rabbit vs Rogue, and Longwo was the third in the lineup, and now people are not representing the battle scene. If you want to say where he is, I can only say that he is riding a motorcycle on the way to somewhere. At this time, in the observation room of the Western capital, the Prime Minister of the Western capital, Mido Masahiro, did not expect that he would lose a game so easily, and he was panicking and restless. On one side, Nambaja Saburo smiled contemptuously, secretly saying that this is not a big deal, and then said, "Has Sahan not sent the information about the booster?" The robot Uchikai standing behind him bowed his head and said, "She just sent the information, and I have entered it into the system of Rogue's squeeze drive. Just wait for Build to use that prop. According to the actual situation, he can quickly make a strategy. Very good. Nambaju Sabero nodded. Off the court, War Rabbit and Rogue were playing daily shots while fighting. As long as the West wins, the country can be unified. Honestly and humanely. War Rabbit, don't think about it. Looking at the conversation between the two, who would know that the honest person who said the righteous lines is now the villain? Instead, War Rabbit looks like a big villain who wants to divide the country. Mutual killing and fighting among weapons, this is what you expect too. Katsuragi. The knight system is definitely not a weapon. You know that the development of science will bring wars, but you have created a knight system. Scientists will not support war. But for the happiness of people, apply inventions to peace and do their part. Although it is not Rogue's opponent in the current bubble form, the War Rabbit has always been firm in his will, constantly getting up from the fall and rushing to Rouge again. In order to give the dragon and me a little more time, the War Rabbits have also been fighting, and until now they have not used new items, and just kept beating each other. Then how do you explain the dangerous trigger? The kind of thing that makes people lose their minds, incarnate and destroy weapons, how can they be applied to peace? Isn't it the best way to deal with those of you who started the war? Damn, you can never surpass Ge Chengqiao. If it is said that Ge Chengqiao, the me before amnesia, is the source of the war, then I will end it now. Whatever you do is in vain. Rogue didn't know how many times he kicked War Rabbit to the ground. No, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold it if I am beaten in this form. War Rabbit thought about standing up again. I am carrying everyone's heart along the way. As Kiryu War Rabbit, I use the knight system for justice. War Rabbit took out the dangerous trigger from behind. I will surpass Ge Chengqiao in my own way. Max hazard on. After all that, don't you still have to rely on the props crafted by Katsuragi? The honest man disdainfully said. War Rabbit was unmoved, and then took out a thin and long stick Wong Wong, Tutan, broken Bing Bing bottle full and shook. That is. Chapter 23, A Genius Returns in a Tank. Rabbit. War Rabbit turned the switch above the broken ice, then folded it in half from the middle, and inserted it into the build drive. Rabbit and Rabbit. Build up. Are you ready? Overflow. As the War Rabbit transformed into a dangerous form, a scarlet rabbit jumped out from behind the War Rabbit, and the different parts decomposed into a set of armor were suspended in the air. The War Rabbit jumped up and down, and put on these armor parts by jumping sideways. Pure red swift jumper. Rabbit Rabbit. Yabi. Hey. Kamen Rider build, double rabbit form. DJ Genius Ge Chen Kiao's ghost and animal sound effects, at least it sounds quite exciting. But here is one thing I have to say, that is, the action of the War Rabbit's transformation is really too shabby and no card face, and you have to make up yourself. Take a look at Ge Chengqiao who has recovered his memory. When he transforms into a double rabbit form, those armor parts are all actively attached to and dressed. Licking the rabbit licked to the end and had nothing, the special form of double rabbits was not for nothing. The Prime Minister of Western Capital in the VIP audience box stood up abruptly, that's Tui, Dong. Mido Masahuni, hey? What did I just say? Xantu moved his feet, turned into a red shadow and appeared in front of Rogue who was honestly watching him transform, and punched him in the chest. I saw that Rogue, who was originally known for defense, was basically unable to break the defense when he turned into a dangerous form, and instantly retreated several steps. This power is exactly the same as the dangerous form of loss of control, but why do you still retain consciousness? I won't run out of control anymore. I have completely mastered this power. With the incomparable jumping power and speed in the double rabbit form, the War Rabbit flashed and attacked frantically around Rogue, but Rogue could only look at him. The shadow of is constantly beaten and there is no time to make other reactions. Look up. This is the power of justice, the power of Kiryu Battle Rabbit. Full Bottle Destroyer. War Rabbit gave an order, a spear and a sword. No, it should be said that a deformable weapon with a cannon and sword was made by the build driver. Rabbit. Full Bottle Break. War Rabbit switched from the default sword-shaped Full Bottle Destroyer to cannon mode, inserted a full bottle inside, and a light cannon shot out and hit Rogue. Rabbit. Panda. Just Match Disu. Just Match Break. Rabbit. Panda. Taka. Miracle Match Disu. Miracle Match Break. Rogue didn't wait for Rogue to resist, but two more powerful light cannon Nirvana skills were blasted out one after another. It wasn't over yet, just like throwing a big orange pill to throw away the bottle of saboteurs. The War Rabbit turned the joystick on the belt again, and activated the Nirvana again. Ready? Go. Hazard Finish. Rabbit Finish. Just as the War Rabbit jumped to the sky, and then as if driving on a road, his right foot suddenly stretched out and stepped on Rogue's face, and then his body contracted to his right foot suddenly, kicking Rogue's face heavily with elastic force. Kicked him to the wall, and finally kicked through the wall of the playing field and flew out. After firing 4 Nirvana skills in a row, this double rabbit form that was specially sold is not a loss. How do you count now? Misora, who was watching the battle, asked. The victory or defeat is only determined by the surrender of one side, the removal of the transformation, and the inability to fight again. Even if you play off the court, you must continue. The referee on the west side immediately added the rules. War Rabbit had already expected it, and jumped out along the wall that Rogue smashed. Chairman Namba. Mito Masahiro looked at Namba Jisaburo in a panic. Don't panic, the old man said calmly. Chairman, the data in the form of double rabbits has been confirmed, the strategy has been completed, and the data has been transferred to Rogue's drive. A report from Niahihoi operating a tablet on the side. Very good. Namba Jisaburo nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Rogue, who had eaten the double rabbit form and 4-shot Nirvana but had not forcibly exited the transformation form, stood up, and some targeted strategies appeared on the display screen inside the armor. The smoke of counterattack has risen. Next, no matter how the War Rabbit attacks, he can no longer cause any damage to Rogue, because all his actions have been seen through. But all this was in the plan of War Rabbit, so he continued to be beaten unhurriedly, delaying time. After all, no matter how to be seen through, the gap in basic strength lies there, and the appearance of being completely helpless is just a play to delay the time. After turning into the double rabbit form, his defensive power has also risen a lot, and he can last for a while, and during this time, he doesn't mind listening to honest people's boring. I want to defeat you and gain stronger strength. But Goose, what kind of power you used was not invented by me. In order to make this country strong, I need strong power. I used to be immature. You are not immature, you are just too honest. So now, I gave up all my self-esteem and vanity and gained a new life. This time I must personally gain the power that can bring this country back to life. If you defeated me, where would you like to gain any strength? The love and peace in your mouth are just illusions. I will use my strength to tell you that a country cannot be built by ideals alone. So where do you have a strong illusion? Just like this, while listening to the honest people's mouth, the War Rabbit who complained inwardly took the initiative to get beaten all night, and in a blink of an eye a red sun had risen from the horizon. Hey, War Rabbit, why are you still being beaten? Dragon Me. How about the Nabeshima family? Seeing the Dragon Me finally appeared, War Rabbit finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was resolved immediately after I arrived at the place in the first half of the night. I also sent them to the overseas ship, by the way. Puff. Do you mean I was beaten for half the night for nothing? Xantu vomited a mouthful of old blood, and blocked Rogue who was still harassing him. Can you notify me if you save someone? I'm sorry, I forgot. Long Eye spread his hands. What are you talking about? Rogue suddenly felt something was wrong and asked honestly. Damn it! It made me pretend all night for nothing. War Rabbit transferred his anger to the honest man. It's all your fault. Max hazarded on. War Rabbit pulled out the smashed ice and ice of the rabbit tank, turned the top switch, and plugged it back in again. Tank. Tank and tank. Build up. Are you ready? Overflow. The deep blue warrior of steel. Tank tank. Yabi. Tsui. The transformation is exactly the same as the double rabbit form, except that the red rabbits are replaced with blue mini tanks, and the god of war Tantan appears. Kamen Rider build, double tank form. Chapter 24, Belnage, Princess of Mars. The law of victory has been determined. Finally it's my turn to speak, you are here to get beaten. As War Rabbit rushed up to beat Rogue, he vented his depressed feelings and the lines that had been brewing for a long time. What's wrong with advocating ideals? I know that love and peace are weak words in reality. But even so, I will stick to it. Love and peace are not something I can bring, but everyone creates it together with that faith. Tank. Jet. Gatling. Rocket. Ultimate match Disu. Ultimate match break. 4 full bottles, the maximum loading capacity of the full bottle destroyer. Full match Disu. 1 section is stronger than 4 sections, and the rabbit tans crushed ice, inserting the full bottle of destroyer. With the use of this nirvana, the war rabbit knelt down on the spot, his legs turned into tank tracks, and the shoulder armor on both sides turned into tank turrets, rotating wildly around Rogue to output. Full match break. After suffering this attack, Rogue, who had eaten 6 rounds of War Rabbit's ultimatum and countless aces in one day, finally retired from the transformation form. Honestly, this life can be regarded as a fulfillment of merit. As the honest person retired and transformed, War Rabbit also won this battle. With Grease in the first battle, he won 2 consecutive victories, and the third game of Longwo won't have to be played. This also means that Dongdu won the final victory of this representative battle, although this victory will not have any effect. My name is Belnage, the Princess of Mars. The defeated Zidu unexpectedly overturned the agreement and went to the east. Moreover, Stalk also stole the Pandora's box and most of the full bottles kept in Dongdu ZF during the representative battle. Now, except for some additional special developments. The full bottles, the regular full bottles in the hands of the dragon and the rabbit and Yuhei are less than 10. In other words, for a total of 60 full bottles, Stalk already has nearly 50. And Stalk also relied on the power of the full bottle and Pandora's box to build a Pandora's tower at the intersection of the 3 capitals. The Pandora's tower is still in an unfinished state. Once Stalk has collected 60 full bottles, you can open the Pandora's box and gain the power to destroy the world. With the formation of Pandora's tower, the soul of Princess Mars, who was living in the bracelet of Mekong, awakened. My name is Belnage, the Princess of Mars, said Misora, who was sitting in the coffee house with noble eyes with green light in her eyes. I don't know if it suits the taste of Mars. Seiyu carefully poured a cup of coffee for Belnage. It's terrible. Belnage took a sip of coffee. Get out, little girl. Sawa suddenly retreated to the side in despair. Speaking of you as a Martian, you still speak Japanese. Is it possible that the whole universe speaks Japanese? Longwo vomited. I've lived there for 7 years, so idiots will say it too. Belnage didn't know where to pull out a dictionary. My body has been destroyed, and my soul can't hold on for long. Belnage explained calmly. Countless years ago, Evolto destroyed the Martian civilization. Evolto. War Rabbit raised his hand and asked. It's the boss. Long Eye said casually. Hey. Several people on the side looked at Dragon Me in surprise. Do you know who you are? Belnage also looked at Dragon Me. You know, part of Evolto. Oh, X3. Oh, some memories suddenly appeared in my head when Pandora's Tower was formed yesterday. Long I took the opportunity to explain. It seems that an unmanned rover arrived on Mars more than 20 years ago. At that time, Evolto separated some of his genetic factors, followed the rover to the Earth, then attached to a woman, and finally gave birth to me. But at that time the memories and abilities that belonged to Evolto disappeared, and I became an ordinary human. Yesterday, when Pandora's Tower was formed, some stimulation may have been received to awaken these memories. Then your reaction is too dull. Saha vomited. Does normal people know that they are not humans? You said that you are a normal person, but I am not. Long and I rolled my eyes. Ha, so you are not a human. Yuhei shouted, no wonder I can't beat you all the time, it's not a crime of war. Go away, aliens are also humans. And you can't beat me because you are too disheveled and don't make excuses. That's it, no wonder your danger level has increased so quickly. Xanta said suddenly. It seems that you will become everyone's hope. Belnage looked at Dragon Me carefully for a while, and finally smiled. Long I shrugged. It seems that Belnage has discovered the energy in his body. It is worthy of being a person of the same level as Chuan Shengyi. However, the specific strength should not be seen. After all, he has a system that can help him hide energy. Even a member of the same clan as President Yi can conceal it. At this time, Belnage's power was temporarily exhausted, and his head fell on Yihai. Ami Tan Yuhei yelled excitedly, and then consciously took out his wallet. How much does this cost? Let's make a price. 200,000. Seiyu held out her hand while supporting Mi Sora. As soon as Mekong was put in place, Xanta received a call and was told that the Prime Minister of Ice Room had been taken away by the people of the Western capital. Before I hung up the call, I thought about the significance of Zidu's arrest of the Prime Minister. The next call came and this time it was from the boss. What's the matter? Xantu asked impatiently. The condition of Dongdu ZF seems to be very bad. It's not because you captured the Prime Minister. Haha, so let's make a deal. Use the EVOL drive to exchange Higashiyama Tarzan. EVOL drive? What is that? That is the prototype of the build drive, the only valuable item in the world. It was originally damaged and was later handed over to your father to repair it, but it was discovered by the previous you and hid it. Now you are limited to find out within 24 hours and take it to the pier in the A9 area, otherwise the Prime Minister's life will not be guaranteed. Damn it, what did Katsuragi's skillful do have anything to do with my Kiryu War Rabbit? Where do I find it? War Rabbit frowned as he looked at the hung-up phone. If that's the case, I might know it. Long I said. How did you know? This was done by Katsuragi Chiao and not by Evolto. How could you know if he didn't know it? War Rabbit refused to believe. I didn't know it by memory. Long, I gave the excuse that I had thought up a long time ago, Seiha wasn't a spy before. In order to rule out the bugs she installed, I rummaged through the entire base. As a result, I found something very similar to the build drive inside. I thought you put it there, so I didn't care. Long I pointed to the purification device in the base. Ahem, Seiyu laughed awkwardly when he heard the spy. Chapter 25, Kamen Rider EVOL. Under Long Wo's prompt, Xanta quickly found the EVOL drive that was divided into two parts by Katsuragi from the inside of the purification device, and began to repair it. But didn't you make this device, War Rabbit? How could it be hidden in it? Seiyu asked in confusion. I did most of it, but the core part was something I had before I came here. Speaking of this, War Rabbit guessed, maybe this was the base of the boss and Katsushika before. So Katsuragi hid what Evolto wanted under his nose for so long. Yukaideo. It's so miserable. If he had discovered it early, it would be fine for us. Longwo laughed. While a few people were talking and laughing, Xantu's phone rang again. It was really busy today. Rogue? What can you do with me? I want to ask you a favor. It turned out that although the honest man became a Kamen rider, the price was that a chip was buried in his body, and he had to sacrifice his life for Zidu and endure all kinds of humiliation from the inland sea. But this time Zidu arrested his father Bingshi Taishan. Of course he couldn't bear it. He robbed Zidu's cell and the remote control in inland sea's hands. He wanted to take the Prime Minister Bingshi to escape, but he didn't expect it. President Yi also has a remote control in his hand. The disobedient honest man accepted a wave of electrotherapy from the internal chip, and watched his dad be imprisoned again. Fortunately, the remote control he grabbed was ignored by Mr. E. The honest people thought of seeking help from Xantu to solve the chip in their body, and planned to get together inside and outside the next day and save his father. 24 hours later, Xantu and Longwo came to the warehouse at A9 Pier, and Yuhei and Sanyo Crow followed like little brothers. Coupled with Mr. E and his mechanical defender behind the Prime Minister of the Ice Chamber and a bunch of heart smash, the two mighty gangs are like two gangsters trading at the dock. Have you got the goods? Mr. E stepped forward and asked. War Rabbit raised the repaired EVOL drive in his hand and gestured. Good job. I finally found it. Mr. E was overjoyed. Get it now. Hand over the Prime Minister first. Of course, it is impossible for War Rabbit to just hand over the goods like this. One-handed delivery, one-handed delivery. Make no mistake, you can't destroy that drive, but I can kill Taishan Bingshi at any time. Mr. E sneered. Long and I also sneered at this time. Are you talking nonsense with your eyes open? When this thing was found, it was still in a state of being split in half by Ge Cheng. Can you guess we can take it apart again? You. E always stuck. When did decent people become so smart? Villains are really getting more and more uncomfortable these years. Taking this opportunity, Rogue suddenly jumped out from behind Chief E, smashed against the two defenders holding the Prime Minister of Ice Room, and brought the Prime Minister to the back of War Rabbit. It's rare that I let you live yesterday, it seems you want to die. E always looked at Rogue and took out a remote control. Hey! E always pressed the remote control several times, but Rogue still stood there unharmed. No matter how you press it, it's useless. As long as I have a remote control, I can easily solve this kind of chip. Xantu also took out an exactly the same remote control and threw it aside without knowing that he brought it here. What is the purpose of throwing it away? As expected of a genius physicist. E always saw this and threw away the remote control in his hand. It seems that I still want to see the real chapter under his hand. Prime Minister, you can run away first. War Rabbit said as he handed the EVOL drive to the Prime Minister and let him run out of the warehouse. The screenwriter is also faulty. In order to send the driver to the hands of President E, he forcibly lowered the wisdom of the high IQ genius of Xantu. Which person here is safer to hold than an ordinary person in the hands of the Prime Minister? Come out! Seeing that the duck in his hand was about to run, Mr. E couldn't be willing to wave his hand to call out a large number of mechanical defenders hidden in the warehouse to stop the War Rabbit and others, and he turned into a giant cobra to break through the ceiling and chase after him. Got out! Don't think about it! Rouge yelled, took out his only bottle full of Phoenix within specifications, turned it into wings and chased it out. As soon as Prime Minister Bingshi ran outside, President E fell from the sky and fell in front of him. Sorry, that thing belongs to me, can you please return it to me? Get out! Rogue, who was chasing out, saw this and flew directly into him. Come at me if you have the guts. It's so annoying. E is always impatient. The EVOL drive is right in front of his eyes, but he is interrupted repeatedly. It's like every time someone knocks on the door when he just takes off his pants, it's as uncomfortable as eating xiang. Well, what I'm talking about here is actually going to the toilet. The honest man seized the only opportunity in his life that would make Yi always deflated. Taking advantage of Yi always using the bloodstock armor, he punched him in the face, and then he continued to add his fists and kicks, and he hit him back. Can't handle it. Crack up finish. Never eat crocodile shears. Rogue has never eaten the crocodile scissor feet with his own famous skills, and burst Yi's dog's head with one foot. Damn it! Yi, who was finally shot out of his transformation form, rolled around on the ground for a few laps, and finally stood up. It was really a tiger that fell into Pingyang and was bullied by a dog. I didn't expect that one day I would be reduced to even this honest person. Nevertheless, everything is for Namba Heavy Industries. At this moment, Utsumi jumped out from nowhere, snatched the EVOL drive in the hands of Prime Minister Izumi, and threw it to President Yi. Ha 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 ha. Finally got it back. Catching the driver with both hands, the boss who was possessed by Yi was ecstatic, instantly transformed into Yan Yudi, raised the driver high, and then pressed it firmly to his waist. EVOL driver. Take a look at how the EVOL drive has a brand name, just wear a belt, and start up sound effects. Cobra. Rider system. Mr. E backhand took out 2 EVOL drive specific full bottles of evolution. Evolution. Are you ready? E always swept away the previous embarrassment, began to pose, crossed his hands on his chest, and slowly pushed out. Transform. Cobra. Cobra. EVOL Cobra. Fa ha 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 ha. As 3 golden rings appeared around Yi's body out of thin air, under the rapid rotation, countless energy gathered, and finally formed a set of red and blue as the base, gold pattern as the edge, and a large number of gold parts of the armor. And different from the left and right interweaving of build, the color structure of this suit is symmetrical. Evolto Phase 1. Kamen Rider EVOL, Cobra form. Finally got the EVOL drive back. E, who had recovered a lot of strength, became confident and walked slowly in front of Rogue. Let's warm up with you. I honestly thought that I just turned over. How can I let you ride on my head? Immediately punched President E, but was directly caught by President E. The whole person did not move, and did not cause any harm. Damn it! Rogue broke free and punched up again. This time E never took it directly. After showing his strength, it was time to show speed. Chapter 26, Evolto Phase 2. The total posture of E is unchanged, and it can easily dodge Rogue's attacks with the ultra-high-speed movement that ordinary high-level knights have. Almost there. President E suddenly appeared above Rogue, knocked him to the ground with one punch, and then picked up 3 consecutive punches to Rogue's hardest breastplate. Rogue was shining with electric lights, half kneeling on the ground, which was a sign that the knight system was about to be disarmed after a lot of damage. Before stepping on his left foot, Mr. E squatted slightly, and began to turn the joystick on his belt. With the turning of the joystick, a cluster of nebula-like energy gathered under his right foot, and finally poured into his right foot. Regardless of the ordinary form or the final black hole form, it can be seen that the EVOL driver exclusively used by E-Totaler turned out to be a tall cosmic energy. Ready? Go! Evoltic finish. Chow! Rogue was kicked out by E's gorgeous reflexive kick. He rolled on the ground for tens of meters before stopping. Of course, he quit and turned and lay on the ground, howling in pain, and couldn't get up again. Huande! The Prime Minister Bingshi hurried up to support the honest man. You are all useless. President E once again gathered a cluster of nebula energy in his hand and turned it into an energy bomb and shot it directly at the 2 of them. Don't think about it. At this moment, a figure suddenly broke through the wall of the warehouse behind and rushed out, blocking the honest man and the Prime Minister of Ice Room. Hey! Seeing the dragon Mihuan Ran blocked this attack, E under the mask always showed a surprised expression. Ha 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 ha! Long! I can block this attack, but I didn't expect you to have reached the danger level 5.0. Today is a really good day, double happiness. President E suddenly turned into a energy and pounced on the dragon self, who was too late to react, and went directly into his body. What's the situation? The war rabbit and the others, who just ran out of the warehouse, saw the dragon me standing still and the boss lying on the ground. Ha 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 ha. War rabbit. You are one step late. Mr. E's voice suddenly came out of Longma's mouth. Are you, Evolto? War rabbit stared at Ryo. Yes. I think you should have found the relationship between me and Dragon Me. The Dragon Me untransformed, took out the silver dragon full bottle, and threw the bid drive aside. He is the best body I have cultivated. Ah ha ha ha. Since you didn't see it just now, let you see my current strength now. Long I put on the EVOL drive, and then the energy in my hand surged, and a blue evolution full bottle was rubbed out of thin air. It stands to reason that from the dragon my silver dragon bottle, the evolution dragon bottle should also be silver, but looking at the evolution dragon bottle in his hand, that is different from what he imagined. He didn't think much about it, and inserted it. The belt, anyway, it has achieved its purpose. Dragon. Rider system. Evolution. Are you ready? Transform. Dragon. Dragon. EVOL dragon. Fa ha 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 ha. PHASE2, done. Kamen Rider EVOL, dragon form. The main structure is roughly the same as the cobra shape, except that the head armor has changed from the cobra shape to the dragon shape. 2 special shoulder armors have been removed from the shoulders, and the blue part has increased a bit. I am Kamen Rider EVOL. With this belt that only I can use, I can gain the true power of Pandora's box. I care who you are. Give me back. The war rabbit shouted angrily, and rushed up with grease. As for the 3 crows, these 3 guys who hang up at the touch of a touch, now their job is to protect the Prime Minister. An honest people. However, it is the same whether it is protected or not. Obviously, the current battle rabbit and Yuhei cannot be total opponents. In the original drama, the 2 of them and the 3 of Wanzhang and I were not the opponents of Total E, who claimed to be only 2% of the strength at the peak in the first stage, let alone the current Total E in the second form. The 2 were quickly shot and transformed, and their full bottles fell to the ground. President E stepped forward and picked them up. He knocked over the 3 crows and found a bottle of Phoenix from the Honest Man, which was inserted into the metal panel of Pandora's box. It seems that you have hidden 2 more. E always looked at the war rabbit. Forget it, that's it for today. If you want to get back to the top, just exchange the remaining 2 full bottles. Get ready for me. Ciao. Damn it. The war rabbit lying on the ground clenched his fists and slammed it to the ground. The next day, the 3 honest people of Xantu Yuhei were sitting in the coffee house discussing the battle plan, but the figure of the dragon and me suddenly appeared in the coffee house as if teleporting. Yo! What are you guys talking about? Long I hugged my arms and leaned against the door. Wanzhang. Mi Kong, who was making coffee, asked in surprise. No, he is Evolto. Yuhei 3 immediately stood up and warned. Positive solution. E always clapped his hands. I'm here to entertain you to attend the ceremony. With that said, he directly used his physical body to use the ability to move at a super high speed, grabbing the 3 of the war rabbits and came to Pandora's tower. Misora, you guys didn't take me to play. Now the Pandora's box has only the last metal panel to create a complete Pandora's tower, and at the same time, it can open the Pandora's box to gain its internal power. How about, can you give me the last bottle? Don't think about it. The 3 of Xanchuo immediately transformed themselves, but apart from wasting a while, the 3 of them couldn't do any harm to E. Soon, Yuhei and Honest were kicked out of the live broadcast room due to excessive speech. After confirming that Yuhei and Honest were not full of bottles, E always kicked them out of Pandora's tower one by one and drew 2 beautiful arcs in the sky. What an annoying feeling. War Rabbit. It seems that it is still on you. He always turned his target to War Rabbit. Give me back the wands hang. War Rabbit transformed into a double tank form, lifted the full bottle of destroyer and slashed towards President E. Haha. Then I will use his power to deal with you. Can you defeat the power of my fusion with wands hang? Beat closer. President E also quickly switched from the cobra form to the dragon form, and also took out the dragon's exclusive weapon that I have not used much, the sound terminator, and the battle rabbit to fight the bayonet. The double tank form deserves to be called the God of War tank. With a will, the War Rabbit was on a par with E in a moment. It's amazing. E couldn't help but admire, but such a great invention is rare, but it can only become a war prop. After all, I'm not to blame you. War Rabbit roared. If it weren't for you, this country would not be divided into 3. And it would not cause war. Is that really the case? E always said that I don't remember this pot. Even if I didn't come to Earth, sooner or later you yourself will cause war. What did you say? The end of science is destruction. The more advanced the technology, the more people will give up thinking and eventually go toward destruction. This is the future brought by science. Chapter 27, Black Hole Trigger. Human beings are not so innocent. War Rabbit struggled to block E's hacking. Even if you make mistakes, you will systematically study what to do in order not to repeat the same mistakes. This is the mission of science. I choose to believe in humans. There is a saying called the genius is unstoppable, and the emperor is full of firepower. I don't know whether the build genius form that has not yet appeared can be unstoppable for the dragon that is secretly observed. E who surpassed himself was always pressed on the ground and rubbed wildly. In fact, in my opinion, although the genius form of the War Rabbit is average, the performance in the play seems to be very average, but you don't see his opponent, but he is the strongest boss in the Heisei era, except for the King of the Devil, to hunt the planet. Evolto is happy, but even so, the genius form has not really been deflated a few times, that is, he was shot out of the transformation form. As for Chong Huang, then I really don't need to wash it, I really can't wash it, the only thing I can see is the grand scene of the transformation. War Rabbit. It's me, save me. President E rolled his eyes and suddenly imitated the voice of Long Mi. Wanzhong. War Rabbit couldn't help being taken aback. There is a flaw. Special tune. Smash slash. E always took the opportunity to break free from the suppression of the War Rabbit, and then pulled out the Evolution Dragon bottle, stuffed it into the full bottle socket of the Sound Terminator, and took the War Rabbit into a transformation form with a sword. What should be dropped always dropped, so the last 2 full bottles just fell out. President E immediately picked it up and inserted it into the vacant position on the metal panel of the last Pandora's box. E always took the metal panel and came to the center of Pandora's magic tower. As soon as he loosened his hand, the panel automatically floated and merged into the Pandora's box. With the insertion of the last panel, Pandora's box slammed a red light straight into the sky, and the sky that had been shining with the sun suddenly rolled over, and the surroundings also began to surging. The last floor of Pandora's tower also began to be built automatically. With the final completion of Pandora's tower, an altar broke ground, bringing E and the War Rabbit to the center and top of the tower. The Earth is over. Ha 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 ha. E always laughed, put his hand into the Pandora's box and took out a black trigger. That's it. War Rabbit looked at this familiar item in surprise, and subconsciously glanced at the dangerous trigger on his belt. This is EVOL trigger, an evolutionary starter. It is the true power of Pandora's box. Mr. E regained the black hole trigger and explained in a good mood. With a move of his finger, he pressed the switch button on the upper part of the black hole trigger. No. War Rabbit wanted to rush up to stop him in horror, but couldn't break through the strong wind blowing around him, so he could only watch as he always pressed the button. X2. For a long time, President E pretended that nothing happened, but in fact nothing happened and retracted the trigger. The changes in the sky and the surroundings also stopped. I won't let the game end so easily. Isn't it time yet? E total secretly. Nonsense, this looks like a petrified thing, obviously it can't be used yet. Another voice suddenly rang in his mind. Hey! E was always surprised. Before he could react, the energy in his body fluctuated violently, and then I saw the dragon and I jumped out of his chest, and a forward flip fell in front of the war rabbit, taking away the black hole trigger in his hand and Pandora in front of him by the way. Magic box. Go. This earth will be handed over to you from now on. Long I quickly removed the 6 metal panels filled with bottles of Pandora's box, threw it at the war rabbit, and then pulled off his belt, leaving him at a loss. In the meantime, he used the power of Pandora's box to send him out of the magic tower. Wanzhong. E always sounded full of anger and the heartbreaking aftermath of the war rabbit. Oh, long time no see, Evolto. Long I turned to President E with a smile, and said his mantra, it doesn't seem to be long. It seems that you were possessed by me on purpose. Mr. E said gloomily, your goal is to evolve the trigger. Is the evolution trigger? Not bad. Long I smiled, I actually prefer to call it the black hole trigger. Black hole trigger? Do you even know its effects? President E's face was ugly. You have awakened the memory that belongs to me, just to wait for this moment. It seems that no matter it is me or War Rabbit, everyone underestimates you. We were all fooled by you. Don't get me wrong. Long I shook his head, I have never maliciously deceived you, and I am not even going to kill you. Kill me. E always smiled angrily, do you think that even if I awaken my abilities, you can beat me with the build driver of War Rabbit? How can I know if I don't try? Long Wo took off the dangerous trigger from the War Rabbit belt and put it, Pandora's box and the black hole trigger into the system space. This is nothing to the night world where there are 4-dimensional pockets by default, and he always feels that there is nothing wrong. Then stretched out his right hand, calmly, and under the surging energy, a silver dragon bottle slowly condensed out. Long I couldn't help being overjoyed. After all, he did not restore any memories like President E had imagined. He took the initiative to be possessed this time. In addition to taking the opportunity to seize the black hole trigger, the other purpose was to get some knowledge of President E in the opposite direction. For example, this god-level man who rubs his hands full of bottles. Although this skill relies on the innate ability of the blood family, it does not belong to it itself. It is developed independently by E always after having the EVOL driver. It is equivalent to technology rather than instinct. Therefore, Dragon I did not originally. Now seeing that he successfully squeezed out the full bottle, confirming the accuracy of the knowledge he learned, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. You might as well use those self-developed full bottles of War Rabbit. What's the use of an ordinary dragon bottle? Mr. E thinks that the dragon and I have awakened his memory, and it's no surprise that I can rub the full bottle. Seeing the dragon, I only made a dragon bottle, I couldn't help but sneered. Really? Long I smiled carelessly, let go of the long-suppressed contact between himself and the silver dragon bottle, and took the initiative to resonate. As the dragon me and the silver dragon bottle resonated, the golden light on the silver dragon bottle flickered, and soon the golden color spread all over the whole body of the bottle. Full bottle resonance evolution. Danger level 7.0. President E was finally a little surprised. I didn't expect you to hide so much power. You didn't expect it to be too much. Long I caught the cross dragon that had flown on its own, and inserted the golden dragon bottle into the golden dragon without looking at it, and inserted the golden flying dragon on the belt. Wake up! Golden cross dragon! Are you ready? Transform! Wake up shining! Get golden dragon! Yet. One set was exactly the same as the silver dragon. Except that it was changed into a lacquer and turned into golden armor and appeared on the dragon me. But it doesn't matter, this pattern will appear once anyway. Chapter 28, Long My EVOL Transform. Clang. The metal collision sounded from the top of Pandora's tower again and again. Dragon Me and E always used the same sound terminator to attack. The two have been fighting like this for a while. President E deserves to be President E, and I never imagined that even if he was 2 forms short of the final form of complete strength, he would not be able to defeat him now. Although it is still equal, no one can win, but long-term defense will lose. If this continues, it will definitely be the dragon who loses. After all, Total E's background is there. This old monster who has lived for tens of thousands of years, the ghost knows how long it can last, at least I don't want to be entangled anymore. He feels that if this continues, even if he doesn't lose, the rabbits are about to climb back to the top of the tower again. I was forced to send away the war rabbit fashion, and now I have to finish it while crying, otherwise it would be shameful to have them come up to help. A sword shook Mr. E, took the initiative to retreat for several meters, throwing away the weapon in his hand. Long Wo lifted his transformation. Ha ha ha! How about it, can't it last? E always laughed without rushing to attack when he saw this. Indeed. The basic gap of the transformer is here. I really can't beat you with just the build drive and a golden dragon bottle. Long, I nodded and took off the cross dragon and belt. Then give up quickly. Take the initiative to give your body to me. Go back to War Rabbit. Long I let cross dragon fly, and ordered. What's the hurry, the good show is only starting now. Long I looked at the build drive belonging to the battle rabbit, put it away cherished, then took out another belt, and slowly raised it. EVOL drive. How is it possible? Mr. E was shocked. He could see that Long I had the original EVOL drive exactly the same as him, not a weakened version that could be developed by the people on Earth. So I said, you don't know more. Long my mouth raised and pressed the driver to his waist. EVOL driver. Then Long, I first rubbed out a Night System Evolution bottle, and then looked at the Golden Dragon bottle in my hand. According to my own ideas, I changed the structure of the full bottle. Soon, I looked at the Gold and Silver Evolution bottle in my hand. Long I inserted it into the belt with satisfaction. Galaxy Dragon. Rider System. Evolution. Are you ready? Evolto. You are a weird villain, don't use the name of Kamen Rider. From now on, leave the name of Kamen Rider EVOL to me. Transform. Long, I learnt Mr. E in a wicked way, crossed his hands on his chest, and then pushed forward. Seeing E always wanted to hit someone. Not only did this guy use my drive to grab my name, but now he doesn't even release my pose. Ever. Look, is this guy still a person? Galaxy Dragon. Galaxy Dragon. Fa ha 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 ha. With the disappearance of the 3 rings of gold, silver, and black that were rapidly rotating around the dragon me during the transformation, a knight with a black background, silver and white lines, and gold trim appeared. Kamen Rider EVOL, Galactic Dragon Form. A golden light flashed from the silver dragon-shaped visor on the head, and Long Wo shook the hem of the battle skirt, one stepped out, and instantly appeared in front of President E. Move at super high speed. E always barely avoided the punch of Dragon Eye, and also entered a state of super high speed movement. For a while, only 2 people were left in the small space at the top of Pandora's tower. After image. It's endless like this, it's better to decide the outcome with 1 move. After fighting against 100 moves, the 2 stopped at the same time in a tacit understanding. Long I suggested. It is good. The 2 who reached a consensus stared at each other closely and turned the joystick at the same time. Ready? Go. Ready? Go. Evoltic finish. Galaxy finish. Chow. Chow. E's right foot, always carrying cosmic energy, collided with the dragon's right fist, which also belonged to the cosmic energy, and a very powerful one, far exceeding the energy storm caused by the last time the dragon and the dangerous form of war rabbits battled. Centered on the place where the three capitals meet, Pandora's Tower, it spreads wildly around, covering 1/3 of each capital in an instant. The next level energy fluctuations are still spreading outward, and I'm afraid it will not be long. Covering the whole of Japan. This is the real thing. It belongs to the EVOL drive. It can destroy the power of the planet. Unlike TV, it needs to take care of the harmonious scenes of audiences of all ages. Of course, neither Dragon Me nor President E can use the full power of the EVOL drive, otherwise it would not be as simple as Japan. Wands hang. The three war rabbits who were playing a game with men on the 100th floor felt this energy, and they all stopped and looked at the top of Pandora's Tower worriedly, completely unaware of what happened on it. Bang! Dragon Me and President E slammed into the wall at the same time. The wall of Pandora's Tower was also really hard, and it was still intact after the two strong attacks. It seems that we still can't tell the winner or loser. E always leaned on the wall and stood up. Although his current combat power is slightly lower than that of Long Wo, he can't stand his blood. So the injuries that the two are currently receiving are almost the same. Indeed. Long I took a breath, it hurts. But you still lost this game. Hey? What do you mean? E is always unsure. Long I smiled and spread out his right hand. Look at what this is. Evolve the trigger. Seeing the white pattern on the surface and the shiny black hole trigger again, E always froze for a moment, and then laughed. Ha 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 ha. Use the energy from the collision between the two of us to restart the evolutionary trigger. It is indeed part of me. I surrendered in this round. President E opened his hands openly. It is not wrong to lose to me. Don't worry, I said I won't kill you. Long I took out the Pandora's box and put the black hole trigger in it. The Pandora's box immediately began to rotate automatically, and as the light flashed, the 6 panels that were missing because they were removed by the dragon and I and given them to the war rabbit were quickly automatically generated. Removed a black metal panel, took out the black hole trigger, and retracted the Pandora's box into the system space. Then, Long Wo inserted the black hole trigger in the EVOL drive into the upper right interface of the EVOL drive, and pressed the upper switch. Over the evolution. Galaxy Dragon. Rider System. Revolution. Are you ready? Transform. 3 circles and countless black squares suddenly appeared, completely enveloping the dragon and forming a rectangular parallelepiped similar to a Pandora's box, and then disappearing. In the next instant, a white hole-like energy vortex appeared where the dragon and self disappeared. Dressed in black and white armor, with only black and white dragons left on my body, I also reappeared as the whirlpool spread. Black hole. Black hole. Black hole. Revolution. Fa ha 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 ha. Kamen Rider EVOL, Black Hole Dragon Form. Long Wo held his hands and pressed the black hole trigger switch again, and temporarily absorbed the black panel that had been generated before into his body. Chapter 29, Absorb the Power of Pandora's Box. Over the revolution. Ready? Go. Fever flow. Fa ha 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 ha. Fa ha 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 ha. Kamen Rider EVOL, Black Hole Dragon Form, Heat Flow Mode. If it is Mr. E, who absorbs the metal panel filled with special black lost bottles in the form of a black hole, he can transform into his original basilisk-like weird mode. And Long Wo naturally can't and don't want to become a weird person without getting lost in the black and full bottle. He will only turn on the heat flow mode of the black hole shape corresponding to the weird state. The characteristics of the eccentricity in this mode, in addition to the stronger strength, is that you can use the wormhole to jump in space in the universe in an instant. After turning on the heat flow mode, Long Wo's appearance has not changed much, and he is actually forced to transform under the condition of insufficient energy, and he cannot maintain this mode for a long time. Ready? Go. Black hole break. Chow. He hurriedly turned the joystick, issued a nirvana, and created a black hole, but the target was not Mr. E, but the sky above his head. Are you going to take me away from the earth? E always saw Long Mi's plan. Yes. At that time, there will be no evolutionary trigger. Whether you can return to the earth depends on your luck. Long I stepped forward and grabbed President E, who did not resist, and flew into the black hole overhead. E always knows his own strength very well, knowing that he can't be the opponent of the dragon mine in the form of a black hole now, so he doesn't bother to make senseless struggles. At least he can live, and he is confident that he will come back someday. Long, I also think he will always be able to return to Earth, but he will be a normal boss without Pandora's box and black hole trigger by then, and he won't have no chance of winning against the hare. During this period of time, he will be a normal boss. Just treat it as time for his development. It just so happens that there are small villains like Namba Heavy Industries that can't make it to the table to upgrade the battle rabbit, increase experience, and so on. Anyway, he himself is not going to come back in a short time. After all, this world doesn't even have a favorite young lady. It's too lonely. It's important to find a girlfriend. Just as he was about to enter the black hole with President E, War Rabbit, and the honest man of the sea finally broke through the obstacles and came to the top of the tower. Lofty. Xantu, Yuhei, Huande, we are destined to see you again in the future. Long and I did not turn around. After all, we have lived and died together for so long, and our relationship is definitely not shallow. Ha 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 ha, I will be back someday. War Rabbit, Misora, Earth, wait for me. President E also made his own declaration, but seeing that he even mentioned Misora, it seems that he is on Earth after a few years. Some human feelings really sprouted. After Dragon and I entered the black hole with E, the black hole quickly disappeared, and the Pandora's tower and the sky wall, because they lost the energy supply of Pandora's box, quickly became ordinary walls and no longer had special energy. Obstruction to traffic can be removed at any time. Wands hang. Don't worry, I will definitely protect the Earth, our base, and our common home until you come back. Looking at the cross dragon in his hand, the War Rabbit secretly made up his mind. In his eyes, the dragon and I obviously pulled Evolto into the black hole at the expense of self. The chance of surviving is very small. After all, he doesn't know that he always has the ability to pass through the wormhole, but he is still prepared to wait in Nasita. Even if you can't wait. On an unknown planet in the build world, Dragon and I jumped out of the black hole with E. This is a planet of life. It's up to you whether you can return to the Earth in the future. Long I hesitated, thinking of the human emotions that I had always felt before, and finally I took out the black metal plate that was temporarily absorbed into the body. Threw it to Mr. E. What are you? E always caught the metal plate in amazement. If you want to jump in the universe, you must have a black metal plate, or do you want to slowly recover for tens of thousands of years, and then slowly fly back from the universe? Long I curled his lips. Want to come to War Rabbit is also waiting for you to go back, personally give him revenge. Do you want to wait until you go back, only to see a touch of Lois? Ahaha. Thank you so much. Mr. E's eyes flashed with a strange color, and he took the metal plate. Then I'll go. Long Wo nodded to President E and disappeared in place. Wands hang. President E lifted his transformation, mimicking his accustomed Shidong Ii, and murmured. Dragon Eye is still on this planet. Because I took out the black metal plate, the Dragon Eye exited the heat flow mode. The normal black hole shape cannot release the wormhole, so before the Dragon Eye absorbs a black metal plate again, he pays it back. Can't leave here. Although there are intelligent life on this planet, human civilization has not yet developed, so there are no places like cities, so long I had no choice but to find a valley with a better environment to live in. Fortunately, the atmosphere here is suitable for human survival, and Dragon Eye was relieved of the transformation, although he has the ability of the Blood Clan is already a person who can directly survive in the universe. Long Eye sat on a dry rock, took out the Pandora's box, and then took out the black hole trigger and the dangerous trigger, and put them into the box respectively, thus creating a black and a white metal plate. The two metal plates generated by Pandora's box have special functions. The black one has the ability to open the wormhole and jump freely in the universe. The white piece is even more magical. It can connect parallel worlds. If two metal plates are combined with the powerful energy of a Volto, it can even merge the connected parallel worlds. The original War Rabbit created a new world in this way. The Wall of the Sky, a new world without war. Naturally, Long Wo didn't have the idea of merging parallel worlds. He was just going to completely absorb the energy of the two metal plates, so that he had the ability to travel through parallel worlds. Thinking of this, Long Eye couldn't help but want to complain about his own system. Apart from sending myself here, I could no longer travel through the world. It was really useless, and he had to figure out a solution. If it hadn't happened to come to the build world with a magical treasure like Pandora's box, wouldn't he have a high probability of being trapped in a world and unable to leave? After complaining about the system, Long Wo calmed down and began to absorb the black metal plate. This time, instead of stuffing it into the body and using it forcibly, it slowly absorbed the energy from it. Speaking of it, I had secretly absorbed it once before, that is, I absorbed some energy that time, so that I could briefly enter the heat flow mode. Unfortunately, the black metal plate did not belong to me at the time, and only a little energy was stolen. Now it's different. The entire Pandora's box is his own, and the black hole trigger is also in his hand. You can continue to make one after you use one, and you can it until you fully grasp the ability to make wormholes. Then use the same method to absorb the white metal plate. And his wormhole will have the ability to directly connect to the parallel world. Gradually, Long Wo completely settled down and devoted himself to the great cause of absorption. Chapter 30, New World. There are many tall buildings, people coming and going, and traffic is endless. Long, who wandered aimlessly to a commercial plaza, I stopped, bought a cup of coffee, and sat on an outdoor seat outside to look at this featureless modern city. He didn't know which world he came into. Looking around, there were no landmark buildings in this city that he could recognize at a glance. For example, the Sky Wall in Build, Fengdu Pagoda in W, or the World Tree in Kaibarai are all very famous and eye-catching buildings. What he can know now is that this is a Kamen Rider world and the time of 2018 displayed on the large electronic screen in the square. Regarding the Kamen Rider world, this is certain. After all, the ability of the white metal plate of Pandora's box is to connect parallel worlds, rather than unrelated alien worlds. As for the parallel world of Kamen Rider, it is naturally Kamen Rider, so you can't get to the Ultraman world inexplicably. It doesn't seem impossible. After all, there are really a lot of Ultramen next door to come here to get jobs again, and become villains. As for the time of 2018, there are roughly two possibilities. One is the main story that a certain little devil is experiencing, and the other is the past night world where a certain mainline has ended. Time has passed normally until this time. It is still unknown which one it is, but it will only happen sooner or later. After all, Japan is such a big place, and it is easy to know where there are nights. Just as long I was thinking about it, an inexplicable energy flashed by, and everything in a nearby area suddenly came to a standstill, whether it was vehicles, pedestrians, or time. Of course, except for Dragon Me. When that energy touched Dragon Me's body, it was swallowed silently as if it had encountered a black hole, so he was not affected by this power and watched the two people walk up silently. In this area, there was no one left to talk. It seems to be unsuccessful. Kamen Rider build you want to support. The beautiful girl Lola, who was wearing a silver grey shirt and short skirt and stepped on a pair of black boots, smiled lightly. It's just someone getting in the way. Ul was unwilling to say that Mei Xiao, male, in blue clothes. Get in the way? Who did it? Ola raised her brow. It's the King of Time. He also came here on purpose? What an old man in the way. Ola found a place to lean unhappily, grabbed a cup of coffee and took a sip. I said, you are so extravagant that you have to stop talking all day long. You suddenly leaned on me and drank my coffee. Is this kind of vain prostitution too much? Long I looked at Ola, who was using herself as a backrest and drinking her coffee, and couldn't help but speak. But I didn't expect that just now I was still thinking about where this is, and now the prompt has appeared. Ola and of Time, Kamen Rider Zio, the second of the little villains in the King of Time, and the second and first beauties in the play, because is more beautiful than a woman. Man, so in fact, Ola is the most beautiful in the show. Long, I didn't expect that I was so lucky, and I ran into one of my goals. It's a pity that it's a little late, otherwise you might still be able to see the war rabbits in this world, although they won't know themselves. Under someone's intervention, this world has integrated all the Heisei knights except Decade and Diend, but these knights are from their respective parallel worlds, not the corresponding main world, so the Kiryu war rabbit in this world, Kamen Rider build does not know himself. And since Ayala, who was his target, had bought his coffee, Long I was not polite, and took Aura's slender waist directly back, and hugged it into his arms. Ah! Ola screamed, subconsciously holding a small circle and smashing it at Dragon Me. Longwo made a circle with his right hand and tied Ola's two hands together in front of his chest, while his left hand reached out to catch the coffee thrown by Ola and drank the rest. Since you drank my coffee, use yourself to pay off the debt. Longwo laughed. Let go of me now. Aura's face flushed, but her upper body and hands were bound. Unable to resist, she had to twist her body to break free from Dragon's arms. Cough. Feeling the turbulent body in his arms, Long and I couldn't help but blush. In order to prevent myself from making a fool of myself, I hurriedly pressed Ayala hard, and whispered in her ear, what will happen if you twist again? I'm not responsible. Ola, who was in close contact with the dragon and me, also felt something, subconsciously stopped twisting, the blush has spread to her neck, looked at the stunned Ur, and felt that she had no face to see people in an emergency, so she had no choice but to turn her head. Buried in the dragon my arms. When did this happen to Ola, who had always been cold and glamorous? Ur had already looked dumbfounded next to him, and now he finally came back to his senses. You, who are you? How can you still move under the cessation of time? Long I was speechless, should I not say this? I was drinking coffee here, and you suddenly stopped for a while. Forget it, come and drink my coffee. I said you all do the so-called time robbers specifically stop time to steal things. Sorry, you know too much. As for why it can still move, have you heard of any black hole that has time? Having said that, Long I suddenly remembered something, and couldn't help adding, although I don't know why Thor was electrocuted, Shi Wang was deprived of electricity. Stop, anyway, time doesn't work for me, that's right. Ur continued to be speechless, but Aura in Longma's arms suddenly raised her head. How do you know we are the time robbers? Longwo smiled and said, I not only know that you are the robbers of the time, but also know your future. Speaking of which, I am here to find you. I didn't expect you to come here by such a coincidence. Do you know our future? Ola, looking for me? Why are you looking for me? Look, men and women think differently. It's weird to know what the future is. You guys are from the future. Longwo said to Urdeo. As for the response to Ola, there were only two words, fuck. Knowing that your own future is of course different from the future of others. Urdeo, as for the pure Ola, I'm still thinking about the meaning of my answer. For the sake of my wife Ola, I'll just tell you. Longwo said. Who is your wife? Ola yelled, biting at Dragon Me in shame. Long, I laughed at this, and greeted him without showing any weakness. I'm still a child. What are you doing? After a long while, I let go of Ola, who was about to breathe out, fell softly on her body, and looked at her. Before this, let me ask you a few questions. What is your purpose? Of course it is to support a new king who can replace the demon king. Why? It's because the devil ruled the world? You are not from that era. How can you know the truth of that era? Paused. You don't know, let me help you. This is what your boss Svoras told you. Aura and both agreed. Chapter 31, Time Robber. You should have followed Svoras' instructions to create a strange night. You want to replace the history of build. What is the result? The result is that the king of this era has obtained Build's night watch. And just as Ola just suspected, is it the old devil who has come to stop you now? The answer is no. He is still at ease watching the theater in the future. And what's the reason why he didn't stop you from changing history? That is, what you are doing now is only part of the correct history, helping Shi Wang to become the king of every devil. Longwo step by step analyzed it to Ola and What? And Ola both looked at Dragon Me in disbelief. How is this possible? Why is it impossible? Long I asked, do you think there is something wrong with what I said? Point it out and see. Aura and fell into silence, Long and I didn't care about them, and continued to spoil them. He now feels that there is only one spoiler, that is, the spoiler is momentary, and the spoiler is always cool. It is hard to imagine how he endured in the build world without spoilers. After talking about Wang Shi, let's talk about Svora's side. Actually, he knew all those things just now, so don't talk. Long I interrupted who wanted to speak. His purpose is actually to make Shi Wang become the king of the devil, but not to support him as the king, but to wait for the king to gain the power of the devil, those powers, and become a king by himself. And you two pieces will naturally be solved by him after they are used up. You don't know yet, the power of stop in your body is not your own awakening, but he secretly handed over to you before summoning you. It is for this reason that Longwo didn't think about absorbing the power of time from them. The real master of these powers of time is Svoras, who can reclaim it any time he wants, and because of the small amount, he can't really grasp it if he absorbs it. Just like when I was absorbing the power of Pandora's box, I didn't know how many black and white metal plates it took to truly master the power of the universe and the power of space. Now the dragon uses the power of the universe and space, coupled with the power of devouring and plundering talents of the blood family, to build an energy vortex similar to a black hole in its body, which can absorb various forces to strengthen itself. This is also the reason why he can directly ignore the power of time, otherwise at least he has to transform into a black hole shape. And his talent ability on the system panel has also been upgraded, and he himself named it Infinite Devour. Of course, it is only an upgrade rather than a complete change, so the original capabilities are also included. Looking at the two people in shock and confusion, Long I said, you don't need to rush to get rid of Svoras. After all, you are not his opponents. Just do what he says. Anyway, it won't be to you anyway. What's the downside? Just pay attention to your own safety, don't work hard, or provoke Shi Wang. We have been making enemies for him, so how can we not provoke him? Ola said. You didn't take the class seriously just now. Long I stretched out my hand and flicked Ola's forehead. All said that you are giving him a night watch, as long as you don't touch his bottom line, such as dealing with his friends or for indiscriminate killing of innocents, he doesn't care what you do to himself. Then how long do we have to help the nasty guy Svoras? Hated Svoras who cheated on him and wanted to kill him. What if he suddenly does something to us? Don't worry, at least until the King of Time gains the power of all the main riders of the Heisei era, Svoras will not deal with you. Even if there is an accident, I will take action. Why are you helping us? asked suspiciously. Long Eye shook his head, don't get me wrong. I'm not helping you, but Aola who helped me. You are just incidental. Must it be so straightforward? Can't you be tactful? Who is yours? Go to hell. Ola was anxious, and took another bite. Then there was another scene that was not suitable for children. I have endured dog food that I shouldn't have at my age. You didn't mean it on purpose? Long Eye asked with a puzzled look for a long time. Go away. Ola said weakly, saying that she didn't want to talk. At this time, had already left because he had eaten too much dog food, and Shi Ting had also cancelled. Many single dogs were looking at the two people hugging each other with envy and jealousy. After it should be your turn, right? Let's go find a goal. Long Eye quickly stood up, holding Aola with his feet and left here instantly. Fuck, ghost. A few passers-by rolled their eyes and fainted. In 2016, Long Wo and Ola walked down from a time-space magic machine that resembled Kamen Rider Kiva's Middle Dellen Castle. Why does your time and space magic machine look like Dellen Castle? Long Eye asked curiously. Ola baited the who took away her first kiss, twice, and walked forward without saying a word. Is it also called the first kiss twice? Approaching the destination, as Ola lifted his right hand and slightly tucked the tip of his hair, the time around him suddenly stopped. At this time, she returned to her usual cold and glamorous appearance, quite like a queen, so Long Eye nodded in admiration. However, thinking of the small book of my plan, let alone the non-fixed secondary goals. Among the main goals, there is a queen, a princess, a witch, or a goddess. Among them, the queen has a gentle personality, and the goddess is more foolish when she is young, but the princess has a little arrogant personality. She will definitely fight with Ola, right? Everything has not been settled yet, and I am already worried about the future. At this moment Ola had already reached her goal, in front of a man beside an ambulance. At this time everything around has stopped, only the man and Aola can move, and watching Aola walking towards him calmly, it seems like the culprit causing all this. What's going on? The man said with horror, who are you? You don't need to know who I am, I'm here to tell you a bad news, and a super good news. Ola embraced her arms, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. This child's heart can't last long. Ola said as he looked at the little boy on the stretcher of the ambulance, the man's child. This is the bad news, but if you sign a contract with me, you can save this child. This is the super good news. How do you choose? A depraved, devilish smile appeared on Ola's face. I agree, the man gritted his teeth looking at his painful son on the stretcher. How good? Ola smiled and took out a black blank night watch. Xaid. Press the button on the top of the night watch, the watch will automatically turn into a corresponding purple night watch according to the man's psychology, and an alien Xaid's head is also displayed on the surface. Ola confirmed the appearance of the knight's head, and then directly reached out and implanted the night watch into the man's body. The purple light flashed, and the man instantly turned into a weird Xaid, which is the so-called another rider. From today, you are Kamen Rider Xaid. Chapter 32, Heterogeneous Xaid. Let's go back to 2018. After signing the contract, Aura stopped when it was released, and walked to the Dragon Me who was leaning on the Time Demon machine. What's that in your hand? I saw you playing just now, it seems familiar. Ola glanced at the thing in my hand. Look at it for yourself. Long Wo casually threw a crystal-like transparent bottle to her, and turned around and walked into the time magic machine. This seems to be the kind of bottle that Kamen Rider build transforms into. Ola followed, and asked questioningly, you didn't even say what your name was. Ola then remembered that she didn't even know the name of the man who had snatched her first kiss. You only think about it now and ask, we have been together for so long. Long Wo sighed with heartache on his face. Who is with you? Ola became angry and threw the crystal bottle in her hand at Dragon Me. Long, I took the bottle and smiled, it's going to happen sooner or later anyway, remember, you man, my name is Long. Fuck. Dragon Me. Ola was about to swear suddenly, Build's friend, Kamen Rider Cross Z, Manzhang Dragon Me. I am Manzhang Glong, but Manzhang Glong I am not me. I am a friend of Build, but not Kamen Rider Cross Z. Ola looked blank, completely stunned by the dragon and me. Longwo smiled and took Ola's hand, and took her down to go to the theater. As he spoke just now, he has driven the time magic machine back to 2018. This thing is too easy to open, choose the time, just pull the joystick, there is nothing on the throttle and brake, pure full control mode, I learned it when I was watching TV. At this time in 2018, the heterogeneous X8 has been around for 2 years, causing many people to coma. However, because these non-existent events appeared silently in history, the protagonist of this world, the ordinary Japanese high school student, the current Kamen Rider Tokyo, Zio, and the future great demon king Feng Mo Shi Wang, Omazio, Chongpan Zhuanggo, has only just begun to come into contact with these events. His teammates, Ming Guangai Yuan Gates and Uedu, are helping him search for the truth of these incidents, looking for a different kind of X8. Meg Guangai Yuan Gates, Urki, and Kamen Rider Gates, Giz, known as the Living Man, and the other timeline is also called the Savior. Born in 2050, died in 2019, at the age of 31. Moon Reading, the heroine, whose real name is Alpina, is another Amnesior, the short-lived Kamen Rider Tsukuyomi. From the third timeline, which is also different from the Savior Gates, it is actually the royal family with the power of time, the sister of Sforuz, but because of his talent is stronger than Sforuz, he was jealous and exiled at the timeline of the king of the Demon King, he became a member of the rebellion against the devil under his amnesia. The two of them now come from 2068, the timeline of the king of the demon, and the goal is to kill the demon before Tokiwashiko becomes the king of the demon. However, the Zhuangwu of this era has exceeded their expectations. He is very kind in nature. Although he has a mantra that he wants to be a king, he is completely different from the future demon king, making it difficult for them to start, so he has to hold and observe. Thought of living with him. Now Gates and Zhuangwu have only met for 2 days, and they are still not familiar. Except for Zhuangwu, a self-acquaintance who has already regarded Gates as his friend, Gates is still very wary of Zhuangwu. So when Zhuanggo wanted to find the alien X8, he refused, because he felt that the more Zhuanggo used Kamen Rider Shi Wang's power, the closer he would be to the Demon King. But he still unknowingly helped Zhuangwu find the trail of the alien knight. For example, he helped him solve a mystery and saw the alien X8. In the vision of Longwo and Ola, the 3 people who were sitting on a bench at the entrance of the hospital disappeared out of thin air after a strange light flashed. They have entered the field of heterogeneous X8 games, do you want to go in and have a look? Longwo suggested. Humph. I'll go in if you don't tell me. Aura hummed proudly. Since she signed the contract, she also has some control over the abilities of the alien knight, and brought Dragon Me into the game field with her hand. The proper mouth is upright, or else I just don't bring the dragon and I'll be fine. Although her conscious mind did not admit anything, her subconsciousness manipulated her to do so. The game field is a special space where the X8 series of knights have their own capabilities, which can materialize data. The original purpose is not to cause harm to ordinary people. It can be regarded as the official explanation of one-click change of venues. Tokiwashiko, Gates, and Uedo arrived in a dark warehouse in the game field between Akira, and the alien X8 also appeared in front of them. Come on! Zhuangwu and Gates took out the space-time drive. You know, even if you defeat him here, you can't eliminate it. Uedo reminded. It is not difficult to defeat the alien knights, but there are only 2 ways to eliminate them. One is to rely on the power of the corresponding knights to kill them at the time of their birth. For example, if you want to destroy the alien X-Aid, you need to use the power of the X-Aid series of knights to kill him in 2016. The requirement of this method is to obtain the corresponding Night Watch. The second is to rely on some special forces with relatively high levels of nature to form hierarchical suppression, such as the power of demons, the power of the resurrected, and the power of the universe. And these high-end powers, the current Zhuangwu and others do not have any, and X-Aid's Night Watch has not yet been obtained, so at most they can only temporarily defeat them and make useless efforts. But if you don't hit him, nothing can be changed. Zhuangwu nodded to express his understanding, but still put the driver on his waist, and Gates, who had always opposed his use of the belt, also stood up silently. Zika driver. X2. Giz. Zio. Transform, X2. The two took out their night watches, pressed the upper button, inserted the right side of the belt, and then pressed the button in the middle of the belt to rotate the drive 360 degrees. Rider time. X2. Two transparent clocks appeared behind them, and several metal strap-like rings were wrapped around the two and rotated. This is somewhat similar to the golden ring when the EVOL drive was transformed. Kamen Rider Giz. Kamen Rider Tsio. Soon a whole body of red, embellished with yellow, and a black body, a knight with a pink border appeared from the ring, probably because he was afraid that others would not know him. His face was clearly engraved with his name. Drink. The two transformed into a battle with the heterogeneous X-Aid quickly, but it is easy to see that the combat experience of Zhuangwu, an ordinary high school student, is far worse than that of Gates, a warrior with many battles. Will be beaten out once in a while, basically relying on Gates to contain. Chapter 33, Pediatrician. What's interesting is that when an alien X-Aid attacks, it will also cause the words hit like the special effects subtitles that appear when the attack hits in the game. Relying on the flexible jumping ability inherited from X-Aid, he easily avoided the attacks of the two Gates, and in turn caused some damage from time to time. If you dare like this again, I will kill you together. Looking at his weak teammate, Gates couldn't help but anger, and took out a night watch with his backhand. Drive. It's the old driver in the Chonghuang form, Kamen Rider Drive, in the final form of the king when he kicked it. Rider time. Kamen Rider Giz. Armor time. Drive. After Gates pressed the button of the drive meter, he inserted it into the slot on the left side of the space-time drive. After rotating the belt again, a set of drive-like armor covered Gates' body. Okay, then I will come too. Upon seeing this, Zhuangwu took out a night watch, transformed it, and put on Build's vest. Build. Armor time. Best match. Build. Looking at the so-called armored form of the two transforming, I couldn't help but shook my head. It was really ugly. It seemed that he turned into a knight directly like Decade. Looking at the transparent full bottle in his hand, Long Wo instantly confirmed a certain choice. But the ugliness is a bit ugly, but the power is still stronger than their original basic form. The two quickly knocked the alien X-Aid to the ground and began to enlarge. Finish time. X2. The two pressed their own night watch, armored night watch, and the button above the belt, and then rotated the belt. After so many complicated procedures, they activated the Nirvana. Drive. Must kill. Time burst. Build. Vortex time break. In a burst of fireworks, the transfiguration of the alien X-Aid got out and fell to the ground. Before Zhuangwu and Gates could react, a young man in a white coat wandered out and stood in front of them. I didn't expect anyone other than me to enter the game field? I see. Did you read the sticky notes I left? Sticky note? So you are Bao's Hung Yongming. Yuedu, who had been hiding in the theater before, stood up, looked at the ID on the white coat, and read the name on it. Genius Player M. Bao's Hung Yongmeng, a pediatrician who likes to ride a forensic doctor, the strongest player in the game industry, and also a Kamen Rider X8. Yongmeng looked at Zhuangwu and Gates, took out his belt gamer Derver, player drive, and pressed it to his waist. Sorry, I won't let you go one step further. To be honest, this is something that people can't understand, and it can be solved with a single sentence, but it turns into a war if it doesn't agree with it. Yongmeng is not the kind of character who wants to fight when he meets people. It is purely because the screenwriter is forcibly creating conflicts. One episode is treated as 3 episodes. My Tai Actions. Transformation. Yongmeng took out the night cassette and pressed the button, inserted it into the card slot of the player's drive, and pulled the belt lever. Gas hat. Gotchin. Level up. Mighty jump. Mighty kick. Mighty Mai Tai Actions. The pink knight, closely resembling the alien X8, Kamen Rider X8, action player LV.2. What's the situation with this X8? Why did you fight Shi Wang and the others inexplicably? Ola asked unexplainedly, watching the 3 people fighting in the court. Longwo spread his hands, saying that he didn't know, but you can just go and restart the heterogeneous X8 table. Ola nodded, habitually tucked her hair, and stopped when she started and went out. Bounced the word hit blocking the way, Ola walked into the stagnant battlefield, passing between Zhuangwu and Gates. Time robber. Gates squeezed out a few words from his mouth, and he and Zhuangwu's bodies could barely make some very small movements. Regarding the point of being able to think and speak when she stopped, Long I said that he didn't understand it very much. Is it because Ola's time power is too weak, or because Zhuangwu Gates's resistance power is too strong? This effect doesn't look like stopping, but like the heavy acceleration ability of the villain in Kamen Rider Drive. But this is not important. Longwo took advantage of Zhuangwu and Uedo being stopped, and immediately moved at super high speed from behind them and Yongmeng, and then returned to the original position, as if they had never moved before. It's really a headache, I'm going to do it again. Ola ignored Gates at all, walked to the alien X8 contractor who was lying on the ground, took out the alien night watch from his body, and pressed the button, restarted the watch, and then plugged it in again. X8. Then goodbye. Ola deliberately waved to Gates and the others, and then led Dragon Me directly out of the game field. At the next moment, the stop was automatically cancelled, and the contractor lying on the ground also changed back to the appearance of a heterogeneous X8, knowing that he could not beat the opposite person directly. After leaving as a maker of the game field could not be maintained anymore, and the few remaining people were immediately rejected and returned to the original place. X8 has lost his memory, right? Returning to the hospital rooftop, looking at Yongmeng, who suddenly became confused, and talking to Zhuangwu and the others, Longwo asked casually, but why could he still transform just now? The birth of a different kind of night will replace the history of the original night, and sometimes the original night can be transformed temporarily if the degree of replacement is not enough. After thinking for a while, Ola added, "This is what Svoras said. We don't know if it is." Long I rolled his eyes. You dare to help him without knowing anything, no wonder he was sold so badly in the end. Humph. Ola turned her head away unhappy. Let's go, don't watch next, they will soon solve the alien X8 and get the X8 night watch. Long I smiled and pulled Ayala away, and he would go back to check his own gains. Even the villains have to sleep, so in addition to the places all over the city used during the day when they meet, in fact, they stop wherever they go, and the 3 of the time robbers also found a place to sleep. Long, I, a homeless and penniless person, naturally followed Ola with a cheeky, and stayed in a high-end apartment where this rich woman lived. As for where her money came from, or and Svora's situation is unclear. Anyway, Ola's money was made directly from a tablet. This kind of tablet gates and monthly reading are also available there. It can not only create the universal currency of each era, but also directly treat injuries. As for the ability to find information of any era, it is completely pediatric. So, only 50 years later, has technology reached this point? Chapter 34, Absorb the Power of Time. At night, Long and I lay on the bed alone. Well, since it is a high-end apartment, it is naturally impossible to have only one room and one bed, and it is impossible to squeeze to sleep together. This really makes the dragon. I was disappointed for a while. But being able to break away from the daily bunk and build and sleep on a comfortable and soft bed is already moving. It's better not to be too greedy. To be a man, he must know how to know enough. What a shit. The more I think about it, the more regretful it is. Shaking his head, please ask for the messy thoughts in his mind, Long Wo's consciousness was focused on the two newly acquired energy in his body. One of them is very familiar, exactly the same as the power on Oral, that is, the power of time, which is obtained from Yueran. The other is a new power that has never been touched. It is more domineering in nature, and is different from the very simple and pure power of time. It contains many different energies, which together form this power, the power of every magic, that is, from Zhuangwu obtained from the body. Since the two powers of the two of them are still in an unawakened state, the dragon I swallowed only 2 tiny power seeds, which need to wait for them to sprout and grow before they can be used. However, this is not a difficult task for the dragon me. His own cosmic power is a highly compatible high-level energy that can be absorbed by these 2 seeds without hindrance, for its growth and assimilation. Thinking about it, Dragon I started to infuse my power into the 2 seeds, but it was not evenly distributed, but 91 points. The current priority is the power of time, and the power to the power of every magic is only to prevent this weak. The seeds disappeared. Because the main function of the power of the demon is to enhance my fighting strength, and I am still a little confident in my own strength. The old demon may not be able to defeat the king of the demon, but the clown of Sforas is still not a problem. After all, just as the old demon king said, this guy who wanted to absorb the power of his demon had no idea about his power at all. Even if he later gained the power of a different kind of decade, he would still be incarnate as the king of the demon. It's just a blast. The power of time is different. Although the pure combat power has not increased much, the functionality is very powerful. Whether it is stop time or time travel, it is very useful. After all, this is a force that involves rules. Moreover, coupled with the power of the space that Dragon Eye owns to open up the parallel world, he can choose the time and space he wants to traverse in the future, unlike now he can only choose a place instead of time. In addition to these 2 powers, there is actually a night power extracted from Xaid, but this is just an addition. It has no major impact other than the addition of a transformation form, so there is no need to say more. A few days later, a high school named Tianzichuan. Long Wo, leaning on the roof railing, randomly glanced at the head of an airplane passing by, and the 3 of Zhuangwu who entered the academy looked at another person wearing a hood in broad daylight. Ah! Who is guarding this beach? What are you saying? Oh, nothing. Long Eye shook his head and turned to look at Ola. But why is it you again? It shouldn't be Sfora's turn. Ola rolled her eyes. There are no rounds, just whoever wants to go. But Sforas is also lazy, and he forcibly signed the contract again with the contractor you were looking for this time, but it would be better to just squeeze the power of all the knights into one person in this way. Then this person is dead, no one can withstand the power of so many knights. Ola said silently. Of course there are. Long Eye immediately answered, I know at least 3. 3? Who are they? Ola asked curiously. One is the king of every devil. The other is Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming. Ola was full of question marks. Who is this? Oh, I'm wrong, it's called Kamen Yashi, Kamen Rider Decade. Long Eye smiled awkwardly, this nickname is too much, and even my real name is almost forgotten. Decade and Wang Mashi Wang are both people who can use all the power of the Heisei Knights, but the difference is that decade can only be borrowed by transforming into other forms, while Wang Mashi Wang can use the power of the Heisei Knight directly. In short, it is the difference between the debt king and the robber. Long Wo concluded. What about another one? Guess. Long Ai turned the transparent vial in his hand and smiled. Guess your sister, guess. Ola gritted her teeth and stared at Dragon Me. Long I didn't realize it, turned my head and looked at a high school girl who was rescued by a plain-head weird who suddenly jumped out from the opposite rooftop. It's a pity that there is such a beautiful girl with long legs. The result is just an empty shell that has been dead for more than 10 years but is forced to continue for a second. When the strange knight is defeated, it will disappear. I remember it is called Yamabuki Hanari. Are you here? Long I sighed. Clang. Long, I looked at Ola, who raised one leg and stepped on the railing against his face with a dazed expression. Because he was sitting on the ground against the railing, he can only say everything at this angle. In a glance. What a pity did you say? Ora looked at Long blankly. Long I suppressed his beating little heart, and it is a good habit not to wear safety pants. Did I say something? Why don't I remember? Hey! Ola seemed to retract her long legs calmly, but a blush flashed across her face quickly. This is the use of the power of time to accelerate the disappearance of the blush, and it is really true that the power of time is used in such a place. See you for the first time. I haven't noticed that Gates is also a schoolmaster before. Long, I changed the subject wisely and looked at Gates, who put on the build armor and used the schoolmaster kick. Swiba kick is also the formula kick commonly used by war rabbits in the basic form. When used, it is like a barrage shield. According to the user's knowledge, a large number of formulas or other knowledge appear next to him. The concept of knowledge is power will change power accordingly. The scumbag Zhuangwu used it once before, but only a small amount of historical knowledge came out, which is completely incompatible with the mathematics and physics of the developer of War Rabbit. Now Gates is very unusual. A large number of formula symbols are generated, and it is easy to rely on formulas. Defeated the alien force. But probably because of the power of two knights, plus Gates does not have a force watch, the alien force has not been eliminated, and immediately ran away after being defeated. Seeing this, Ola and I have also started to transition. He found out that the time robbers are too easy to be mixed up in the industry. Just find someone to sign a contract, and then watch the play on a small bench in the front row. Of course, this refers to the two of Ola and Ur. As for Svoruz, it is probably because of his own conspiracy that he has been running around in various time and space all day long. Zhuangwu quickly got a force watch. Long I was not interested this time. After all, he was from the Appearance Association. In the main writing of Heisei, the only thing he didn't like was the knight. Anyway, he is not Zhuangwu. He needs to collect all the night watches to become the king of the demon. Although this is only a deception. It is estimated that only the future king of the demon will know about it. As long as Zhuangwu wants to make the determination to become the demon king, you can become the king of every devil at any time. Chapter 35, Shrimp Dumplings That Are King. For Dragon Me, extracting the energy of each knight is purely to see if he wants it, and no one forces him to collect it. So even if he saw the force transfiguration that Zhuangwu and the others had not seen just now, he did not go up to gain power at all. Thoughts. After getting the force watch, Zhuangwu and Gates also quickly found the alien force in 2011 and defeated it. However, before they were happy, what emerged from the flames of the explosion was another strange night phase. And because of the failure to eliminate it, the force watch does not need to be manually restarted, and directly becomes a heterogeneous force again, just like putting a protective shell on oneself. The recovered alien force slipped out again while Zhuangwu and Gates were in shock, and soon disappeared. This is a good way. If you don't defeat him when he becomes phase and force at the same time, you will never be able to be destroyed. Long I said to Aura. Indeed, but Svora's created an indestructible alien knight, is he really helping Shi Wang? Ola was a little confused. Of course. Long I nodded, didn't you say that before? He just wants to wait for Shi Wang to gain the power of magic and take it away. In this case, of course, he wants Shi Wang to be as strong as possible. Speaking of the dragon, I sneered, unfortunately, this clown doesn't know it all. As long as Zhuangwu makes up his mind, he doesn't need a night watch at all and he can become the king of the devil at any time. Moreover, the power of the king of the demon is not what he can imagine at all. No matter how strong he is not the enemy of the king of the demon. What? Ola couldn't help being shocked. How is it possible? Don't make a fuss, you don't know much about the power of the king of the devil, it is because he has never used all his strength in the future. And do you really think he is the worst and worst demon who wants to destroy the world? What does it mean? Speaking of which, the current Tokiwa Shuango is the worst and worst demon king who will destroy the world, the old demon king in the future, but the most benevolent and benevolent, the savior who guards the world alone. What's the situation? Ola feels that his outlook on life has been subverted. In the future, the demon king who killed unknown people is a good person. Now, the king who is a kind and honest person is ruining the world. The devil? Well, that's what I said, but now Zhuangwu is not a bad person, he is also to protect the peace of the world. However, the young man had only the power of the king, without the authority of the king, and did not have the courage to take the whole world forward. He simply found an excuse to lift the table and recreated a world without the damage caused by the villain Svoras. Let everything start all over again. Aura is very speechless, destroying the world at every turn and creating the world. In that case, the future king of the devil is really always teasing them? These so-called time robbers who want to overthrow the demon king, in the eyes of the demon king who has the power to destroy and create the world, are just clowns who have some fun for themselves, right? Let's go, I'll see when they get Futty's power tomorrow. Long I waved to create a black hole, dragged the stunned Aura into it, and returned to Aura's apartment in the blink of an eye. What are you? Ola returned to her senses, looking at the disappearing black hole. Black hole, didn't I say it a long time ago? Long, I pulled out a bag of potato chips and sat on the sofa to gnaw. I didn't expect you to still like this kind of junk food. You still eat junk food? Ola was hit a bit hard today, and she didn't care about black holes or black holes. She snorted and took out 2 bottles of happy water, sitting next to Dragon Me, while eating. I started chasing the drama with the potato chips in my hand. The next day, Zhuanggo got the Futty's watch from the Kamen rider Futty's transfiguration, and cooperated with Gates to kill the alien knights at the same time in 2003 and 2011 respectively. Dragon I went to extract Futty's night power as usual. Since these are all knights in parallel worlds, he didn't have the idea of getting acquainted with each other, so he had to wait until they went to their respective main worlds to talk about, including the next appearance of the alien wizard. Because Ur was manipulating, I didn't pay much attention to Long. Apart from extracting some strength, I stayed at home with Ola all the time to be a happy otaku. Among them, because the Kamen rider wizard himself did not appear, he had to extract the power of the alien wizard. In fact, the power of the alien knight and the knight are essentially the same. After all, one of the laws of knights is that the enemy is the same. However, because the alien knights are relatively ugly, the dragon self is more subjectively inclined to extract the power of the knight itself. But now that the conditions are limited, there is no other way. The big deal is to spend some time to purify it. Now we will broadcast a big news. The Japanese leading company Tanchi Group has just issued a declaration of independence from Japan. At this time, a piece of news suddenly popped up on the TV that was originally showing the TV series. What's the situation? Ola was very upset at the news that interrupted her pursuit of the drama. I am Tan Li Do, the president of Tan's Enterprise. Now I am renamed Tan Li Do Wang. Looking at Yan Yudi on the screen, Long Wo immediately burst out with a laugh. Xade's companion Kamen Rider Genm, but turned out to be a heterogeneous OOO. Talking and wondering, Dur is too dedicated, right? How can you still work hard for him after knowing the true face of Svoras? Ola sneered. He said that Svoras would definitely not be able to do without his help. As long as he did a good job, Svoras would always value him. After all, he is a child, and his brain is not well developed, so don't worry about him. Long I was speechless, and immediately stretched out a hand to condense a cloud of black energy, slowly pressing it into Ola's body. What's this? Ola didn't resist seeing Longma's movements, just asked in confusion. You are just an ordinary person apart from the power of time. When the power of time does not work, it is easy to be dangerous. The power of this black hole can swallow all energy attacks within my capacity. It would be even worse if someone approached in person. They would be directly exiled to the cosmic space or the turbulence of time and space. Basically, they would die. Since Ol is on Svora's side, you have to be careful when you see them in the future. But I guess he won't reveal what he knows from me in order to leave a way out for himself. It was already directly killed by Svoras. Yet. Ola didn't say much, just faintly returned a word, but she squeezed a potato chip in her hand and handed it to Longm's mouth. The body leaning on the sofa was also unknowingly Longm closer. At this time, the live broadcast in the news was already in chaos. Tan Litu threw silver white cell coins into people's bodies, turning them into mummy-like weirdos, that is, Kamen Rider 000 has not yet evolved. The inferior yummy. Chapter 36, Uniqueness in Time and Space. Tan Li Do, who was king in modern society, immediately attracted Tokiwa Zwango, who dreamed of being king, so he joined Tan Li Do under the name of Observation and Learning, and had a very unhappy relationship with Gates. Then there was a plot kill, which made Zhuang Wu, who was not Gates' opponent, slap Gates for a while, letting people not say FXXK. Of course, as a good friend of the male protagonist, Gates yelled to kill Zhuang Wu, but as soon as Zhuang Wu said the reason for his surrender, and in time to get lost, he immediately forgot that he was beaten. The fact of the meal quickly forgave Zhuang Wu. After all, falling in love and killing each other is the daily life of the male lead and the male second. A few days later, on November 18, 2018, there will be 5 sessions on the night of the night. Zwango, do you want to go out? Zwango's uncle, Junichiro Tokiwa, looked at Zwango and Tsutsunam when they were going out. Chaoju Wan Wutang is a watch shop and Zwango's home. Tokiwa Junichiro is the owner of this place, and he is also an incredible figure. As long as he thinks it is a watch, he can fix it for you, no matter what it is. For example, time trains, etc. As for the night watch, it is said that it is a watch, let alone the props that have nothing to do with the watch. Yes, we are going to get Gates back. Zhuang Wu replied. Although Gates said that he forgave Zhuang Wu a few days ago, after thinking about it, he felt that he was too unreserved. As the saying goes, what is unavailable is always in turmoil. People often don't cherish those easily available things too much, so he resolutely ran away from home, wanting to wait for Zhuang Wu to find him back. Leave him alone, my majesty the devil. The loyal licking dog of the king of the devil, was sent by him to assist his young retainer, walked in. Can you fix this for me? He took out an alarm clock and handed it to his uncle. Sorry, this is a watch shop and we don't repair other things. Ah. This is an alarm clock. Please give it to me. Uncle Justice was ready to refuse, and he was overjoyed when he saw the alarm clock in Waz's hand. Grab it. Because of his strong power that can repair anything, he usually comes to him to repair other things, and the watch is the least repaired in this watch shop. Suddenly someone came to him to fix the alarm clock this time, but he was so happy. Was looked at his uncle speechlessly, and then turned to Zhuangwu. Your Majesty the Devil, why did you want to get Gates back? My companion is gone, of course I will get him back. Zhuangwu smiled casually. But this book records that Ming Guangai Yuan Gates has nothing to do with your road to dominance. Was lifted up the book called Ever Demon's Advent Calendar that he had been holding in his hand. This book records the history of the future for people, but for the present it is the process of the rise of the King of the Devil. Really, but I need him because I want to be a good demon. Zhuangwu smiled and walked out. Hey, why did you come back so soon? Have you forgotten something? Yuedu asked in confusion as she looked at Zhuangwu who had just walked in and suddenly walked in. Zhuangwu rolled his eyes and suddenly picked up a magazine in the house and said, looking at the successive disappearances of members of this dance company, this must be related to the time robbers. I feel that Gates is there. Then, without a word, Yuedu, who was confused, walked out. What's the situation? Was also puzzled. Oh, this is not okay. As a retainer, I can't recognize my master. This is dereliction of duty, Was. Long I opened the door and walked in. Who are you? How did you know me? Was looked at Dragon Me warily. Me? Long, I thought for a while, a word came to mind, I'm just a Kamen rider passing by. Kamen rider Decade Manyashi. Was taken aback. No, Manyashi doesn't look like this. Don't want to lie to me. You know what he looks like, it's amazing. Now I was a little surprised by the dragon. It's normal to recognize Decade's belt or change shape, but it's a bit surprised to even know the appearance. Can you only say that you are worthy of the vassal of the King of the Decade? But I really didn't lie to you. I am indeed a Kamen rider who accidentally arrived in this world. It's just not Decade as you guessed it. Long I spread my hands. Actually, I have nothing to do when I stay here, but since this is Shi Wang's world, of course I have to stay and witness the growth history of the strongest knight in Heisei, the King of Demon. You don't want to prevent His Majesty the Demon King from dominating the world? Was asked in surprise as he listened to Dragon My voice. Why should I stop him and be bored? Long I rolled his eyes, anyway, this is not my world. Whether he is good or bad, dominance or destruction has nothing to do with me. Okay, I won't talk about these irrelevant things. Long, I interrupted Was, who still wanted to speak. Friendly reminder, the one who just ran out is the little devil who wants to save Gates after 3 days. What? Change the past wantonly, what's the difference between this and the time robbers? Was full of anger and chased out immediately, wanting to educate his master. Hey? Why are Zhuangwu and the others all gone? This guest is... The uncle who just went in to make tea looked at the living room where only one dragon was left. Long my eyes lit up and quickly took over the teacup and dessert from my uncle. Oh, if they have something to go out, they will be back soon. I am Zhuangwu's friend. Looking at the dragon me who wiped out the 3-person dessert in a blink of an eye, my uncle stopped talking. See you next time after eating these afternoon teas. Long I left contentedly. After finding Zhuangwu and the others, I followed far behind, just taking advantage of him to fight this alien knight, the alien game, Kai Wu. At that time, he extracted the power of Kamen Rider Gameu. What he expected was that only Kai Wu's power was extracted, and there was no trace of God power. You must know that Kamen Rider Gameu is a man who has gained the power of God and is known as the starting man and God Orange. As a rare in the Kamen Rider's worldview, he does not need to say much about his strength. But after all, it is the power of God. It is estimated that even if there are countless parallel time and space, only the real power of God can be found in the world of Martial Master Kai. If it is not extracted, it is normal. Otherwise, if there is in every time and space, God will not become its bad stuff on the street. And when it comes to the power of God, one thinks of Xi, Long I think of a problem in the night worldview, that is, no matter how strong the strength, unless it is a singularity, no one else has the characteristic of time and space uniqueness. The singularity refers to certain human beings who are not affected by historical changes. Even if their history or time and space are destroyed, they will still not be affected and change their memory or disappear. Other people, whether it is the orange or the king of time, the king of the devil, will disappear directly due to changes in history. This is really an unimaginable thing. If someone can bypass their protection of their young self and kill them directly or change history, then they will be dead directly. Chapter 37, Temple of the Sky. But this is also a good thing for me, after all, it is convenient to do things to get benefits. As for the dragon self, it can be regarded as a peculiar point, because he is not a person in this world at all, so in all parallel time and space in the world of nights, whether in the past, present or future, there is only one dragon self. Although it was equivalent to robbing the house of Wanzhang before, the soul is still himself in essence, so even if someone wants to deal with him and wants to do something against Wanzhang, it won't have a half-cent impact on him. After extracting Kaiwa's power, Long Eye hurried to flash people. He was afraid that the armored armor would blind his two 4K titanium alloy eyes. This suit of armor is almost the ugliest of all the armors of Shi Wang, and it is so ugly that it is indescribable. I really don't have the courage to take a look at it myself. A few days later, I was staying at home, and by the way, I verbally mooed Tola's dragon every day. I suddenly looked in a certain direction, and he felt a flash of anomalous breath in that direction. What's the matter? Aura asked suspiciously, looking at Dragon Me, who suddenly did not speak. Remember the 3 people I told you about who can withstand all the power of nights? Long, I came back to my senses. You obviously only said 2. Ola said that she remembered it clearly in her small notebook and would never forget it. Ahem. This is not the point, okay. Long I was speechless, and then directly said, anyone other than the king of the devil has come to this world. That's the Xiaoming you belonged to. Ola's attention was really diverted. Yes, Wang Xiaoming, Kamen Rider Decade, he also has a title Destroyer of the World. Although Long I didn't know Wang Xiaoming, that is, the aura of Minyashi, he was familiar with the plot, and he suddenly appeared at this time, coupled with such a powerful and spatially powerful aura, except for him. Someone else. The Destroyer of the World? Can he destroy the world? Ola was surprised. Yes, but usually just talking about it. Long Eye smiled. By the way, I am going to get to know him tomorrow, are you going? Not interested. Ola curled her lips. No, how could you take the initiative to meet a man according to your temperament? Isn't it any other purpose? Ola suddenly glanced suspiciously at Dragon Me. Haha, how could it happen? I just had a good relationship with him for a long time and want to get to know it. It's late, I'm going to bed. Long I wiped the cold sweat from my head and hurried back to my room. In the morning of the next day, there will be 5 halls in the evening. Gates, I wanted to ask you a long time ago. You had Kamen Rider Drive and Ghost Watches right from the beginning? Where did you come from? Zhuang Wu, who was waiting for his uncle's breakfast, asked curiously. It has a wool relationship with you. Gates said coldly, and he was still having trouble with Zhuang Wu. It was stolen from King Feng Moshi. Yuedu secretly broke the news. Ugh! Puff! A sudden laughter interrupted Zhuang Wu's surprise. Are you sure you two can steal something from the King of Time? Or something as important as a night watch? Thank you, uncle. Long I took the breakfast from my uncle and ate, it's still so delicious. Who are you? Zhuang Wu looked at the Dragon Me, who knew this as his own home, in amazement. I'm your friend, but I met in the future. This excuse is really absurd, and the innocent Zhuang Wu instantly believed it. What did you mean by that sentence? Gates and Yu are more concerned about this issue. Long I rolled his eyes. Please, for the king of the devil, who knows the past and the future and controls the time, can you steal a night watch from under his nose? You just come with a drive and a gizwatch exclusively for you? Gates and Uedu stared at each other, not knowing how to explain this matter. Zhuangwu, if it were you, if Gates came to steal these things, would you think that you didn't see it? Upon seeing this, Long I looked at Zhuangwu again. It should be, yes. Zhuangwu hesitated, not whether he would give it or not, but hesitating whether to say it, because he already understood what the dragon meant. In other words, Gates thought he had stolen something and used it to deal with the king of the devil, but it turned out that he was given it to him? But why? Yu asked inexplicably, the future king of the demon times shouldn't know Gates, right? Zhuangwu, do you remember that the day Was met you for the first time, he said what was written on the first page of his book? Long I prompted. It seems to mean that I will be chased by the red robot. Zhuangwu tried hard to recall. Did you see it? That's Gates' time magic machine. Long I looked at Uedu and Gates again. You think you can change the future by coming here to kill Zhuangwu? In fact, you come here and become Zhuangwu. Partners are the right history. How could it be? Gates shouted in disbelief. Otherwise, do you think that the king will let you kill him at the time of the devil? Long I smiled. You don't think he doesn't know what's happening now, do you? It's impossible. Gates, who was injured by 10,000 critical hits, walked out desperately. Zhuangwu wanted to chase him, but was stopped by Long Wo. You don't want to chase after you. You will only fight him if you chase now, so let's read it every month. Yu is not clear, I seem to be from Gates' side, right? Did you make a mistake? However, under Zhuangwu's earnest gaze, she had no choice but to chase it out. By the way, you said it's my future friend, but you haven't told me your name yet. Zhuangwu looked at Long Mi, who was taking breakfast for 3 people in a daze. Feelings are the spoilers of this wave of yours. The purpose? Oh, right. Just call me Dragon. Long said while eating. Dragon Mi. Zhuangwu instantly thought of the Dragon Mi in this world he had seen before. It's not me, but you can treat me as a parallel world. Talking about the dragon after eating breakfast, I didn't give Zhuangwu any time to react, so I dragged him out the door. Hey! I haven't eaten breakfast yet. Don't worry, you won't die if you don't eat. Then you ate 3 people in one meal. Zhuangwu instantly turned into a dead fish and stared at Dragon Mi. Is it important to eat or to deal with alien knights? Alien knight? Where is it? Zhuangwu became serious again in an instant, as expected, he is a good old man. Do not know. Zhuangwu. Really, but it's okay, you just walk around, you will show up soon. Long Wo comforted. How can it be? Zhuangwu rolled his eyes and expressed his complete disbelief. Stop it. 10 minutes later, Zhuangwu turned and rushed towards the alien night ghost. I don't care about the dragon. I found Kamen Rider Ghost's Transfiguration Sky Temple, and directly collected his night power. Anyway, he is in amnesia due to the appearance of the alien ghost. I didn't feel anything wrong. After the alien ghost was chased away by Zhuangwu, the Sky Temple took the opportunity to abduct the untransformed Zhuangwu because of a misunderstanding, and took him to his residence, the Big Sky Temple. Because there was no danger, I didn't stop it. Just thinking about following, Ola suddenly drove and walked all the way. Chapter 38, Legendary Night Build Form. Do you have to be so extravagant? My mouth twitched, so I stopped. I just went to her to inquire about it. Ola ignored Long Mi's ridicule. I heard that this alien ghost transfiguration has a younger sister, or is it a long-legged girl? Cough cough cough, don't you? I don't know. I looked up at the sky. Skilled people are generally a little arrogant, especially women. Unfortunately, Ola is a woman with the power of time. I remember that a strange knight injured Ola's face and was killed directly by her, leaving no corpse. Thinking of this, Long I sighed helplessly. It seems that these incidental targets as ordinary people can only be crossed out of the list in the future, or maybe I don't know how to die. Fortunately, his main target is not ordinary people. Compared to Aura, she is already weak. After all, she has only mastered a small amount of time. She is still an ordinary person and can rely on these time to protect herself. That's not bad. By the way, I think you just have this set of clothes? I'll take you shopping to buy some new clothes. The witty dragon and I had an idea and took Ola to go shopping directly. Anyway, it is nothing to go shopping with his current physique. Those who have gained extraordinary power and said they have no energy to accompany the girls to go shopping are pure nonsense. Spending such a small price to appease Ola is simply a profit. Anyway, even the money is paid by Ola himself. After all, her magical tablet can directly make money. Long, I also confirmed Ola's unique preferences. She obviously has a soft spot for silver porn, whether it is accessories, dresses, shoes, or even stockings, all she buys is silver. Ola, who had been shopping for a whole morning, was still unsatisfied, but at noon, it was almost time to eat, so under Long Wo's secret guidance, the two came to a food court where the story of Shi Wang was happening. Don't get me wrong, the purpose of Ryuji this time is really to get to know the destroyer of the world of Manyashi. On the square, the out-of-control ghost of the alien was wreaking havoc. At this time, Zhuangwu would naturally appear on time, and by the way, he brought Gates, who had recovered a lot of it. Gates had a ghost watch that was stolen from the king of the devil, so the two of them didn't have to deal with the alien ghost, and they quickly knocked the alien ghost to the ground. But when the two were about to tackle the alien ghost, Dur jumped out in due course. Are you sure you want to defeat him? If there is no alien knight's power to sustain life, the transfiguration inside will be dead. Zhuang and Wu were stunned for a while, and at this moment, a long sword stabled out, repelling the two of them, and Gates was even beaten out and transformed. Kamen Rider Agito. Gates gritted his teeth. He had already fought an alien ghost in the morning, and at that time was also stopped by the Kamen Rider Agito that suddenly appeared. Don't be surprised, it's too early. Agito smiled, took out a card from a card box on his waist, and inserted it into the pink camera-shaped driver on his abdomen. Kamen Ride. Hibiki. With a burst of purple flames burning, Agito quickly became Hibiki, which is the Kamen Rider Hiki. How is it possible? Gates and the three were shocked. Seeing that Wang Xiaoming had begun beating Zhuangwu with the alien ghost, Longma began to tell Orako, see, this is the Kamen Rider decade I told you. You can use the power of those cards to become other knights. Ability. It turns out that besides the King of the Devil, there are really people who can withstand the power of all knights. Aura exclaimed. You thought that I was lying to you before. Long I said with a black line, forget it, don't walk around here, I'll buy it for you. No, I'll go to him for a while. Speaking of a talk that Ola didn't understand at all, Long I stepped towards the battlefield. I said Mr. Mundayashi, you, a full-level queen, came to bully a demon king who hasn't grown up yet. You should play 2 against 1. It doesn't seem very good, right? Okay. Suddenly he was called by his name, and the door Yashi subconsciously stopped. The alien ghost naturally couldn't beat Zhuanggo alone. Zhuanggo seized the opportunity to repel, but Zhuanggo did not continue to attack, but instead looked towards the sudden emergence. The dragon came to me. Who are you? By Men Yashi. Dragon me. By Zhuangwu. Dragon me, X2 by Gates and monthly reading. I'm just a Kamen Rider passing by, remember it for me. By Long me. Men Yashi, I have a MMP that I must say. Ha 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 ha. I laughed to death. A man in a white windbreaker appeared suddenly, laughing and lying on the ground. This guy rolled down from the second floor of the square. Shisang, I didn't expect you to have this day too. The man in the windbreaker finally got up, but he still laughed wildly without restraint. Hey Dong! Menyashi shouted with a dark face. It turns out that Mrs. Haydong has already come. Long Ai also said. Haydong Dashu, the transfiguration of Kamen Rider Diend, laughed for a while. What the is Mrs. Haydong? In vain, I still want to make friends with you who can choke me. Speaking of you, can't you fight? Interrupting Haydong Dashu who wanted to spit out, Long Ai faced the door Yoshideo. Fight, of course. Menyashi said uncomfortably, I didn't have time to say that line once when I came into this world, but you actually said it first? Really familiar and tolerable skills cannot tolerate. Since you say that you are a Kamen Rider, then transform yourself. Although it is very uncomfortable to be robbed of the line by the Dragon Me, but Kato Yashi didn't feel any malice from the Dragon Me, so he didn't directly do it, otherwise if he is the enemy he rushed up long ago and just did it. That's good. Long Wo flipped his hand, took out the EVOL drive from behind, system space, and pressed it on his waist. Hey, is that a build drive? Gates asked in surprise. It doesn't seem to be. Uedol looked at it carefully, the colors and patterns don't seem to be similar. So this guy is also a knight? Ola, who was observing secretly, said secretly, speaking of which, that belt seems to have been seen in the information about Kamen Rider build given by Svoras. EVOL driver. At this time, the sound effect of the belt answered their doubts. Let me think about it, whose power should I use? Long Ai touched his chin, as a remembrance, it's better to choose you for the first legendary knight transformation. Long My eyes lit up and stretched out his left hand. The power in his body was running, and a full bottle of red and blue was condensed in his hand. Taking a nostalgic glance at the bottle, Long Ai inserted it into the drive along with the full bottle of the Knight system. Build. Rider system. Evolution. Are you ready? Transform. Body. Best match. The Moon of Steel returns. Rabbit tank. Fa ha 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 ha. The transformation method is still surrounded by several metal rings, but the main color of the transformation has become red and blue. The last thing that appeared in front of everyone was the complete Kamen Rider build, not the ugly armor mode that Shi Wang turned into, but the same as Decade. Except for the belt, everything else was the appearance of the original knight. Chapter 39, Four Ghosts War. Kamen Rider EVOL, Legendary Knight Build Form. Everyone in the province guessed randomly, and Long Wo directly reported to his family. As for where the build form comes from, although he has not extracted the knight power of the War Rabbit, the knight system he uses is of the build system, so it is not easy to pinch out the build bottle. In addition, I spent so long with War Rabbit, and even the belt used by War Rabbit is still in his hand. Don't forget, the last time I was transformed before getting the EVOL drive, I used War Rabbit's belt. In other words, he and War Rabbit exchanged belts. Even the belt of the original build is in his hand, so that it is easier to rub out the full bottle of build. Sure enough, it is the power of Kamen Rider EVOL. Ola, who had seen the relevant information, suddenly. The three-faced Zhuangwu didn't mention it, but Menyashi and Haydong Dasha got more information from this sentence. Since there is a legendary knight build form, is there an agito form? Ghost form? Or even their Decade and Diend forms? In other words, similar to their abilities? After all, he is the Dead King of the Night World, and it is normal to think of these in an instant. So before I knew it, the purpose of the door Yashi changed from beating the Dragon Me to finding out the details of the Dragon Me. This is not difficult to say, and the door Yashi quickly thought of a way. The two made a few moves, and Yashi went back a few steps directly, took out a new card, and inserted it into the drive. Kamen Ride. Ghost. Or. Let us go. Kakugo, Enlightenment. Go 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 Ghost. Go. Go! 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 Now there are 3 ghosts. Looking at the alien ghost and the ghost-armored Tory King who was watching the show, the Kamen Rider ghost, the Doryashi habitually clapped his hands. Long I couldn't help laughing, it seems you want to play mahjong. Momoyashi didn't speak, but just spread his hands and signaled to the dragon that I could start his performance. Then as you wish. Longwo stretched out his left hand and rubbed out an orange full bottle. When Dragon I was transformed, it was the same as General E. The slot on the left-hand side of the belt is the Cavalier System bottle, and on the right-hand side there are various other full bottles. Actually speaking, it should be more convenient to use the right hand. However, I was probably infected by the 2 pretenders of Sum E and War Rabbit. Long and I also habitually used the cross-type insertion method, so I had to rub the bottle with my left hand to change the full bottle on the right. Ghost Rider System Evolution. Are you ready? Transform. Kagen, open eyes. Kakugo, enlightenment. Go 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 ghost. Fa ha 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 ha. Okay, now there are 4 ghosts, the King of Heaven exploded. Long I took off Ghost's hat. Sure enough. Looking at the dragon me in the form of the Kamen Rider ghost, Momoyaji and the big tree Heidong secretly said. Actually, it should be 5. Long I added. You're talking about the man over there. Minyashi pointed to the Sky Temple Zun who was standing behind gates and Yuiyu. Yes, don't you go make friends? Don't you like to make friends with those copycat knights in parallel worlds the most? By the way, if you don't find genuine copies, are you afraid you can't beat them? Who said it? Get out! Minya Morale said, and immediately rushed towards Long. It happened that the alien knights over there also reacted and approached Zhuangwu again. As a result, Gates and Uedo could only watch the chaos of the 4 ghosts in the field. Even the big tree Heidong feels itchy, thinking about whether to summon another ghost to come out to play. In fact, neither he nor Kato Yashi are restricted like in the TV series. One can only become the main rider, and the other can only call the secondary rider. In the final analysis, it's just a plot need. But after thinking about it, forget it. After all, his code of conduct has always been in line with treasures. There are no treasures here, and there is no need to fight. He disappeared directly in place and continued to inquire about the world. Hey, your wife ran away, why don't you go after it? Long I laughed when he saw Heidong's disappearing back. Your wife just ran away. Menyashi gritted his teeth. Who said that? Didn't my wife wait for me to come home for dinner on the edge of the square? Longwo laughed. Boom. Fuck. Long I accidentally did not escape the hidden weapon thrown by Ola, and a bottle of Fat House Happy Water hit the back of his head. Who is your wife? Ola yelled in embarrassment. Ola. Time robber. Seeing that she accidentally attracted the attention of the audience, Ola blushed and hurriedly turned and left. Yes, this one can't fight anymore. Looking at Zhuangwu who stopped again in amazement and the Menyashi, Longwo simply cancelled the transformation and chased after him. My wife, don't run away. Tell me who is your wife? Who else is there besides you? I want to find other wives, isn't this being stopped by you? Okay. You really want to find that woman? Oh, I missed it. Listening to the voice of the conversation that was going away, Zhuangwu came to Gates with a clear face. Gates, I suddenly thought of a way to prevent the time robbers from disturbing us. What? Gates wondered. As the saying goes, as long as you are courageous, the robbers are on maternity leave, or you go straight to take over. Long and I have set an example for us. Go. I like women. Gates roared. The opposite is only for reproduction, the same is true love, and Ur is also pretty. I at number and asterisk and. At Yuan. Gates picked up a plastic chair and hit Zhuangwu. As for the disgusture, he couldn't help jumping out from behind the scenes, commanding the alien ghost to chase Zhuangwu, who was running for his life, with a black line on his face. When Yuyu and Sky Temple saw this, they naturally could only catch up. In a blink of an eye, only Mundayashi was left in the entire food court. Doryashi, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Why is it that I am the only one of God? The next day, Zhuanggo, with 2 black eye-shaped bruises, successfully resolved the alien ghost incident. Menyashi still destroyed the ghost watch that Gates stolen, and condensed half of his power. A special decade watch was handed to Gates and passed it to Zhuangwu by his hand. Of course, although the original ghost watch was destroyed, Zhuangwu reobtained a ghost watch from the Sky Temple, completely controlling the power of ghost, unlike the drive watch, which would be directly seized by the King of Demons. Although it seems to me as long as the King of the Devil thinks, no matter who the ownership of this watch is in his hands, he will obey his control. Long and I never went out to disrupt Mundayashi's layout this time. What if he fails to hand over the decade watch to Zhuanggo and really loses his power in the future? It's just the dragon. I also want to absorb the night power that I gained during the battle with Kamoyashi yesterday and the special power that contains the power of time and space like the dimensional wall. Don't ask where it came from, fighting for so long is not enough for him to obtain decade power. Chapter 40, Kamen Rider Decade. Even in Ryuuji's guess, there might be cards belonging to him in the card box of Manyashi. However, I am not sure about this dragon, because the power he extracts comes from the body of Kamen Rider, so no matter what form the Kamen Rider is in, he can obtain the original power of Kamen Rider Decade. As for the power of other knights, the Doryashi can only get in touch. Although it sounds simpler, it can only get the power that is floating on the surface. If the dragon itself has not become his most basic form, can he the power to acquire Kamen Rider EVOL is still unknown. 2 days later, a violent explosion awakened the dragon who had sealed himself in the quilt. He got out of the bed and opened the curtain to take a look. "What's the matter?" Ola asked with sleepy eyes. She was not awakened by the explosion, but was awakened by the cool breeze caused when Longwo lifted the quilt. As for why she was in Longma's bed, everyone knows such indescribable things, so there is no need to say more. It's okay, it's just that the big magic machine sent by the King of the Devil to exorcise Changpan's Wang Guyu appeared. Long I closed the curtains again, turned around and helped Ola cover the quilt. I went out to see the situation. There is no big magic machine nearby. In the destruction, you just need to rest at ease. Okay. After feeling the warmth of the bed, Ola, who was still about to get up together, immediately gave up the struggle. Anyway, it was the first hand of the quilt, it was none of her business. At this time, Zhuangwu was in daily self-doubt. He was unable to imagine that he would send this kind of robot taller than a building to destroy the world. In fact, when the devil wants to destroy the world, he does not need to use this toy at all. The purpose is only to deepen Zhuangwu's determination to become a king and continue to fight. Did the king of every devil really destroy the world with these great magic machines? Zhuangwu muttered to himself in disbelief. Not bad. Waz was holding his Bible, The Advent of the Devil, and appeared, Your Majesty the Devil, you use 7 great magic machines to take the world into your bag. In fact, it's also written very clearly here, and it is said that it is in the pocket, so how can it be possible to destroy the world? You just said that you saw this picture in your dream, what do you mean? Gates asked Zhuangwu. This big brother, because he couldn't believe the fact that Dragon Eye gave him spoilers before, he didn't know how to deal with it, so he directly used a legendary stunt spiritual victory, thinking that Dragon Eye was completely deceiving. He is now back on the trajectory of falling in love and killing with Zhuangwu, pretending that nothing happened. This is a dream I had when I was a child. Zhuangwu recalled. Those big magic machines destroyed the world, but I can only watch people die. At this time a mysterious man appeared in front of me and said to me, Young man, you will eventually become the king, save this broken world. This dream keeps appearing in my mind, so I gradually dream of becoming a king. Be careful! Yuedu suddenly shouted. Zhuangwu was able to speak very hard, only to see a black gate of time and space surrounded by golden clock phantoms suddenly appeared in front of a few people, and a golden mechanical word jumped out of it. Time robber! Zhuangwu asked in doubt. No. It's the running dog of the king of the devil. Yu said. I am the loyal servant of His Majesty the King of the Devil, Jiaqin. Self-introduction from Jiaqin, a loyal retainer who will soon be rebelled. Come here in the name of Your Majesty the Demon King to get rid of Gates and Yuedu. Jiaqin's mechanical eyes glanced around, and after locking the target, he skipped Zhuangwu and killed Gates and Yuedu. Stop it! Zhuangwu hurriedly wanted to step forward to save people. Please don't disturb me, Your Majesty the Devil, this is your order. Jiaqin said while holding Gates' strong man locks men. Then Zhuangwu Hen stopped. Do you think this child is insecure? When someone wants to kill your friend, you really don't move if they tell you not to move. At the same time, this Jiaqin obviously had something wrong with the factory settings. If you talk to your master like this, it's no wonder that the king of the devil will be sold out to train your young self. As the saying goes, don't deceive the young and poor. Look, Jiaqin obviously offended the young Zhuangwu during this period, and was then revenged by the old demon king and threw it out and gave it to others. This moment has arrived. Waz, who had just disappeared unknowingly, appeared again with a grin. The hour hand is irreversible. You can't turn your head back, my devil. Zhuangwu glanced at him speechlessly, and in a blink of an eye, Jiaqin had chased Gates and Yuedu out of view, and hurriedly set off to look for them. Gates, who temporarily escaped Jiaqin's pursuit, finally made up his mind at this time. Monthly reading, it's time to make up your mind. What? Yuedu asked puzzledly. I am a soldier. Now that we have come to this era, we should do everything possible to prevent the future from going in the worst direction. Yu was stunned. Gates wanted to kill Zhuangwu again. To be honest, she believed what Longmi said before, plus she was very happy with Zhuangwu, so she didn't want to be with Zhuangwu at all. Zhuangwu is the enemy. It's a pity that she doesn't have the power or position to stop Gates now, so she has to let it go. In her opinion, the current Gates cannot be Zhuangwu's opponent, and she can be sure that Zhuangwu will not do anything to Gates, so all she has to do is to quietly watch Gates pretend that he can't do it. Just force it. Great, you're all right. Zhuangwu just came over, and he was relieved to see that Gates and Yuedu were all right. Don't come here. Gates snorted coldly, and Giz stuck his watch on his waist and became a social man from then on. Hey! Zhuangwu looked at Gates speechlessly. Why does this big brother always want to kill him? He was really annoying, and Yuedu turned his head helplessly. Gates used his own time and began to chase Zhuangwu. Zhuangwu didn't even change his body, so he escaped Gates' countless hacks by a short distance. I don't know that the power of every magic is awakening. He has become stronger or Gates is too weak. Once Zhuangwu dodges the attack again, Gates couldn't help but want to use the special move, but a special move hit him first and knocked him out. Your Majesty, are you okay? Jiaqin rushed over to the loyal savior. I will take care of your enemies immediately. Stop! Gates is not my enemy. Zhuangwu hurriedly yelled as he looked at Gates, who had begun to be beaten by Jiaqin again. Excuse me, I can't follow my life. Good fellow, this guy is starting to fight again, and he is a dead-headed robot. Damn it! Zhuangwu was furious, thinking that if he had such a subordinate in the future, he would have to disassemble him into parts, and finally began to transform. Just as he turned and rushed towards Jiaqin, a certain knight who liked to make trouble finally passed by. I'll be your opponent. Menyashi tapped the Neo-Decade driver in his hand. When this guy appeared, he could always make simple things extremely complicated. Pressing the driver on his waist, Menyashi took out his card, and for the first time it became his original form in front of Zwango and others. Transform. Kamen Ride. Decade. Chapter 41, Go to 2068. Kamen Rider Decade, like Shi Wang, is a pink-based knight of course, according to a Kamen Rider who did not want to be named, this is magenta. But there is a saying, it looks pink when viewed alone, but when viewed with Shi Wang, it is really magenta. Stop it. I'm going to help Gates. Zhuangwu said anxiously as he resisted the Doriyashi's attack. He was afraid that he would be killed by Jiachin if he didn't go to Gates. Don't worry, I won't let you pass. Menyashi smiled. Why are you stopping me? Zhuangwu was anxious. Yeah, why? If you don't say it, don't say it. What do you mean by talking to yourself there? Actually, I am also looking for the reason now. Such a person is even more annoying. I don't know why I still jump out to make others unhappy. Are you a typical revenge social personality? Kamen Ride. Build. The Moon of Steel returns. Rabbit Tank. Kumoyaji swiped his card box sword to repel Shiko, took out a card, and turned into a new form Kamen Rider build. Build? Then I will come too. Decade. Upon seeing this, Zhuangwu took out a new watch. The Decade watch was inserted on his belt. When using the Decade watch, Zhuangwu, who could only be transformed into 2 night watches, can use another watch, which means that the power of Decade can be superimposed on the power of the 2 nights. Armor time. Kamen Ride. Decade. The armor form of Decade is quite close to Decade in the main form, but the flat pie face is really ugly, and the appearance of this transitional form is ruined on this face. Oh? Isn't this my watch? Menyashi asked knowingly. Plus this. Zhuangwu took out another watch and inserted it into the interface of the Decade watch. Build. Final form time. Bulletin build. In Decade armor mode, the appearance change after using other night watches is not too big. The Decade face in the display on the head becomes build, and the limbs are put on some build armor just in bubble form. Build. While Kumoyashi himself was still using the basic forms of the knights, Shi Wang used his watch to use those enhanced forms. In this form, Zwango is better than the Dorshishi well, only half of the power, and the other half of the power is still in Zwango's own body. And it didn't take long for this strong to be strong. Before Zwango, who had played a Nirvana and finally defeated Kato Yashi, had time to be happy, he was suppressed by Kato Yashi who had changed back to his basic form. As for why the basic form is stronger than other forms with additional night power, I can only barely explain that the dragon watching the drama secretly is that the basic form can restrain and offset the power of Decade on Zhuangwu. However, Zhuangwu indirectly achieved his original goal in this way, which is to save Private Gates. Because Jiachin saw that his master was downwind, he had to give up attacking Gates and rushed to the rescue to stop Menyashi. What the hell? So he and you are in the same group? Menyashi taunted when he looked at Jiachin who stood in front of Zhuangwu. No. Zhuangwu said aggrievedly. Where is it? It's obviously. Looking at the 2 people who quarreled, long I was also speechless. Would you like to have such a passionate tone? Doryashi, help me. Gates can't stand it anymore. Are you stealing my man? Hurriedly came out to interrupt the 2 of them. I am going to kill Shi Wang here today. Gates, he is from the time robbers' side. Uedo reminded. Since Kamoyashi has been standing on Ur's side since his appearance, Uayami and the others have already assumed that Kamoyashi is the person of the time robbers. As for the Dragon Mi who also stood on Ola's side, because the last time he appeared, he helped Zwango against the Doryashi, and claimed to be Zwango's friend, and because of him, Ola did not come out for a long time. If you make trouble for them, they also acquiesce that Dragon Mi is half their own. If you can defeat King Shi, it's okay to use the enemy's power. Stop it. I just want to help you, Gates. Zhuangwu didn't want to fight Gates. Jia Chen immediately stepped forward to block Gates, and Men Yashi also approached Zhuangwu again. So everything returned to the original point, and the scene seemed to be no different from just now. Don't understand yet. Your companion is not the guy named Gates at all. Men Yashi entered his usual chattering session. Devil, your companion is your subordinate. That kind of guy is not my subordinate. Zhuangwu looked at Jia Chen and said. Your Majesty the Devil, you should admit it too. Don't let any stumbling block on the road to dominance, this is the you I know. It's hard work and hard work. No. Zhuangwu also struggled to argue, I won't get rid of Gates, and I won't let the world fall into chaos. Really? Then you can go and see for yourself, you in the future. Men Yashi used his housekeeping skills, waved out a grey dimension wall and sucked Zhuangwu in. Zhuangwu! Yuedu subconsciously chased after seeing this, and plunged into the dimensional wall. At the same time, the Dragon Eye, who had finally waited for this moment, also hurriedly followed. Although he now has the ability to travel through time and space on his own, he does not have the specific coordinates of the King of the Devil. If he goes there, he may cross into some parallel world. After all, the future of this world is constantly changing, and even the time magic machine may not be able to shuttle into the future correctly. Let Men Yashi, who is used to this kind of thing, send him a ride. Hey! Feeling the Dragon Me breaking into the dimension wall at super high speed, Men Yashi couldn't help being a little surprised, but he was not ready to follow up. He didn't have the idea of seeing the old Demon King again. The strength of the old man is really real. It's too strong, it's not a human being. In 2068. Before, Tsango Tokiwa turned into a stone statue for the first time. Where am I? Zhuangwu grabbed his head and got up, turning around to see a statue of himself. Hey? Me? Zhuanggu looked at the statue carefully. Tokiwa Zhuanggu transformed into a statue for the first time. On both sides of the stone statue of his own iconic transformation, there are statues of all the main riders of Heisei. Then here is. Yes, this is 2068, 50 years after your era. Uedo, who followed over, said, it is also the world where you have become the devil. How come? Zhuangwu turned around and left. Where are you going? I want to see what has become of this era. Zhuangwu waded through the mountains and water, and finally saw the appearance of this era. A city full of ruins, like a refugee camp for survivors, is a completely shattered scene. How could this be? Zhuangwu looked at the scene in disbelief and muttered to himself in a daze. They are lucky if they are alive. The current population is only about half of the previous population. Uedo explained to the side. What else Zhuangwu wanted to say, a mechanical red dragon suddenly appeared, rolled up the two and disappeared in place. Chapter 42, King of Every Devil. Wushuan Glong Dragon Crimson. The contracted beast of Kamen rider Ryaki, the dragon I used to be referred to as the Wushuan Red Dragon. In this world, due to the power of all the knights acquired by the King of the Devil, their history has changed, and the previous knights no longer exist. Therefore, the Dragon Knight is naturally gone, so naturally there are only people who control the Wushuan Red Dragon. It's the King of Every Devil. The dragon that had been following the two of them, I did not hurriedly followed Wushuan Red Dragon, it did not fly far, and stopped almost a few kilometers away. In other words, the camp of the group of survivors was only a few kilometers away from the Demon King's palace. The king didn't kill them during the time of the devil, and he was still clamoring to resist. It was a group of people who did not know the blessing in the blessing. The palace is actually just a small pavilion. It seems that the king still maintains Zhuangwu's simple living habits during the time of the devil. In the whole play, he either stands up and transforms into battle, or sits on the throne in the pavilion. Of course, this is just what I think about. He also knows that this is at best the office place of the King of the Devil in the daytime. No matter how simple it is, it will not even have a house that can live in. Who is that? Zhuangwu, who was put down by Wushuan Red Dragon, immediately found the palace in front of him, and whispered as he looked at the figure hidden by the curtain. Let's talk about our dreams, the figure behind the curtain said. Dream? What dream? A dream I had when I was a kid. The world is destroyed by alien machines, and people die one by one, but I can only watch from the sidelines. As Zhuangwu listened, his breathing began to rush, and Yuedu also subconsciously looked at him. A mysterious man appeared at that time, and he said to the young me, "You will eventually become the king." Zhuangwu went on subconsciously, "Then, you are." When the demon king stood up, the curtain in front of him also automatically rolled up, finally revealing his face. Although a little old, it is undoubtedly the appearance of Zhuangwu. Well, the king of time will get old, just the basic operation, don't six. The king of every devil. Yuedu blurted out. I also saw the face of the old demon king in the distance. It was indeed like Zhuangwu, but it was a pity that I didn't see the person I wanted to see. As a souvenir in the play, the second uncle, namely Gao Yancheng'er, a holster actor who has played almost all the main writers, came to play the old devil. This is really a man with all the power of a knight. What's so surprised about you? Young me. Seeing Zhuangwu's appearance, the old devil couldn't help laughing. Then I am still the king of the evil time. No, don't you believe this fact until now? Impossible. This is not true. Zhuangwu stepped back in a daze. Of course it's true. A white-haired old demon stepped off his throne. I just dream of becoming a king and finally saving the world. You in the future. I want to be a benevolent demon, not a demon who destroys the world. That's right, I am the most benevolent and kind demon. The old demon patted his chest and touched his conscience. Then I will beat you down here. Zhuangwu took out his belt and made a speech from the villain. Zhuangwu. Yuedu hurried up to stop him, and asked him to fight the king of Fengmoji to death, right? Get away. Zhuangwu pushed Yuedu away. When Longwo saw this, he stepped forward to support her, and took her back for a certain distance by the way. The old demon king glanced at Long, but didn't make any response, and continued to look at his young self. Long, I didn't think about it and didn't think I could hide it from him. It is estimated that the king of the demon king who entered the world through the dimension wall felt it. After all, this is the ceiling of Heisei. With his own power, he raised the upper limit of all Heisei knights. Hanger. Don't worry, the old devil won't do anything to Zhuangwu. After all, it's him. He won't kill his young self no matter what, so he won't be gone. Long I calmed down. Yu was taken aback, and found that it seemed to be the truth. By the way, why are you here too? Yuedu asked. The dimension wall that I entered with you. Dimensional wall. Oh, it's the grey wall that Kamoyaji summoned. Long I explained, by the way, Kamoyashi is actually a good person. He's still a good person. Yuedo couldn't believe it. He just likes to do things. Long I smiled and looked at Zhuangwu who was unilaterally touching porcelain, and added, and if you don't even believe this, then what I say next is even more important. It's hard to believe. What else do you want to say? Yuedo covered his heart. Since the first time I saw Longwo, everything he said was so unbelievable, I felt that the following things might not be acceptable to me. It seems that you are ready, then I will say. Long I took a look at you and took a long tone. Just when you read subconsciously held his breath, Long I suddenly changed the conversation. But it's a long story. Yuedu didn't catch his breath, almost suffocated to death, and roared, then make a long story short. The old devil is really a good man, Zhuangwu is the devil who destroys the world. Longwo spoke quickly and finished the sentence in an instant. WH. What? Yuedu felt that she had heard it wrong? Or hallucinations? You heard it right. Do you want to know the specific reason? You already nodded subconsciously. Specifically, you rebelled, Gates died, and Zhuangwu became the king of every devil and destroyed the world. Leaving aside Moon Reed, who was frightened by the explosive news of Long Wo, looked at Zhuangwu again. I just said that Zhuangwu had completed his transformation, and then he didn't hesitate to use a nirvana, shot several missiles with the Force Watch, and blasted the old Demon King, causing a violent explosion. In other words, I don't see you working so hard in ordinary nights, so why do you beat yourself so hard? Sure enough, it was a wolf. However, everyone knows that there is a general law of all worlds, called the law of smoke but no harm. The smoke caused by this explosion is so strong, it is obvious that the old devil will be fine. Sure enough, it had become a big gold watch, that is, the old Demon King of the Devil stood unscathed and looked at Zhuangwu quietly, pretending to be forced. How come? Zhuangwu looked at the time limit gun in his hand, the mode of the time limit sword and gun, in disbelief. I was afraid it was not a fake gun? I really miss it. Young I turned out to be like this. The old demon said with a laugh, and with a wave of his hand, a powerful invisible force directly shook Zhuangwu back dozens of meters. Relax. In the near future, you will be able to gain even more powerful power, which is a veritable power of the Demon King. The old Demon King looked at Zhuangwu who was struggling on the ground, and said comforting. Shut up. Zhuangwu yelled unconvincedly and stood up. Decade. Armor time. Kamen ride. Decade. After Zhuangwu changed into Decade armor mode, he immediately stretched out his hand to call out the Heisei sword, that is, control the Heisei sword. Ride Hei Saber. Hei. Kuga. Since the power of this form comes from Decade, this sword can use all the skills of other Heisei main riders. Chapter 43, Come to Fight. Kuga. Dual time break. Zhuangwu flicked the pointer on the Heisei Hihi sword, selected the power of Kamen Rider Koma, and then swung the sword out, and a golden mark condensing powerful power quickly flew towards the old Demon King. Watching the mark representing the empty me fly towards him, the old demon unhurriedly took out a gold-red night watch and lightly pressed the button on it. Kuga. Unlike Zhuangwu, who has not yet obtained the power of the air self, but only relies on the Decade armor to simulate the ability, the old devil possesses the power of the air self. Seeing that the empty mark had reached him, the old Demon King raised his leg and stepped out, easily blocking the attack. However, he did not directly eliminate this mark, but gathered his magical powers, then raised the right leg that had just been put down again, and kicked it back to Zhuangwu. The mark that absorbed the power of every demon instantly became more than 10 times larger. The mark that was originally only half a human height became higher than Zhuangwuren. He did not have the strength of the old demon to stop it, and was blown up by a small nuclear bomb-like explosion. It's half dead. It can only be said that it is worthy of being the king of the devil, and it is worthy of the nuclear kick of empty me. Even if the old Demon King has suppressed his power, hitting Zhuangwu is still as easy as hitting his younger brother. How come? Zhuangwu lay on the ground and couldn't stand up, so he could only raise his head and stare at the old demon unwillingly. If you hate being a devil so much, I'll give you a good way. The old devil is about to start fooling people again, and it's him who fools you. That is to throw away that belt. The old devil pointed to the space-time drive around Zhuangwu's waist. In that case, you won't become me. Throw away this belt. Zhuangwu subconsciously looked at his space-time drive. As long as you throw away that belt, you will lose the power of a knight. In this way, you will not become a demon king, and the world will not be destroyed. In fact, this is pure nonsense. After all, it will not become the king of the devil, and this belt is not half a dime. As long as Zhuangwu made up his mind, the golden taiyaki-like belt that was really used to transform into the king of the devil would appear automatically, completely unaffected by the time-space drive. Moreover, The old Demon King also knew that although Zhuangwu would throw away the belt, he would wear the belt again soon, and then he would break and stand up. Instead, Zhuangwu would never think of throwing away the belt and walk firmly on the path of the Demon King. Oh, sure enough, is still hot, the old devil is so bad that he can't accept it. The old Demon King let out a burst of energy casually, knocking Zhuangwu out of his transformation form, and then waved his hand to release a scene where Gates was being beaten by Jiaqin in the past. My loyal servant will soon overthrow your companions. The old Demon King highlighted the word loyal. Go back to your time. What you should do is up to you. When Long Eye saw this, he pulled Yuexu, who was still in a muddle-headed state, and walked to Zhuangwu's side, lifted it up and created a time-space portal that shone like a galaxy, and pushed the two desperate guys together. Went in. This is the improved version of Dragon My Portal. The original black hole looks good for attack, but it doesn't look good when used for teleportation. It just so happened that he absorbed the power of time, so he changed his portal by the way. This version, changed to a Krypton Gold version of the skin, Yazi, who makes people feel tall and magnificent at first glance, competes with the golden portal of the old Demon King. Opposite the time and space gate is the original time and space, and I naturally have the coordinate dragon there, so I am not afraid to get lost. Looking at the closed door of time and space, the old Demon King finally spoke to Dragon and I, so, like the door Yashi who came last time, you are from another world, right? Has Momoyaji been here? I was taken aback for a while, but I quickly recovered. In fact, it is normal after thinking about it carefully. How could that guy who can't stay idle come here to meet the real king of the devil? Not bad. Long Eye admitted, and asked along the way, what did he do when he came here? He said he wanted to witness my strength. The old demon said flatly, then I beat him up. Puff. Long Wo immediately laughed, no wonder he has been standing on the side of the robbers and making trouble for you. This is revenge. No wonder this guy has never been to this era in the whole show, so he was scared. I can't beat the current me, so I have to beat the young me. The old devil couldn't help but smile, it just happens to be able to exercise me at that time. Then what is your purpose? After smiling, the old devil asked. Long Me bluntly, one is to see what the elderly Zhuangwu looks like, and the other is to want your power. Oh? Do you think I will give it to you? Long I said that, the old Demon King was not angry, but asked with interest. Just try it at will. If you can give it, it's the best. It doesn't matter if you can't, because I can collect the power of the night myself. Even if you try it at will, should you give me a reason? You can't be so casual as to just say it. Okay. Long, I think about it, too, and after thinking about it for a while, I said again, although I am from another world like Monyaji, I am different from him. I know the specific development of this world. The old Demon King raised his brows, but he was interrupted by Long Wo when he was about to speak. I know that while you are maintaining the normal development of history, you actually hope that Zhuangwu will take a different path from yours, right? And as far as I know, he is indeed different from you. In the future he has opened up, your power is, useless. Rather than wasting it, it's better to give it to me. What you want to say is that there will be no me in that future. Although Long I did not directly explain, the old Demon King instantly understood what he meant. Not bad. Long I saw this simply showdown, he is different from you, he doesn't have the courage and responsibility to carry the world forward. The death of Gates made you the king of the devil. If I'm not mistaken, after you killed Svorus, you chose to move on alone, right? The old Demon King slightly headed his forehead, confirming Dragon my conjecture. But he is not. He directly destroyed the world and recreated a world without Svorus. I will not comment on this approach, and I will not say anything like people in the world are always dead once. Even if it were me, maybe they would make the same choice. After all, not everyone can. I have such great perseverance like you. Long, I said admiringly and glanced at the old demon king. This should be regarded as a man who has carried out the good old man style throughout his life? The old devil was silent. Although he himself would not choose Zhuangwu's approach, he did not want to interfere with other people's decisions, even if the other was young himself. After all, he is considered a virgin, not a virgin whore. The difference between the two is that the Virgin Mary will do what she says, while the virgin bitch will only talk about others, but she can't do anything at all. So, your account will be gone anyway? Why don't you just give it to me? Long I felt that the atmosphere was a little dull, and couldn't help but laugh and relieved. If that's the case, then it won't be impossible to give you power. The old devil smiled, but at least you have to get my approval? I don't want my power to be entrusted to you. Come to fight. Long I also laughed, not afraid that you will fight, but I am afraid that you will not give a chance at all. Chapter 44, Infinite Evolution. In order to show respect for you both strength and personality, I will use my full strength. Long Wo solemnly said. The old demon king stretched out his palm and motioned to the dragon to let me do it. Not speaking is not looking down on Long Mi, but silence represents his approval. Because Longji respected him, he also valued him. After all, he can sense the strength in the dragon body, which is very strong, but he is indeed not his opponent. If you want to deal with the king of every devil, using the form of those legendary knights won't have any effect, so Dragon Eye directly took out his trump card, the crystal-like transparent full bottle. I don't know how strong my full strength is. I haven't tried it myself. Looking at the full bottle, Long I whispered and put on the belt. EVOL driver. Then you. Long I inserted the transparent full bottle and the grey system bottle into the drive. Unlimited. Rider system. PS, from unlimited, I don't feel good to change it, and I don't know if there is this word, but in the night drama, I often change the word by myself. Just get used to it and cover your face. Black hole trigger. Over the evolution. After Long Wo pressed the button above the black hole trigger, he began to turn the joystick of the belt. Are you ready? Transform. Body. From the moment the Dragon Eye started to turn the joystick, the sky within a kilometer, that is, a circular area with a radius of 1 kilometer, was unknowingly shrouded in darkness, or more accurately, it was a flash of light. The universe starry sky with the rays of stars. Rising up the throne, lighting up the divine fire. Hold up the throne, light the fire. When he put down the joystick, crossed his hands on his chest as usual, then slowly pushed it out, and shouted the moment of transformation, the endless stars above his head quickly converged into 9 real dragons with twinkling stars. After these 9 star dragons uttered a substantive dragon roar, they suddenly rushed down, using the perfectly round area enveloped by the starry sky above their heads as the boundary, drilled into the ground, and then rose from the feet of the dragon in the next moment and lifted him up to the high altitude, finally stopped under the starry sky, condensed into a Kowloon throne, let the dragon and me sit on it. Devouring everything, unlimited evolution. Swallow everything, infinitely evolve. Immediately afterwards, the stars in the cosmic starry sky overhead at the same time released a blazing light towards the dragon me. The dragon me surrounded by countless stars was like a scorching sun, exuding dazzling light. The next moment, these rays of light burst suddenly, blooming in the sky like fireworks, revealing the dragon me that has completed the armor attachment. This moment is the ultimate time. At this moment, it is the ultimate time. With the end of the last sound effect from the belt, Long Wo also completed his transformation. Kamen Rider EVOL, Infinite Dragon Form. Looking at the starry sky as the background, the dragon me sitting high in the 9 heavens, the corners of the mouth under the old demon king's face began to twitch frantically. Isn't your role too full? Don't you just transform yourself? As for this, I thought that my transformation was already very handsome and pretending, but now, at least in terms of transformation effects, I would like to respect you as the strongest in the time of the devil. After a while, Dragon Eye fell to the ground from the sky, the vision in the sky also disappeared, and it changed back to the original bright clear sky. At this time, his head, shoulders, chest, arms, knees, and below the calves were all covered with a set of diamond-like battle armor dotted with silver light spots, and under the battle armor was a jet black close-fitting battle suit. The golden dragon-shaped mask, of course, is also indispensable for the skirt that extends from the lower half of the armor. As the saying goes, the one who wears the cloak is the strong one, the one with the skirt is the king, the one with fluttering hair is the invincible boss, and the one with two big hands on his back is the king of the devil. I won't talk about the strength of the next two wall hangings. I don't want him just to talk about the appearance. The cloak and skirt are the symbols of the strong, handsome, chi. Again, being strong is a temporary matter, and being handsome is a lifetime matter. I don't want to say much about the landing dragon. I just started it. He is eager to find out and adapt to his current strength. The transparent full bottle was named Infinite Bottle by him. It was condensed from all the power he had gained so far. It contained both the power of the universe belonging to Evol and the power of time from moon reading. The night power of each legendary knight also has the magic power of the king of the devil. Of course, the most important thing is his own ability to swallow evolution, but apart from this power and Kamen Rider Evol's cosmic power, most of the other powers are in an imperfect state. Only a few of the legendary knights' powers have been collected, and besides the main rider, other secondary riders can also be used as targets. The power of time from Uedo has just germinated, and it hasn't reached the level that can be used directly against the enemy. The same is true of the power of every demon, and the growth rate is lower. After all, the level of the causal and other forces contained in it is too high to be so easy to upgrade. However, there is a fast-growing shortcut for these kinds of powers, that is, to gain the power of the old devil, so that you can almost ascend to the sky in one step. This is also the reason why I came to see the old devil. Now, as long as he gains the approval of the old demon king, I believe that with the personality and reputation of the king of the devil, he will definitely do what he says at that time, and give his power to the dragon me. With a slight force under my feet, the dragon appeared in front of the old demon king, and he reached out his hand to take the punch he threw, leaving only large cracks and dents in place. But this is not a good thing. To cause such damage, basically a knight or weirdo of a certain level can do it, but this is rarely seen in battle, because they can completely control their own power. Will not waste energy in such useless places. However, the dragon me just transformed into an unprecedentedly powerful form, and has lost absolute control of his own power, resulting in a great waste of punches and kicks. From the eyes of the old demon king, I naturally saw this situation. And I quickly guessed that the dragon was probably the first time I used this form, and I simply decided to help the dragon. He didn't use his own magical power with various bug-like abilities, only relying on his body to engage in close combat with the dragon and me. You must know that the basic data of the king of the devil is the strongest of all knights. A punch is hundreds of tons, and a kick is more than 300 tons to start. This kind of power can deal with the beginning and just step into infinity. Dragons in the form of dragons are not difficult for me. I was not discouraged to see that he could not cause any harm to the old demon king. After all, the upper limit of the king during the demon time was almost here, but he was just starting, relying on the ability to swallow evolution. He still has unlimited room for development. At the same time, he also let go of his hands and feet, and attacked the old demon with all his heart. Anyway, if he is not afraid of hurting him, then hit him. The dragon exhausted my full strength between my fists and my feet. The powerful force was released without restraint. It was of no use to the old demon king, but it caused great damage to the background map. The place where the two of them was originally, it was still a plain, and the ground had sunk more than 10 meters in an instant, turning into a basin. Chapter 45, Zhuangwu, I gave up being king. Longwo frowned when he saw this. People kindly helped him to control his own power, but he demolished their home. Doesn't it seem very good? So he slammed his right leg and kicked it towards the old Demon King. The old Demon King immediately stretched out his hand to block. Although he blocked the blow unscathed, he was still pushed up into the sky by the strength of the dragon. Of course, I didn't push too high, but the dragon eye jumped up without stopping and chased up. The old Demon King's figure continued to rise following the dragon eye's attack. He quickly understood what he meant, and took the initiative with a smile. Flew to high altitude. As a result, the battlefield between the two of them moved from the ground to high altitude, and no matter how strong the shock wave caused by the confrontation, it would not damage anything. In the case of exhausting all his moves, Longwo quickly regained his own power. After not knowing how many times he was beaten back by the old Demon King, he took the initiative to stop the attack and stood in the void. Thank you for your help. I'm done with my fists, how about comparing weapons in the next game? The diamond armor of Dragon Eye, named by him as Galaxy Armor, lit up with orange light. One handle was obviously two swords in one. A large sword appeared in his hand. It was the exclusive weapon of Kamen Rider Ghost, the Eye Gun Saber. I really look forward to this competition, but I don't need it now. The old Demon King stretched out a hand, and saw the power of time flickering above, and the whole hand was quickly disappearing, and it was still spreading toward his body. It seems that Zhuangwu has already ruined his belt. Longwo suddenly. Yes. So there is no need to continue this battle, let's talk about it later. In addition, the old demon had basically disappeared while he was speaking, but at the last moment before he disappeared, a force of time flew to the ground, and then the terrain destroyed by the dragon and me was instantly restored. That is to say, he deliberately changed the battlefield to the air, which is completely meaningless. Your sister. My mouth twitched. I really envy these people with strong time power. They are willful. Unlike him, the current strength of time power in the body has no much effect except for the use of time pause. Up. Since there was no need to fight, Dragon Eye fell back to the ground and lifted his transformation. The old Demon King estimated that it would take a few hours before he reappeared. He didn't have the patience to wait any longer, so he opened the door of time and space and walked in. 2018. Before Zhuangwu returned to modern times, in order to save the world and to save Gates, who was slammed by Jiaqin, he finally chose to give up his belt and let Gates destroy his space-time drive. This is also the reason why the old Demon King disappeared. And after he gave up the belt, the big magic machine that was destroying the world suddenly stopped and sank to the ground at the same time, waiting for the next activation. Jiaqin also stopped functioning at the same time, slumped to the ground, allowing Gates to escape the catastrophe and survive. However, just after the three of Zhuangwu left, Sforas took over and appeared here, directly obtained the control of Jiaqin, and restarted it. After all, it's a robot. If you want to control it, just change the program or something. What is this? Wondered. Cut weeds and roots. Sforuzi said, take it to kill King Shi. No problem. Happily took his orders, and a sneer appeared at the corner of Sforas's mouth. His goal is of course not to kill Zhuangwu, but to make Zhuangwu have to wear his belt again in order to save his life. Otherwise, where would he go to seize the power of the king of the devil? Looking for the old devil? Don't be funny. Even Sforas, who knows nothing about power, knows that he is not the opponent of the king of the devil at all. After all, he is the same as and Aura, except for the power of time, basically an ordinary person. What should I do? Zhuangwu, who went out to help his uncle purchase living supplies, was thinking about his future, but Jiaqin jumped out and beat him. Zhuangwu without the power of knights is just an ordinary person, a shit Can ordinary people stay alive after being beaten by a powerful weirdo who can suppress Kamen Rider Giz? Are you shocked by the attack by your own men, King Shi? Dur picked up a yellow pepper from the shopping bag that Zhuangwu had dropped, and gnawed at it. At first glance, he followed Svergli. I can't get enough rice, we just borrowed it to kill you. Stop it, I have given up being king. Zhuangwu shouted. There are always some innocent princes and princes who think that as long as they give up fighting for the throne, they will be safe. However, no one cares whether you really give up. As long as you have the qualifications to sit on the throne, other contenders cannot be let go. You. I'm embarrassed, Majesty the Demon King, this is a spare belt. Wozi, the loyal servant of the King of the Devil, walked out holding a brand new space-time drive. I don't want to be a devil anymore. Zhuangwu directly refused, continuing to bear Jia Chen's severe beating. Gates, look at this. On the other side, he had already bid farewell to Zhuangwu, and said that he was going back to the future Gates and Yuexu. After a long time, he has only just boarded the time demon machine. He didn't have the idea of going back. He had been secretly paying attention to Zhuangwu's monthly reading and discovered that Zhuangwu was attacked, and quickly notified Gates. What the hell? Gates was taken aback when he saw Jiachen attacking Zhuangwu. At this time, Zhuangwu and the few people have switched venues with one click, from the city center to the seaside pier. You will die if this goes on, use your belt. Was still eagerly persuaded Zhuangwu. I don't want it. Zhuangwu roared and rushed towards Jiachen on his own initiative. I said you. Didn't I say to help us? Dur played with the belt that he took away from Was at some unknown time. Can you not come too troublesome? Before it was just to get rid of the stumbling block on the road of your Majesty the Demon King Gates. Was said impatiently, you are the troublemaker. Really? But King Shi is about to finish. Dur sneered, and Was had no time to regain his belt and hurriedly looked at Zhuangwu. I saw that an energy ball had been condensed on Jia Chen's weapon and flew towards Zhuangwu. Hurry up! Gates and Yuedu who had just arrived yelled, but Zhuangwu didn't know why he was unmoved. Damn it! Gates only had time to pick up a nearby debris and threw it at Zhuangwu, barely blocking Jia Chen's attack, but knocking Zhuangwu to the ground. Gates and Yuedu discovered that there was a playful bear kid behind Zhuangwu, who had not escaped under such a scene, but sat there with a grin and watched the play. I will never forgive the guys who want to hurt my subjects. As long as I can make people happy, I won't hesitate to fight for my life. Zhuangwu Yuqiang stood up and wanted to go forward and fight Jiachen. Gates was very moved when he saw this. He immediately turned and blocked Zhuangwu and rushed to Jia Chen, the guy who had beaten him several times before. Gates! Didn't you leave? Zhuangwu looked at Gates in surprise. What can you do as you do now? Wait until I knock it down. Gates said proudly, while Yuedu took the opportunity to take the bear child's ear and took him to a safe place. I thought everything was over, I didn't expect it to be so lively. At this time, the Doryashi who didn't do anything uncomfortable also jumped out with a smile, and joined the battlefield after transforming, and he was standing in the original place. Strong Jiachen's over there. Chapter 46, Zhuangwu, it's so fragrant. Moriyashi, aren't you just being spanked by the old Demon King, you need to deliberately come all the time to trouble the little Demon King. A familiar voice came from above. Minyashi looked up and saw the Dragon Me sitting on the ceiling of a tower with Ola in his arms. What are you guys talking about? Minya said in a desperate way. When did I get spanked by him? I was just kicked by him. Oh, it turned out to be kicked. So the bullying of the little devil was deliberately. Longwo smirked. You really cheated me. Seeing the weird eyes of a few people present, Minya Shiji wanted to vomit blood. But it's not right, shouldn't your strength be unable to hold him afoot? Long I doubted. There is a kind of you go eat his foot and see. See if you can survive. Menyashi said with a black face. Long, I looked at the frightened Menyashi, and couldn't help being a little surprised. Isn't he kidding? Listening to his tone, is it really almost GG? You wouldn't have slapped him on the king must kill every devil, right? Long I thought for a while and asked. What do you think? Menyashi curled his lips. I rub. Long I was really surprised, you didn't die after eating his kick. Are you so strong? You should know that he possesses a powerful time power, plus Svoras, who has absorbed half of the power of the Door Yeoman and part of the power of the King of the Devil, was recognized by Zhuanggo who had just become the King of the Devil at that time. Killing kicked it, and even the scum was not left, which shows the power of the King of the Devil. However, Menyashi was kicked by the old Demon King who had been the King of the Devil for 50 years, so he could still be so alive and kicking. Of course, in fact, deep in my heart, I still believe that Menyashi's strength will not be kicked to death by that kick, but is it too much to look completely okay? No. Although I can pay a certain price to catch that move, I will definitely get hurt, but he finally recovered, and the price is for me to give him my watch. Menyashi pointed to Zhuanggo with a dark face. He has lent his power to Zhuangwu because of the love of the old Demon King. So that's the case. Long I suddenly understood, then you are embarrassed, so you gave the watch to Gates and asked him to transfer it to Zhuangwu. Gates, meow. How can I become a tool man? Don't talk nonsense. Come down and fight for me. The face-lost Doryashi raised his sword and pointed at the dragon me. I refuse. Longwo rightfully refused, I just finished the fight with the old Demon King, and I know his power very well. In your current situation, it is not my opponent. Hearing what Ryawo said, the people present couldn't help being surprised. It was amazing enough to hear Menyashi say that he could catch the old Demon King's killer attack. Now there is another one who can compete with the Demon King. People, what makes these people who regard the King of the Devil as a scourge of scourges so embarrassing? Damn it! Menyashi put away the sword unhappily, he sealed half of his power in the Decade Watch, and now he really won't be Dragon my opponent. Regardless of whether the battle between Dragon me and the King of the Demon is lost or won, although it is basically a certain loss, even if it is lost, looking at the Dragon and me unscathed, you can probably know how strong he is. After all, the King of the Devil is not qualified to challenge everyone. Just like himself, he also relied on his strong strength to obtain the recognition of the old demon. In the end, he could retreat completely, and he had to change to a weak person or a person of poor character. If you dare to provoke the King of the Devil, you have long since turned into the dust of the world, for example, Svoras in the future. Forget it. I'll leave the stage first, let's play. Menyashi finally disappeared into the dimension wall with a sense of excitement. Okay, let's go on. Long I saw the door Yashi flashed, and simply opened the door for hours, took the potato chips at home, and the two of Ola and Ola instantly entered the theater mode. XN. Among them, Gates was the quickest to react, or he didn't take care of other things at all. After all, his opponent was Kikan, a robot with Mo's emotions. Just now, when Ryame and Menyashi were chatting and telling stories, it was simply he didn't stop, he kept attacking. Poor Gates was originally not Jiachen's opponent. He was just mixed doubles by Menyashi and Jiachen. Now he was beaten back into a human form by Jiachen, and rolled in front of Zhuangwu. Gates looked at Zhuangwu who had been standing there and shouting 666. He thought to himself that Lao Tzu was working hard in front to save you, but you showed me the show behind? Is this okay? He immediately pulled Zhuangwu's clothes and got up, and finally grabbed Zhuangwu's collar, pulled off his own space-time drive and pressed it on his chest. The King of Time. Use my belt. Transform. Nanny. At first, you didn't let me change or let me go, but now you have to use a belt to coax me back? Transformation is not about you want to change, you can change if you want to change, let me break away, let me understand, take off your belt. Do you want the time robbers to do whatever they want? Do you want Uedu to be killed by them? Gates pointed to Uedu, who was struggling to stop Jiachin and buy them time. But if I use a belt, I will become the king of the devil. Didn't you say that you will become a benevolent devil? What about your ambition? How about your guts? If you become a vicious demon king, I will stop you. Trust me. I can do it. Gates's voice became lower and lower as he said, and he didn't even believe this sentence. Believe you a ghost? Zhuangwu complained inwardly, men are all big trotter. However, he still took over Gates' drive. After all, his wife said so. Isn't he not giving face when he doesn't agree? That would be beaten. Zhuangwu pressed the driver to his waist, and then took out his Zio watch from his pocket, so that's it, his mouth is upright. Otherwise, the belt is ruined, why not ruin the more important night watch? Zio. Zhuangwu, it's so fragrant. No, it's a transformation. Rider time. Kamen Rider Zio. Congratulations! He is the king of all night powers, transcending time and space, and knowing the past and the future. At this moment, he once again descended into the world, transformed into the Kamen Rider Shi Wang. Waz was so excited that he ran to Zhuangwu to celebrate, ignoring the spare belt in Ur's hand. However, Zhuangwu didn't ignore it. Under the guise of attacking Jiachin, he flashed in front of Ur, grabbed the belt and threw it to Gates. Then he launched a combined doubles with the transformed Gates, and finally defeated the 2 or 5 boys Jiachin, and avenged Gates, several arrows, causing Ur to cry. Exit. There is no food to eat today. How miserable I am. How miserable. How miserable. And because of Zhuangwu's transformation again, the old demon king of 2068 also reappeared in his simple hanging palace. I knew you would never give up your dreams, because you are me. Just let me see, what kind of future you will choose. The old devil wants to know whether the current Zhuangwu, like him, will once again embark on a path of saving the world alone, or just like the dragon I said, destroying everything and recreating a world without suffering? If you choose the path that Long and I said, if you think about it from another angle, the young Zhuangwu is more ruthless than him. After all, he used to be ruthless to destroy the world because of his ruthless heart, and finally embarked on this path. Road. Chapter 47, The Real World and the Parallel World. In the evening, there are 5 halls in the evening. I was shocked when I heard Zhuangwu say that everyone is leaving now. My uncle walked out of the kitchen with a plate of homemade cakes. To celebrate the return of Gates and the monthly reading, today is Christmas again, and your friends and I have prepared a table full of Christmas dinners. Our friends. Zhuangwu and the 3 were taken aback, could it mean Waz? While guessing like this, I saw Long and Ola walking out of the kitchen with a few dishes each. Uncle, we just beat you up, and didn't help much. Longwo said modestly. Why are you here? The 3 of Zhuangwu were taken aback. Isn't it Christmas today? Of course I have to come to eat the Christmas dinner made by my uncle himself. After serving the dishes, Longwo and Ola squeezed between Zhuangwu and Uedu, give some place. Zhuangwu was squeezed to Gates' side, and the 3 looked at each other, but no matter whether the spoiler of Long I was true or false to them, at least so far he was on their side. Didn't you see that Ola was instigated by him? Even though the robber's work clothes were not worn, although he was still dressed in silver even more thorough, silver turtleneck sweater, silver skirt, silver stockings, silver snow boots. Thinking of this, they didn't have the idea of rushing people out, though they certainly couldn't fight, but if the dragons and us were enemies, they still had to have an idea, didn't they? Seeing that Long, I and Ola were already eating, the few people hurriedly started grabbing food. By the way, Zhuangwu, you have given up being king, right? Which university are you going to take the exam now? Uncle secretly took out something and hid it behind his back, preparing to give it to Zhuangwu as a gift. Longwo glanced at something while eating, but it was a 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulation. Exam? I'm not going anymore. Ugh. I have given up the idea of being king before. Zhuangwu smiled. That's it. Forget it, everyone will come back. The uncle casually threw the book in the trash can. By the way, Gates, monthly reading, have you digested everything I told you before? Do you want to tell you more? Longwo glanced at the two people who were eating frantically. Get out. Don't. The two of them turned black, and they lost their appetite for an instant, so they were spoiled? Don't let people live. The previous news was not digested at all, okay. Long Eye smiled calmly, took the opportunity to pick up some dishes for myself and Olado, and continued to feast on. Only then did the two realize the purpose of Long. Their face became darker, but they had no appetite looking at the food in front of them, blue thin, shiitake mushrooms. Zhuangwu watched this scene with a smile. He was not affected by anything. After all, Long Eye didn't tell him anything important, plus the most important and shocking spoiler for him was that he would become a monster. Time is king, everything else is trivial, not worth mentioning. Ever since I ate the food cooked by my uncle on Christmas Day, Ola's mouth has been raised up, and I no longer eat those takeaways. Every day I drag the dragon to eat and drink for 9 nights and 5 halls, by Long. I am still active. Fortunately, my uncle doesn't mind, because Zhuangwu has no friends because of his dream of want to be king since childhood, so if Zhuangwu's friends come here, he will be very welcome, let alone come to eat, just live here. Problem. As for you, what you see is the two resistance army will never be slaves unless they provide food and shelter. Then, under Longwo's suggestion, she also started cooking from her uncle, so as not to eat such delicious food after leaving the world. After all, this world eats jujube pills. When Zhuangwu destroys the world, I will definitely take Aura out of here. And after lunch that day, Longwo was wondering how the robbers hadn't moved at all these days, but Zhuangwu suddenly fainted in front of everyone. Hey! Yuedu hurried to support him, but Longwo let out a surprise, what's going on? Could it be that you are doing a predictive dream? It's not right, it's not that time period, logically? Long I am puzzled. In the midst of Longwo's doubts and Gates's worries, it took nearly 2 hours before Zhuangwu woke up and began to explain his situation to several people. Kamen Rider is a fictional story on TV. Zhuangwu's first sentence scared Gates and the two of them jumped, and they quickly asked, but Longwo didn't listen to the rest at all, because he already understood what it was now. Situation. This is the story of Shi Wang theatrical version of Kamen Rider Heisei Generation Forever. Long, I was a little confused at the same time, because he did not encounter the theater version of the story in the build world, so he thought that these theater version of the story took place in a parallel world completely different from the main story, so he just completely did not think of this aspect. But now it seems that he might have guessed wrong, but Goose, why is this? Long, I touched his chin. It's normal that the theater version or the rumor in the later endings did not meet, after all, the plot has not advanced to that when he left, but there should be a Kamen Rider Heisei Generation final before he leaves, right? Is it because Build's plot has been changed too much by him? Long Eye shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Anyway, it's no good to think about it or not, so why bother to waste brain cells? And at this time, Zhuangwu has also finished talking about his own experience, but there are not many in fact, in general it is. Zhuanggu entered a so-called real world. In that world, Kamen Rider was a fictional story on TV. A young fantasy Kamen Rider appeared in reality, and then Zhuangwu was involved in his without knowing why. Fantasy. You will have fewer dreams during the daytime. After hearing this story, Gates snorted directly. Long I discovered that he has a characteristic. As long as it is unfavorable to him, he will directly treat it as a fake. Choose not to believe. For example, the spoiler of Long Mi last time, or this time Zhuangwu said he was fictitious. This is not a dream. Long Wo glanced at him faintly, but it is not the real world, but a parallel world. What's the difference? Except for history, Zhuangwu, who is all idiots in other fields, doesn't know why. The real world is a three-dimensional world, which generally refers to the world we live in. Aura said, if the world you are talking about is the real world, then we are here a fictitious two-dimensional world. Parallel world refers to other worlds that are separated from a certain world and exist parallel to the original world, which are both similar and different. As the door was pushed, another person joined the group chat. Ryaga glanced at him with complicated eyes. Kamen Rider build of this world, Kiryu Battle Rabbit. War Rabbit. Zhuangwu exclaimed in surprise, you are here too, which means it's really not a dream. Kiryu Warchu, like him, was inexplicably involved in that world. Zhuangwu. Kiryu Zanta nodded, confirming Zhuangwu's guess. But I still don't understand what you mean. After being happy, Zhuangwu touched his head and smiled. Ding! Tokiwa Shuango was kicked out of the group chat by the group owner. Long I glanced at him speechlessly, and said maliciously, then I will give you an example from the real situation. Hearing this sentence, Gates shuddered for no idea. Chapter 48, 3 Futures. Zhuangwu immediately sat down obediently and was about to attend the class. Kiryu Battle Rabbit gave Long Mi a strange look, and found a place to sit down. This world is the world of Kamen Rider Shi Wang Danti. Look at it, it's you are the protagonist of this world. Ignoring the surprised people, Long I continued to teach him. Zhuangwu became the king of every devil and guarded the world alone for 50 years. This is the right direction of this world in the future. This world can be said to be the main world of the King of Time. However, each world and each period will have a key time node, and every small detail on this time node may open up a completely different timeline. These timelines are not fixed at the beginning, and may disappear or regenerate new timelines at any time. However, as time progresses, there will always be some timelines that will be determined and will no longer disappear easily. These timelines lead to a different future. However, these newly born futures will not affect the development of the main world. Every future emergence represents the birth of a parallel world. The direction of each world in the next period is determined at this time node. Everything that happens before the next key node will not change the determined future, only one more time will be added to the next time node. Line. Ultimately, there will be more and more parallel worlds attached to the main world, and these parallel worlds are every possible future of the main world. After talking about so many theories, it's time to give an example. Long I stopped and took a sip of the water that Ola handed over. You two should be very clear about the latest time point. Long and I looked at Gates and Yuiyu. Every day of the devil. You are eating, blurted out. Not bad. Long I nodded, as far as I know, there will be 3 possibilities on that day, and 3 timelines will be born. Which 3? Gates asked immediately. 1. Zhuangwu became the king of every devil, and walked towards the line of king of every devil as you know. Long I looked at Zhuangwu. 2nd, Zhuangwu became the king of every devil, and the timeline to go. Long I smiled and looked at Uedu. It's the result you said last time. Uedu subconsciously said. Yes. This timeline I call it the line. Long Wo nodded, compared to Uedu with a destroyed lipstick, and then looked at Gates directly without giving others a chance to inquire. As for the 3, Zhuangwu became the king of every devil. No matter what, he will become the king of the devil. Gates looked ugly. Yes, it seems that this guy didn't understand the theory Long Wo said before, or did he understand it, and then he didn't believe it because it was not good for him, so he just regarded it as a fake? What's the hurry, wait for me to finish. Long Wo gave him a playful look. 3. Zhuangwu failed to become the king of every devil. Before he gained the power of the second order of the King of Time, he was killed by the power of the resurrected. This timeline is called the Savior's line. The Savior here must be quoted, because everyone knows that the future of the Savior's main line is the world of the three future nights. However, from the environment where Kamen Rider Kikai is located, in the future of the main line of Savior, mankind is almost extinct. Don't be happy too early, the reason will be known after you have asked Zhuangwu for a while. Longwo looked at Gates with a smile on his face and couldn't help but sneered. He remembered that Gates was a high school student, so he must understand the theory he just said. That is to say, what the dragon eye meant is that even if Gates crosses to now and kills Zhuangwu, he will only be able to understand it. To form a new parallel world without changing the original future, Gates must have known this matter. However, he was unmoved, and obviously ignored it directly as a lie. Longwo didn't bother to say anything about it. The big deal would be to just throw it on that timeline and go to labor reform. Of course, all the above are purely my own thoughts, and I will not be responsible for any problems. By the way, you have been talking for so long, haven't you entered the subject? At this time, Kiryu Battle Rabbit suddenly raised his hand and said weakly. He found that this friend of Zhuangwu seemed to know a lot, and then suddenly remembered the weird look in Longma's eyes when he first entered the door, and he couldn't help but feel a little bit offended. Does he also know my secret? Ahem. Mistakes. Longwo laughed awkwardly. It's all to blame for this fellow Zhuangwu. What do you do if you don't study well? Zhuangwu, poor, weak, and helpless. JPG. Okay. Let's talk about that world now. Long Eye turned back to the topic. The reason I say that the world is a parallel world instead of the real world is that the actual world also has a history of nights. But the super time robber Tid you met, went to Kamen Rider Sora before he was born and seized the power of Sora, leading to the disappearance of Sora. The origin of super time robber Tid is unknown, at least I didn't see any official explanation. Could it be that Svoryuza secretly developed some dark thread? After all, it was certain that the power of the time robbers came from Svoraz. Although the whole movie is released, this guy is still unclear about his motives and his relationship with the Shijur, but at any rate he is the only one who understands what Shizan does. For example, when the night changes, stop immediately to stop the transformation. And he has always been on the road of doing bad things, much better than the trio who don't know what to do all the time in the drama. Is he busy eating the king's meal? Svoraz, is the ice cream not tasty or something? What's good in doing bad things? I'm in the way of eating Ba Wang's meal. Alas, it's not that the robbers don't work hard, but the ice cream is so delicious. Ola thought of licking the ice cream she took out of the refrigerator at Zhuang's house. And what exactly does the bad thing this guy did mean? That is, shouting, the history of the Heisei Knights is not needed. I want to erase the existence of the Heisei Knights. Then turn the dial and press the button, empty me. Tide, Wang Jing's? Who? I do not recognize. Don't talk nonsense. And Sora, as the first knight of Heisei, his disappearance directly led to the disappearance of all Heisei Knights, and finally became a virtual character on TV. And the young man you met is facing the alien god. This is a kind of creature in the Kamen Rider Electric King. You don't have to care too much, made a wish and want to see the real Kamen Rider. Then the demon god found our parallel world, and summoned some knights to realize that it manifested there. This is why you two would dream there. So that's it. Kiryu Battle Rabbit suddenly. Whether it is a dream or the real world, I will save it. I just want to be that kind of king. Zhuangwu said inspiringly. Up. But how are we going to get there? Yuedu asked puzzledly. Then everyone's eyes turned to Dragon Me, stare. Long Eye wiped the cold sweat from his head, and said helplessly to Zhuangwu, give me the things in your pocket. Something? What? Zhuangwu touched his pocket suspiciously, and then he took out a green night watch, the watch of Kamen Rider I got there. Why can consciousness bring things back in the past? Scientist Kiryuzanta's eyes widened. Chapter 49, Alien Empty Me. The world of nights is the world of idealism. You don't know if you have experienced so much. Long I gave him a blank look. This guy really knows about him. Kiryu Warchu thought to himself, but how did he feel that his tone seemed familiar to me? Long I didn't care about his thoughts, took the W watch from Zhuangwu, closed my eyes and felt it. After all, this thing is produced in another world, and there is a clear breath of another time and space on it. After long I sensed it, I quickly converted it into a time and space coordinate in my mind. After a while, Long Wo stood up, threw the W watch to Zhuangwu, and said, "Are you all ready?" "Wait." Kiryuzanta hurriedly pulled himself into the young man, Wanzang Glong, I called in from outside the door. "Are you all here now? Then let's set off." Longma glanced, waved to open a time-space door, and walked in ahead with Ola's arms around. Zhuangwu and the others quickly followed. They have recently become accustomed to this ability of Long Wo, which is no wonder after all. Anyone who sees a hand suddenly stretched out to take away the food at home will be very impressed. Profound. As for Kiryu Warchu, as a scientist, he is naturally full of interest in things like time and space gates. If it weren't for the right things to do now, he would definitely want to study it carefully. However, when he passed through the gate of time and space, he inexplicably felt a very familiar feeling. Nonsense, can he be unfamiliar with the power of his old enemy E? Had it not been for the strength of Long Mi now, he would have recognized it all at once. After passing through the gate of time and space, the place where everyone came was not far from Tid's ugly-looking base, and ordinary people fleeing scattered all around. Seeing this, Zhuangwu and the others decided to split their troops. The Shi Wang trio went to the young man who signed the contract with the demon god for a long time, and the Build duo went to Tid's base to see if they could directly change the theater version. A key figure, but also the singularity of his brother Shingo, was rescued by Shingo. As for Dragon Mi and Aura, the two disappeared after they came over, so Zhuangwu and the others had no choice but to act directly. When the Build group saw Ted, they were directly blocked by countless small soldiers, and then they drove to non-upper positions to clear the water. There was nothing to talk about. The Shi Wang trio here investigated the era when the alien god went, and then drove the time demon machine back in time. As for where the two time demon machines were taken out, the ghost knows. January 29, 2000. In this parallel world, Zhuanggo took Juagato to the hospital where he was born. Today is also the time he was born, and it is also the day when his brother Shingo Kunaga disappeared. The reason why Shingo Hisunaga disappeared was actually because he was brought to 2018 by Tide's heterogeneous Knight W and heterogeneous Electric King. After all, Shingo Hisunaga is unique and will not be affected by changes in history, but for those who want to change history. For people, the singularity is obviously a hurdle that cannot be avoided. Since Shingo Hisunaga disappeared before Hisunaga was born, even though they had met in 2018, Hisunaga could not recognize him as a child's brother. However, Shingo Hisunaga recognized this younger brother who was older than himself from some clues, and was caught in 2018 in order to save him. When Zhuanggo came to the hospital with Zhiyang Dang, he happened to encounter the scene where the alien W grabbed Hisunaga Shingo for the first time, and the different demon Wintaros who signed the contract with Zhiyang Dang was blocking the alien W at this time. However, the alien W threatened them with Hisunaga Shingo, causing Zhuanggo and Feng Talos to be unable to make a move. In the end, he was turned into a heterogeneous electric king with a heterogeneous electric watch, and returned to 2018 on the time train. It may seem messy, but in short, this order. First, his brother Shingo Hisunaga was caught by heterogeneous W and heterogeneous Dian Wang on January 29, 2000, and was caught on December 3, 2018. Second, Zhiyongdang was born on January 29, 2000, and signed a contract with the strange demon Wind Taros on December 3, 2018, and wished to meet the night, thus summoning the consciousness of Zhuangguo and other knights. Third, Shingo escaped in 2018 and ran into the 18-year-old Zhongdang. Fourth, Shingo recognized Zhiyongdang. In order to protect his younger brother, he was willing to be arrested by the alien W for the second time. Fifth, Zhuangguo took Zhiyongdang back to 2000, and witnessed the moment when his brother Shingo was arrested, and then he was turned into a heterogeneous electric king by heterogeneous W. He took Shingo to 2018, and finally allowed time to reach a closed loop and completed this one cycle. When Zhuangguo took Zhuagato to the hospital, Gates and Uedu, who came with him, went to the remains of Mount Kurang. The remains of Mount Kuro is where the belt of the ultra-ancient warrior Korra was discovered, and where the story of the first Kamen rider Korra in Heisei began. This is the beginning of all the night stories in Heisei. According to normal history, tomorrow, January 30, 2000, is the day Kamen rider Sora was born. NTID, the time robber who wanted to wipe out the history of Kamen rider, came here on this day and gained the power of Kamen rider Sora, and he became a different kind of Sora, which caused the disappearance of the history of knights and made this world. There are no more knights. Gates' task is to stop Ted, but he is still a step too late. Ted has gained the power of the empty me, shouting the history of knights should not exist, and then transformed into a different kind of empty me. This alien Sora I is very different from other alien knights. No matter how ugly the weird forms of other alien knights are, they are still humanoid, but the alien Sora I basically don't look like a human being. It's a complete monster, 4 or 5. His body is as ugly as a large fly. Uedu saw that the monster was so big, and immediately drove the Gundam into the Time Demon machine to help Gates, but naturally it was useless. Soon, the Time Demon machine was severely damaged and paralyzed on the ground and unable to move. Fortunately, Tide resolutely implemented the villain's self-cultivation, that is, he will never take advantage of the victory and chase, rush to kill, and directly ignore the two of them, inciting its fly-like wings to fly high in the sky, waiting for the alien Electric King to pick it up time train. He shot down the time magic machine driven by Zhuangwu who was chasing the time train, and TID jumped on the train and left this era. However, the two time demon machines of the Shi-Wang trio were severely damaged, and even the 4 of Feng Terrace could only be temporarily trapped here. Since no one here can completely repair the time magic machine, Gates and Uedu had to spend more than half a day. After repairing it to a state that barely started according to the instructions, they went straight through the time shuttle, and wanted to go back to 2018. Save people. However, time travels through such a rigorous thing. It is impossible to succeed with 2 broken machines like that. Seeing that the time magic machine will fall out of the space-time channel and fall into an unknown era, a strange sound the flute suddenly resounded through the ears of the 4 of them. I'm coming. Let the heterogeneous Electric King wander there for a long time, the real Electric King is finally about to appear. I saw a time train that was very similar to the alien Electric King's time train, but it looked very grand and majestic. It caught up with the time magic machine from the rear, and then led them to speed up, quickly leaving the time and space channel, and came to their destination. 2018. At this time, the build duo had actually just started to get started. Chapter 50, Kamen Rider Den King. The Zhuangguo people who had escaped from the time and space channel directly used the last remaining value of the time demon machine, and drove them into TID's base, not afraid of accidentally knocking into the Zhuaga Shingo inside. Fortunately, the quality of this base is good. It just broke the wall and made an excellent hole. Let Uedo go to see if the shattered time magic machine can be repaired. Zhuangwu Gates and Feng Talos broke in and came to TID. How did you guys come back? Ted looked at the 3 in astonishment. Who knows, it seems that someone helped us. Zhuangwu smiled. Forget it. Ted snorted coldly, and mobilized time to speed up and came to the cage where Shingo Hisunaga was being held. Anyway, I have sealed the singularity, and you will soon disappear from this world together with the history of becoming a knight. Then we will knock you down before that. Zhuangwu said little, and immediately began to transform. If it were consciousness, it would indeed disappear. Unfortunately, Tid didn't know that Zhuangwu and the few people were here in real life. Even if the history of knights in this world disappears, it will actually have no effect on them. However, Tide was the only one who knew how Shitting's technology was used. He directly stopped Zhuangwu and Gates. He waved his hand and dispatched a different kind of electric king and a large group of soldiers to take advantage of the opportunity to attack the two who could not be transformed. People and Win Talos who beaten soy sauce on the side. Well, Shi Wang was 100% stopped by Shi Wang, there was nothing wrong with it. Zhuangwu Gates, who couldn't resist, and Feng Talos, who couldn't resist, were quickly beaten to death. Just as the alien electric king raised his sword and was about to kill the three of them, a brilliant burst of light lit up, except for Ted. Everyone who was outside was transferred away. What the hell? Tid looked at the empty base blankly, and became at a loss for a while. In the gap of time, in the station hall of the time train, two groups of men and horses were clearly thrown on the ground. Hey? Where is this? People on both sides looked around at the same time. At this moment, a foot suddenly appeared behind the alien electric king, kicked it on its ass, and kicked it. My uncle, dang, I got the wrong direction. The owner of this foot posed a pose with his back to the heterogeneous electric king, and found that the direction was reversed, so he quickly turned around and repositioned it again. My uncle, coming. Kamen Rider Den-o Genuine Den-o, join. Yo, hello. You are the same as the electric king, you are too weak. The basic form of the electric king is the holy sword form, and Doubterus, the strange demon who controls the body of the transfigured Ryotaro no Game, laughed. You were a sneak attack from behind. Heterogeneous electric king said in annoyance. Hey! Who cares about you? Doubterus smiled disdainfully, while avoiding the harassment of the soldiers at will, while combining the four components hanging on the waist into his own weapon, the electric cutter sword mode. Listen. My uncle does not need to be prepared, from the beginning to the end it is full of firepower. Come on! Doubterus rushed into the crowd with excitement, and began to mow these little soldiers unparalleled. It's a pity that I was forcibly interrupted before I had a good time. Please watch the small theater next. The tram is fighting for the four silly bodies. The surname Tao, you have been fighting for too long alone. A golden alien demon transformed into a spirit state and rushed into the body of the electric king, squeezing Tao Taros out. Axe form. Damn stinky bear. Looking at the electric king who turned into a holy axe, Doubterus who was squeezed out by Kintarus couldn't help cursing. Cry for my strength. Kintarus held the axe mode electric splitter and slashed hard at the waist of the alien electric king, and slashed it out with an axe. Well, it's my turn next. Gun form. Before he was happy, the purple dragon Talos directly squeezed him out, and the electric king turned into a holy spear form. Can I knock you down? Your answer is not important. Long Taros held the electric cutter in gun mode and fired a shot at the alien electric king. The dragon is too careful. The enemy is behind you. Where? Long Talos turned around immediately, and then was robbed of control of his body by the blue Puterus. Rod form. I'm lying. 1,000 needles are hidden in the words. Pat Arrows, who is in the form of the holy pole, smiled with the electric cutter in the fishing rod mode, and then turned to the alien electric king, try to get my hook too. With a flick of the fishing rod, Puterus pierced the body of the alien electric king and imprisoned it in place, and then flew a knight to kick it and explode it, making the controlled Zhuyongdang fall out safely. Are you okay? Puterus lifted his transformation, but still attached Ryotaro Nogame's body to step forward and support Kui Nagato. No, Nogame Ryotaro. The knight fan who is familiar with all the Heisei knights recognized Ryotaro in an instant, and shouted excitedly. Where is this place? Without any insight, the three gates, who had been around for a while, came over and interrupted the fan meeting. It's different from another time and space where you are, right? Pewterus said casually. Then you are? Zhuangwu asked curiously. Kamen Rider, Electric King. I am on a time patrol of love and justice. I heard you said before that Kamen Rider does not exist. Pewterus looked at Zheng Dang. This one. It is true that we may be made up of fiction, but as long as there are people in the world who remember us, Kamen Rider will become real in the time called memory and will always exist. In the world view of Kamen Rider, a bug law born out of idealism to the extreme, as long as someone remembers it, Kamen Rider will always exist. Yet. Zhiyang nodded subconsciously. The Kamen Rider Den King of Love and Justice? I remember it. Zhuangwu was inexplicably excited. Really? Then please take care of it. Pewterus smiled, and then Zhuangwu and the others were sent back to TID's base while the light was flashing. Tid. Your sister, where do you think I am? 3 in and 3 out, come and go as you like. Why? You knights obviously shouldn't exist in fiction. Why can you come back again and again? Tide shouted hysterically. Because they are real. After being kindly educated by Pewterus, the whole person was completely reformed and spoke for a long time. Tid, Nanny. I thought that knights didn't exist, but I was wrong. Because as long as someone remembers, Kamen Rider will not disappear. Now I firmly believe that Kamen Rider will help me rescue my brother. Yes. This has nothing to do with fiction or reality. Zhuangwu pressed the timepiece. Zio. Because we exist right now, here. Appeared. The dragon I was observing secretly felt a dozen breaths that suddenly appeared in the city, and I was overjoyed. After setting up Ayala, I quickly shuttled through the city. This is a good opportunity to gather the power of the night. Zhuangwu is busy saving people, and the screenwriter will not let him collect all the power of the knights directly in the theater version, but the dragon and me are different. He has no restrictions. This time can be said to be an unprecedented harvest. Want to have such a good opportunity, generally only possible in the theater version of the plot, although only the main writer, but I am very satisfied with the dragon. Anyway, there will be opportunities in the future. There is no restriction that each knight can only absorb it once. Every time you collect a copy, you can become stronger. Just take your time. Chapter 51, Kamen Rider. Heisei Eternal. Following those words of Zhuangwu, the world seemed to have opened a mysterious yoke. With the shouts of people in the city under the monsters chasing and killing, the knights appeared in the world in response to these calls for help. Squeeze the second silly group. War Rabbit. 10,000 feet. Seeing the monster getting closer, Shidong Maikong, who stood in front of a group of ordinary people, couldn't help but whispered. However, it was not Kiryu Warchu and the others who helped her block the monsters, but the other two knights, Kamen Rider Grease Saruto Ichikai and Kamen Rogue Hyamuro Shandoku. In order to protect my Mi-10, I will definitely fight for my life. For the future of this country, I am willing to bet everything. Robot Jelly. Crocodile. Transform, X2. Crush, Flow. Overflowing. Robot and Grease. Barat. Tear. Devour. Shattered and scattered. Crocodile and Rogue. Orat. Kamen Rider Grease. Kamen Rider Rogue. Burn your heart, Mi-10, defeat the enemy. Consecrate yourself for righteousness. The pioneering group. When you mention the Heisei Knights, you should think of Empty Me. With the sound of the very concise transformation sound, the first Kamen Rider in Heisei walked out with a thumbs up. Cyclone. Joker. Essay, come and count your sins. The wind howled, the trump card came, and W, the first Kamen rider in the new decade of Heisei, stood in front of the weirdo. Cherish life group. Help. X-aid. Ghost. Come on. With the shouts of the two children, Kamen Rider X-aid and Kamen Rider Ghost jumped out and stood in front of them. Level up. Kagen. Watch my life pass the level. Burn your life. Playing with fire group. Awesome. Special. High season. Strike vent, strike vent. Coupled with the sound batons of Kamen Rider Hiki swinging, together with the Kamen Rider Wizard and Kamen Rider Ryaki, all moves with strong flames are released. Acceleration group. Go on, Belt Mulberry. OK. Starty our engine. Speed. 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 Start up. Clock up. Time out. Clock cover. Kamen Rider Drive, Kamen Rider Fuzz, Kabuto Kabuto. Needless to say, this group is obviously an acceleration group, and all three are red. Non-human group. Turn up. Hanamaiki on stage. Die. As for the three here, one wields a sword, one uses claws, and one sword all out. Kamen Rider Blade, Kamen Rider 000 and Kamen Rider Gamu. Sure, inhuman group. Binocular shining group. This grouping doesn't actually have a particularly similar feature, it's just that the eyes are shining when the Nirvana is used. Or is it a special blood group? The specific members are Kamen Rider Kiva and Kamen Rider Agito. Single fight alone group. When long I passed by these knights, by the way, I divided the group of people into several groups. The following are a few people who are fighting alone. Kamen Rider Force and Kamen Rider Decade. When passing through Decade, Long I paid special attention to his belt well, the white one, not the one he knew. Finally, there is the Kamen Rider Den King. The Den King here is not Ryotaro himself, but Tautaro's himself wearing a belt and transforming himself. Awesome! 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 Go on, go on, go on! My uncle, come on stage! In the busy crowd, this guy hummed his theme song and went up against the crowd, blocking the front of countless weirdos. What is a knight? The so-called knight is a hero who is going upstream among the fleeing crowd. The so-called knight is a hero who dares to face countless enemies alone. The second point seems to be more applicable to a certain card-repairing fighter. A man will always fight when he knows he will lose. JPG. When the dragon and I made a circle around the city, I just saw a fly flying out of the city. This thing has become the TID of the alien ultimate sky. With the full support of the genius tool man, physicist Kiryu Warchu, the two undescent time demon machines were repaired in a matter of minutes. It seems that Uedo is called a gazed dog belt. Then he and Zhuangwu drove a Gundam and blasted Tid, who became an alien Sorumi. Ted saw a bad sight, and hurried back to the base to absorb the singularity Shingo Kyunaga, and upgraded to an alien Ultra Sorumi. Destroyed all the way and flew out of the city consciously all the way. What a dedicated villain! For fear that the knights didn't dare to use any force to prevent damage to the city, they ran directly to the wasteland in the outskirts. There is another name for this wasteland, which is the wasteland dedicated to holster wars. The last battle that took place here seemed to be the All Knights vs Overhaul card, or the Decade, the destroyer of the world, against the All Knights? Well, this is not the point. Anyway, when Ted was flying outside, all the knights immediately mounted their special motorcycles and chased them. Among them, Zwango and Kiryu War Rabbit, who were in front, were naturally the first to catch them, but they immediately found embarrassingly that they were surrounded by hundreds of small soldiers that TID had summoned. Fortunately, the dozen knights behind arrived in time, and instantly turned into an old driver to show off his car skills, flying up and down, playing acrobatics while cleaning up the small soldiers. The scene was a bell and whistle, and I was envied by the dragon. It's a pity that I don't have a dedicated motorcycle, and I don't have such good car skills. I can't show it even if I want to show it. But he soon discovered that riding a motorcycle was already a small case, and the latter was even more excessive. For example, a ghost riding a bird, a dragon riding a dragon, and even a sports car on drive are also good. As for the pediatrician passing by on a forensic doctor, not to mention it. How can you let the fellow war rabbit be handsome there alone? Let's deal with that guy. Suddenly 2 traitors appeared among the main cavalry of a group of busy soldiers. I saw Gates and Wanzang Glong. I drove a time magic machine and rushed to Tide, who was temporarily unattended. Then I was tied. Slapped to the ground. Puff. Sitting next to a hill just over 10 meters high, or the dragon sitting on a small bench in front of the mound, I immediately laughed. It's both humans and ghosts showing off, only 2 riders are beaten. X20. The 20 main riders who had just finished cutting the grass heard the words of Long. And they started whispering to each other, asking each other who the second riders of these 2 shameful guys were. Zhuangwu and Kiryu Battle Rabbit looked at each other, and hid in the corner subconsciously. Anyway, no one knows anyone, as long as they don't say who knows. It's a pity that their ideas quickly fell through. The other 18 knights immediately focused on the 2 of them after seeing Gates and Wanzang Glongmi crawling out of the time demon machine. Nonsense, everyone is a knight, don't you know how to recognize people by the belt? Chapter 52, All Rider Kick. Dragon. Even if you don't help, don't talk coldly there. Under the watchful eyes of 18 eyes, Zhuangwu quickly shouted in anger. I don't have any long and I spread my hands innocently, you ask them, am I wrong? When all the knights saw this, they shook their heads, indicating that I was right about the dragon. Dragon me. At the same time, Kiryu Battle Rabbit noticed Zhuanggu's name. Oh, I was discovered. Seeing Kiryu Battle Rabbit's sight, Long Eye stood up helplessly, took out the belt and pressed it on the waist. EVOL driver. EVOL drive. Kiryu Warchu exclaimed, are you? Didn't you just tell you about the parallel world? Longwo started to babble while taking out the full bottle. When the knights saw that there was a good show opening, they immediately entered the theater mode. Tide also faithfully followed the villain's rules and never interrupted the protagonist's storytelling at critical moments. In your world, Evolto should be possessed by both of you, right? Kiryu Warchu nodded subconsciously. If he successfully possessed your power, he will develop in the direction you know. Then guess what? What if he fails while possessing the dragon me who has the same ability as him? You mean, Evolto failed when he was possessed by Wanzang Glong-I, and was swallowed up by Wanzang Glong-I, thus giving birth to a parallel world towards a different future, and you are the greatness of this parallel world. Dragon me. As a genius physicist, he roughly deduced the facts in an instant. Of course, it was the fact that I wanted to let him know. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Wanzang Glong walked to the side of Kiryu Battle Rabbit with a blank look. Knights. Even they have understood, this Wanzang Glong, as a personal participant, didn't even understand? Are these 2 people really the same person? They looked at the 2 Longjong Longmi, and they murmured. I'm just saying you are good food. Kiryu Battle Rabbit didn't have a good temper, and he was thinking that the same person is too different. If my own family also has a dragon over there, I'm so good, don't let him work hard. Kill Evolto and build a new world. Okay, don't talk nonsense, I won't be able to fly if I don't see them. Long Eye pointed at Tidder. Tid. Unlimited. Rider system. Over the evolution. Are you ready? Transform. Body. Rising up the throne, lighting up the divine fire. Devouring everything, unlimited evolution. This moment is the ultimate time. X23. Looking at the dragon and me slowly falling from the sky, the 20 main riders, 2 second riders, and Ted are all embarrassed. Everyone is a knight. Why are you so showy? It's not an ordinary show, it's a show of pedicle show. It's the background of the universe and the starry sky again, and it's the Kowloon throne again, so let people live? Kiryuzanta couldn't help but looked at the Wanzang Glong me next to him again, with 3 points of pain, 3 points of pitifulness, and 94 points of disgust in his eyes. Wan Zhonglong looked aggrieved. Blame me? The 3 of Zhuangwu Gate's Moon Reader also looked at Dragon Me in amazement. They finally knew how strong Dragon Me was. No wonder I was able to confront the king of every demon head-on, at least in terms of the special effects and huge momentum of this transformation. I am already better than the king of every demon. After all, Gates and Uedo have seen the old demon king transform. Only Zhuangwu himself hadn't even seen the appearance of transforming himself the last time the old devil was transformed directly in the smoke. He could not see anything. Including Ola, who came here with the time magic machine that Moonread opened. She was also the first time to see this transformation of the Dragon Me. Her eyes were full of love and admiration, and her own man was handsome. After recovering, in order to vent the envy and jealousy in their hearts, all the knights turned their gazes to Ted. Everyone! Let's rescue Shingo! It is good! So next is the Feast of Knights Kicking. Final vent. Dragon Knight finally arrives. Scanning charge. OOO's Tata BA teamed up with Knights. Where is the wife union? Omega Drive. Ghosts Omega Driver. Limit Break. Force Knight Rocket Drill Kick. Mighty Critical Strike. X8 Almighty Crit. What about your delayed kick? Lightning Blast. Blade Awakening card, 5 of Spades, 6 of Spades, a power-enhanced Knight Kick. Agito Earth Form Rider Kick. The Warrior. The ghosts are all kicked by the knights. Joker. Maximum Drive. W Extreme Ace Divide. Final Attack Ride. Decade. Decade Finally Attack and Control. Full Charge. The Nirvana of the Electric King Doubterus. Koine Kick Strike. Sekao. Wizard Strikes and Kicks. Wake Up. Kiva's Anti-Gravity Night Kicks Dark Moon Break. Full Throttle Speed. Drive Kicks at Full Throttle. Orange Sparking. Kaiwuz. Rogue Kick. Exceed Charge. Faiza's Crimson Electric Drill. I still remember the Crimson 12 electric drills that Knight kicked. Rider Kick. Kabuto's Knight Kick doesn't have to say much, but it's a pity that TID didn't stand on the ground, otherwise he would force Wang Tiandao to turn around and kick and teach him to be a man. Empty My All-Around Kick. Look at the nickname of this kick, Nuclear Kick, to know how strong it is. Vortex Finish. Builds Formula Kicks. Time Break. Shi Wang's Time Smash Kick. This kick is really far from the king will kill in every devil's time. Looking at it this time, long I also looked forward to a few of them, such as X8, Faiz, Kabuto, etc. Unfortunately, I felt dull after a glance. After all, I couldn't see what I wanted to see. And obviously, these guys are all playing soy sauce all basic forms, even if they are not paddling. But also, it's just a TED, and any knight in the final form is a kick. In that case, what should other people do? So it's still good to give everyone a chance to show their faces. Okay? There are 2 others who haven't shown their faces? Who is that? Why don't I remember? In view of the current situation, Dragon I naturally want to go to the village to do what he likes, and just put on a Nirvana. Ready? Go. Rider Kick. Longwo leaped and stood up in the air, a huge shadow of the earth emerged from behind him, and as he kicked it out, the shadow of the earth wrapped him and slammed into Ted. Final Planet Explosion. Final Planet Explosion. Ciao. Chapter 53, Future Night Debut. Boom. Ted, who had eaten 21 night kicks, finally turned into a ball of flames in the sound of the explosion, and gradually disappeared into the air. Tide, ah, I'm finally dead. Then he saw the little boy Shingo Hisunaga escape from the flames and fell to the ground with a click. Knights. Sorry, they are all busy with sculpting, completely unaware of the situation behind them. After all, real men never look back at explosions. Fortunately, the height is not high, and Shingo Kunaga has been in a coma, not knowing what happened. However, this fall also caused him to wake up in pain, touching the back of his head that seemed to have been knocked on by someone, and slowly stood up, and saw the knights who had just turned around to face him. Ah! Kamen Rider! Hisunaga was very pleasantly surprised. Although he was taken to 2018 before the birth of the first knight Sorumi in Heisei, he had read the trailer and knew what Sorumi looked like. The 10 people are naturally the same knights as Sorumi. Now he doesn't know the fear of being dominated by spoilers. He just feels very happy to see so many knights at once. However, in the rest of his life, he will watch the knights he knows appear on the screen. He will soon feel dull and boring. At least, he would have lived in this grey world in the 20 years before the Reiwa era. When the 20 knights saw Shingo Hisunaga so excited, they felt embarrassed. After saying hello, they hurriedly went back to each house and looked for their mothers. Only the Shiwang group and the Build group stayed and dealt with the 2 brothers. Things. Since they couldn't leave the world on their own, Dragon Eye had to take Ola to stay and wait for them for a while. After finally dealing with the funeral, before leaving this world, Kiryu Warchu asked Ryo for some exchanges. Ryo agreed. When they saw it, the Wang trio was shocked and still thinking about Ryo. When did the guy change his temper? But when they returned to their own world, they knew the reason. They saw the Kiryu War rabbit who was still haunting the dragon, and I asked all kinds of questions. The road left directly like a stranger. After Zhuangwu obtained the build form, they had already lost their memory. Previously, the ability to have memories was entirely dependent on the power of the alien gods. Now that the matter is over, without the power to maintain the memory, they will naturally lose the memory of the night again. Long I casually explained, and then took Ola back home. He has gained a lot this time, and he just needs to digest it. Not 2 days later, 2018 ended unconsciously, and time entered a new year, 2019. The Japanese are only the Spring Festival, and New Year's Day is the New Year, so this day, our family is also dressed up and decorated. On such an important day, it is no surprise that the 2 of Long and I continued to run for a meal. Hey? You met the Knight of the Future? Uedu said in astonishment. Well, it's just a dream. Zhuangwu smiled. What, dreaming? Uedu breathed a sigh of relief. But the first dream in the new year is fighting. You really don't give yourself a vacation. No, I think it's very interesting. But you should all know a lot of knights I don't know. Zhuangwu asked with interest. Does anyone know anything? Of course, there is also an uncle, but he still doesn't know that Zhuanggu has been fighting outside as a knight, so he can't understand what they are talking about. He generally only treats it as a popular topic among young people. Unfortunately, there will be no knights in the future. Gates said quietly. Ugh. It won't be long before the day of every demon will come, and you will become the king of every demon on that day. From then on, all knights except you will disappear from history. Every day of the devil. Zhuangwu's mood suddenly became heavy. But won't your dream be true again? Aura, who rarely paid attention to the 3 of Zhuangwu, suddenly said. Shouldn't it? Zhuangwu is weak and weak, thinking about it a few days ago, he had a dream, but suddenly ran to other worlds to fight a group fight. Thinking of this, Zhuangwu subconsciously looked at Longwo who was eating quietly, and even looked at him with other people. The dragon who was addicted to food was interrupted by the gazes of a few people, and said in a bad mood, It's true. Fuck. Zhuangwu was dumbfounded, and Gates Moon Reader glared at him. Kamen Rider Snoopy, it's Shinobi, Ninja, a knight in 2022. Since the spoiler has begun, there is no way to stop at will. Right. It's exactly the same as I dreamed it. Zhuangwu said excitedly, and then Gates glared back. But shouldn't it? Ola wondered, how can a knight be born when he becomes the queen of every demon? Isn't he? Long Eye smiled and snarled at Gates. Gates is because he walked through the back door. Uedo had already believed in the spoilers of Dragon Me, thinking that it was the old devil who acquiesced in Gates' existence. As for her own betrayal, she didn't dare to say anything, didn't dare to ask anything, so she had to go one step at a time. Gates turned black, and you just walked through the back door. But you also came to the point. When Zhuangwu became the queen of the time of the devil, he did not have a knight, so on the other hand, he did not become a soon after. He hasn't become the king of every devil. Gates' attention was instantly attracted. Well, as I said last time, this knight was born in the timeline of the savior of Gates the Resurrection. Long Eye nodded. There are 2 more future knights like this. Their presence here means that several timelines have begun to converge, and the future direction will be officially determined on the day of the magical day. In addition, normally, if you want to defeat alien knights, you need a corresponding knight table. But these 3 knights come from another timeline in the future. You cannot travel through time to obtain the knight table, so the corresponding alien knights will be in a semi-invincible state. How should it be solved? Zhuangwu worried. If we can't stop them, ordinary people will suffer, right? Just let it go, someone will come out to help you. Long Eye smiled, otherwise, rely on the power of the second order Shi Wang or the resurrected person. How do you get it? Zhuangwu hurriedly asked. That's a good question. As long as 998. Looking at the groaning eyes of a few people, Long Eye had no choice but to stop. I mean, you will naturally gain the power of the second order Shi Wang soon. As for the power of the resurrected. Long Eye looked at Gates, put the 3 future night watches together to synthesize the resurrected timetable. Zhuangwu said no FXXK, is there any difference between what you said and didn't say? In speechlessness, Waz opened the door and walked in. Your Majesty the Devil. It's not good. Long Me, Gates was taken away by a weirdo. XN. Waz, what's the matter? Zhuangwu broke the silence. The alien knight has appeared. Waz also regained his senses. What era of knights is that? Zhuangwu asked. If Waz has that book, should I know it? The problem is here, there is no relevant record in this book. Waz said solemnly. No, it's just being deleted by the old Demon King. The dragon that has never stopped in my mouth, I said unhurriedly. Chapter 54, Kamen Rider Waz. Hey? Why? You are stupid. Longwo said speechlessly, that the advent calendar of the King of Every Devil is the personal biography of the King of Every Devil. Why do you want to record the deeds of others when you have nothing to do? You should look for a book called The Advent of the Savior. Savior. Gates is particularly sensitive to this term now. Yes, as you think, the future knight has already appeared. Don't think about it so much, let's go out and have a look. Zhuangwu rushed out first, anyway, saving talents is the first. Waz, you stay for a while. Long Eye stopped Waz. Your Excellency Long, can you give me any advice? Waz bowed slightly and bowed. Hey? Why are you so respectful all of a sudden? Longwo said in surprise. His Majesty the future Demon King informed me that in order to achieve your own goals, you will definitely protect him now, so you are trustworthy. Waz said. It's the old devil. Longwo suddenly said, when you go out, you will meet you from another timeline. He will take action against Zhuangwu. Remember to protect Zhuangwu. Yes. Although he didn't know what the other one was like, but when he heard that Zhuangwu might be in danger, Was chased him out immediately. Another Was, called White Was by Zhuangwu and others, comes from the timeline of Savior and is a loyal keeper of Gates the Resurrected, which is exactly the opposite of the current Black Was. Hiwoza has a almanac of every devil which records the past history, and Beiwoza's is an e-book, which is very powerful and can guide the future for a short time, so as to control others without knowing it. Purpose. For example, when Zhuanggu and Gates met the alien Kamen Rider Ninja, when they were about to chase them away, White Watts used this e-book to make Zhuanggu's locomotive Shiviao fly out inexplicably. This separated him and Gates. Then White Was wanted to continue to control the future to attack Zhuangwu and Yudu, but fortunately, he was arrived in time and rescued the two of them and reunited with Gates. Gates. Another Watts appeared. Zhuangwu saw Gates hurriedly said. What are you talking about? Gates didn't know, so, Was, what's the matter? I don't know either. Was said helplessly, it's just that according to your lord, Was is from another timeline. Another timeline? Isn't it the main line of Savior? Yuedug blurted out, after all, she knew the future of the three timelines mentioned by Long Eye. The two lines related to Zhuangwu obviously didn't fit this Was's situation. Just now there is a future night from the Savior main line, no matter how you look at it, only the Savior main line meets the conditions. The main line of Savior. Was at a loss. After all, he was not present when the dragon eye spoiled. Zhuangwu briefly told him when he saw it. That's it. After all, Was knew more, and instantly understood the current situation, so, the purpose of that Was should be to assist Gates. Oh! Just when Gates wanted to speak, the alien ninja suddenly jumped out, and he had to go up and deal with it with Zhuangwu first. How did it know that we are here? You couldn't understand. Was said, it's not that it knows where we are, but that Was used that book to manipulate it. That's right. White words came out, the future I wrote in this book, no matter it is, everyone will abide by it. Really, then you go to write about your majesty the king during the devil's time. He was sneered. White Watts was stagnant. If Lao Tzu influences the king of the devil, he still needs to come here and talk nonsense with you. So what is your purpose? Yuedu asked. At the moment, of course it's time to get a different kind of ninja. White Watts said lightly. Alien ninja. You reader murmured. It's normal if you don't know. White Warts thought about finally winning a round, and was about to pretend to be forced. Sure enough, that alien knight is really a ninja. Yuedu said to Hwarj. Well, everything is just like what the Lord Ryum said. But it would be a little difficult to get a ninja timetable in this case. Hwarj nodded, let's go and see the situation of your majesty the devil. It is good. Then the two, ignoring the awkward White Watts, rushed to the battlefield between Zhuangwu and the alien ninja. White Wars. On Zhuangwu's side, he and Gates have beaten the alien ninja several times, but because there is no corresponding night timetable, it can't be completely defeated, so it can be resurrected with full blood every time, which is really exhausting for them. Well, someone will come out to help us? People. Gates vomited. Then, in order to get some face back, White Was, who had arrived before Yuedu and Hwarj, appeared in front of him, and bowed down on one knee just like Hwarj. Hello, my savior. Defeat the resurrected Gates of the king on the day of every devil. White Was raised his head and was about to continue, but saw that Gates had lifted his transformation and went aside to rest with Zhuangwu. Zhuangwu, as Long and I said, someone really came to help us. And you really are a resurrected. Gates, this guy came too slowly, almost exhausting me. It's too far from your Wotzi. And this name is not good, resurrection and resurrection, don't you have to die first? White Watts collapsed. Who is that dragon me? Why is everything under his arrangement? Why is there no such person in the history he knows? Seeing White was staying where he was, Gates said impatiently, "Was over there, why are you in a daze? Come on. Was doesn't cry. Stand up." Zhuangwu encouraged. Who rushed. "Yes." Whiteworth stood up mechanically, and slouchedly took out a green belt and a square night watch that was different from the timepiece used by Zhuangwu and Gates. Beyond river. Was. Action. Transformed, body. Strengthless state. Projection. Future time. Shugoi. Jide. Mirai. Awesome. Times. Future. Kamen Rider was. Wrapped in a burst of green light and shadow, White was transformed into Kamen Rider was. He can still become a knight. Zhuangwu exclaimed. "I said I didn't cry, and I didn't say I could not transform." Longwo, who appeared on the roof next to him, said faintly. "I don't know why, I always feel that there is a deep malice in this sentence. Also, why do you two appear on top of our heads every time?" Longwo, "Nonsense, only in this way can we show our superior demeanor." Was, "You can't do it." After complaining about Longmen aura in his heart, Zhuangwu lowered his head and looked at Hwarj, his eyes full of disgust. "Hayworth. Gates is happy, it seems that his was is still okay. Zekan Despear, time desperate gun." While chatting happily over there, White was took out a spear and started to deal with alien ninjas innocently. However, Kamen Rider was still has a novice protection period, and easily gains the upper hand in the face of alien ninjas who have been blown up several times. The alien ninja fought hard to resist, but was still beaten by Kamen Rider Waz's flying kick. White Watts took out his ebook and started the voice-controlled game. Beyond the time. Time explosion, time explosion. Chapter 55, Future Night Watch. As the ebook recorded White Waz's voice, the alien ninja was quickly kicked and exploded by White Waz under the control of the ebook, and changed back to its original form. "Ah! Shinzo Rintaro." Zhuangwu pointed to the alien ninja transformer who had fallen out. "Who is he?" Uedu asked in confusion. "It's the Kamen Rider ninja transformation I saw in my dream." "It's decided it's you." Zhuangwu, use the mouth escape skill. Longwo remotely said from the top. Zhuangwu. "Lentaro, do you still remember the purpose of your desire for power?" Zhuangwu asked. I have such a powerful force, I will definitely become a king." Shinzo Rintaro got up from the ground and muttered blankly about the concept that Svoryuza had forcibly instilled in him. Zhuangwu, no. You do not want. In the future, you have gained the power of a knight to protect the weak. You don't need the evil power that will affect your mind. If you still have confidence in your future self, you should have the consciousness to abandon the power you shouldn't have. Just when Shinzo Rintaro was lost in thought because of Zhuanggu's words, Svoraz came to him, took out the alien ninja watch and restarted it and stuffed it into his body again. So Shinzo Rintaro once again transformed into an alien ninja in the painful roar, and was controlled by the alien knight energy to attack Zhuanggu, who had no choice but to transform again to deal with it. Ordinary alien knights are actually not Zhuanggu's opponents at all, just taking advantage of the resurrection link that cannot be defeated without the ability of the corresponding knights. Today, in a short period of time, Zhuangwu and Gates have blown out the alien ninja who don't know how many times, let alone Zhuangwu. Even the armor form is useless, directly relying on the power of the basic form to take it away with a night kick. Svoryuza stepped forward tirelessly, took out the alien ninja watch and restarted it, ready to continue inserting it, but Shinzo Rintaro suddenly raised his hand to block him. "Stop! My future style is up to me." "Nani?" Shinzo Rintaro pushed Svoryuza away. "I am indeed no one can protect me now, but I am willing to take a gamble and believe in myself in the future." "That's it, believe in yourself." Zhuangwu encouraged. "Shinzo Rintaro, believe you a big-headed ghost." Nima Lao has been beaten to death so many times, and if it changes again, I will have kidney deficiency. Feeling hollowed out and tired like a dog. After Zhuangwu came on the court, White Wozi showed a successful smile, opened the ebook and began to write quickly. Ninja time watch has appeared. Then a blank night watch in his hand glowed, and it quickly became the time watch of Kamen Rider Shinobi. I won't ask for your opinion. When Svoryuzi over there was angry, he backhanded the Zhang who wanted to resist, and roughly stuffed the alien timepiece into his body. Thank you very much, Demon King. Taking advantage of the transformation of Godzura Rintaro, White Woz regained confidence and walked forward with a ninja watch. Shinobi. Action. Projection. Future time. Dareaya. Oreaya. Ninja. Who? Next. Ninja. Future ring Shinobi. Shinobi. The green Kamen Rider Woz has turned into a future-boosting ninja form wearing purple armor. The two ninjas suddenly fought fiercely, breathing fire, blowing the wind, sinking into the shadows to see no people, and jumping out to sprinkle water, with full special effects. It just made the venue very messy. One piece was scorched by fire and one piece there was destroyed by water. I don't know if it is necessary to pay a fine for destroying public property like this. After solving several avatars, White Woz took a few steps back and took out the time despair gun, switched it to the sickle mode, and cut the grass on the alien ninja one after another. Kamishisuji, Scythe Harvest. In front of the Kamen Rider Woz ninja form, the alien ninja was a complete defeat. White Woz, who had already had the upper hand, was not too addicted, and started the voice control game again. Beyond the time. Ninfa. The art of time binding. Kamishisuji. Finish time. Ichijeki Kamen, one sickle will kill. Two avatars flashed out of White Woz, and his total triple attack instantly exploded the alien ninja for the nth time. Shinzo Rintaro rolled out of a green fire, and the alien night watch was finally broken. He fell out of his body. The special meow is finally free. Shinzo Rintaro looked ahead with a smirk. White Woz lifted his transformation, walked to Gates, and opened his ebook. My savior, it is recorded in this book that in 2019, on the Day of the Demon, you obtained 3 night watches that did not exist in this era, shattering the ambition of the King of the Demon. This ninja timepiece should be one of them, now I entrust it to you. White Warts raised the ninja timepiece. Gates glanced lightly at the watch in his hand, and said, I refuse. What? Whiteworth was stunned. I like to say no to self-righteous people. And I don't believe you at all. Turning around and leaving, Zhuangwu and Uedo hurriedly helped God Zhang Rentaro to follow. Savior. Believe me. You believe me. Gates, I believe you a ghost. How can I use this broken watch? The model size is not right. Cough, don't get me wrong, here is the model of the belt. In addition, don't say anything about buying a toy and knowing that it can be installed, that is to promote sales. The real situation is that the interfaces of the two belts are completely different, and unless the 3 watches are combined into the resurrected watch, Gates can't use it at all. It is said that the 2 Woz also have a difficult master, one does not want to be the king of the devil, and the other does not want to be the resurrected, but I don't know if Uexu returns to his own world and becomes a queen. It is also difficult to serve. As for why she is mentioned, she is a knight of the royal family after all, and it seems normal to have another Woz who serves the moon reading. Woz is a shared brother of all worlds. Every time a royal knight is born, there will be a Woz appearing in the world. Although there are only 2 now, but be prepared for danger in times of peace, there is one sentence I have to say, that is, leave it to Woz's color is running out. Every time after fighting the monsters, the time robbers always give themselves a vacation. This level of professionalism is really far from that of Tide. It's just a matter of plugging a watch. Does it take so long to rest? I don't know what Svoraz is doing all day long. Is it possible to steal popsicles to feed himself? And the former time robber Ola, who has been at home for too long, has been trying to find something to do in a quiet state of mind these days. She doesn't know if it's really too idle, or the so-called will of the world is at work. After all, if you go out during this period of time, you won't encounter any good things. At first I did not approve of her going out very much, but I couldn't bear her pleading, and finally I had to agree. Anyway, with his protection, plus she herself is not so stupid. If she wasn't cruel enough, she wouldn't be selected by Svoraz as the looter of the time. So this day, I just gave this little wildcat a suggestion to make Zhuangwu and the others have some trouble. Hey? Aren't we in the same group? Ola, who was lying on Longma's legs and applying nail polish to herself, said in surprise. No guessing, it was Silver again. Chapter 56, Kamen Rider Quiz. It's a group. Long I nodded. Then you need me to trouble them. Ola didn't know why. To be precise, it is to help them. After all, if you didn't make strange nights, where would they find night watches? Long I laughed. Okay. Ola was ashamed and stroked his forehead. Why hadn't he discovered before that the act of creating a strange night was completely sending a watch to King Shi and the others? It's okay, everything is Svoraz's fault. Longwo comforted by touching Ola's head. Therefore, at the time of Sengfen the next day, the only person who came to Chaoju Wanmutang was Longmi. Hey, why didn't Ayala come? Yuedu asked in confusion. Oh, I asked her to make you strange nights. Long I said casually. Clam. Oh, what, this is for your good. Long and I furiously, look at you, all day long, there is nothing to do. When will I get all the night's tables when I go on like this? But we don't know where to find the night. Zhuangwu is weak. So I asked Ola to help you? If it weren't for the time robber, where would you have so many watches? Hey! The three of Zhuangwu looked at each other, as if the robbers were helping them. When I saw their expressions, Long I immediately affirmed, to tell you the truth, Svoraz is helping Zhuangwu gain the power of the king of the devil. As for he is just a little brother who is kept in the dark. Why did Svoraz do this? Is he a royalist? Of course not, his purpose is included in his behavior, you will know if you think about it. Long, you should speak straight. The three of them thought for a while and still had no clue. Zhuangwu had no choice but to speak. It's so simple. Long I squinted, what is his behavior? Send the watch. Yuedu tentatively asked. Bingo. Long I snapped his fingers, let's look at it another way. I see. It's the end. Gates suddenly said. Yes, you can teach you. Long I nodded in satisfaction. But why? Zhuangwu still didn't understand. If others want you to die, why are you so hairy? Long I said silently, no matter what his ultimate goal is, you just need to know that he wants to kill you anyway. Also, you can go out now, Ola should be almost ready. Why is it time for lunch to go out again? Yuedu reluctantly followed Zhuangwu and Gates out. I always can't eat lunch, and I lose weight when I am hungry. Long my mouth twitched. Are you still thin? I was almost sold by my uncle's rice to Yuan. I murmured a word. Long Wo happily enjoyed the food for 4 people. There was no way. The physique was growing and evolving all the time because of devouring talent. In addition, for some indescribable reason, I would not eat more good energy. I can't keep up with my nutrition. After the 3 of Zhuangwu went out, they soon encountered the alien knight created by Ola. Since this alien knight was still in the normal situation, it was easily defeated as usual. Of course, it still couldn't be solved. Just when the two looked at the alien knight lying on the ground and prepared to put a big first to kill at once, an uninvited guest appeared. Wait! The weirdo let me fix it. Who are you? Gates, who was already cool, said uncomfortably after being interrupted. The visitor smiled faintly, "Let's Morphin, the hunter of the earth, read." "Bah, sorry for the drama." The visitor lifted the question mark necklace on his neck and shook it, and a simple copycat version of the belt that looked like a space-time drive appeared on his waist. Transform. Fashion. Passion. Question. Fashion. Enthusiasm. Questions. Quiz. A red and blue knight with a pair of X and O painted on his chest and a big question mark on his head appeared in front of them. Tangan Jusui, Kamen Rider Quiz, part-time. The special red of the Mike Squad Go Busters in the Super Team series next door. Speaking of which, these 3 future knights are all 2 blooming knights. The last future knight shinobi is also the star ninja in Shuriken Ninja. The next knight, Kikai, is even more powerful. He is one of the big villains in Quick Thieves Lupin Company vs Police Patrol Company, and is also a computer stranger who has been forced to force in Kamen Rider Kaiwa the experience of a cameo. Sure enough, one can't hang on a single tree. If you want to die, you have to hang a few more trees. It's another knight that I haven't seen before. This is also a knight of the future. Gates frowned. Why is his belt a cute female voice? Zhuangwu's focus is completely different. X2. Can you please let me go? Tang Anzu Shui coughed and went back to preach. What if I say no? Gates snorted coldly. I have said it a long time ago. I like to say no to you self-righteous people. Then there is no way. Tang Anzu Shui shook his head. Save the world, answer the right answer. Question, I want to fight with you, yes or no? Hey! Zhuangwu was taken aback, and you're ready to fight, so what questions are you still asking? The correct answer is yes. As soon as the voice fell, a blue electric light suddenly appeared on both Zhuangwu and Wu. Ah! The two cried out in pain, feeling the fear of being dominated by the Thunder King. Tang and Zhu Shui took the opportunity to attack the two of them, and the two stood up forcibly, responding to his attack, and he immediately started asking questions again. Question, your attack ended the battle, yes or no? Of course it is. Gates sipped coldly and threw a punch. The answer is, no. Tang and Zhu Shui easily dodged, and the two of Zhuangwu's bodies lit up again. Oh! You are subject to my attack, yes or no? Without waiting for an answer, he directly said, the answer is yes, yes. Oh! Question, my flying kick ended the battle next, yes or no? I hope not. Zhuangwu was weakened by electricity, lying on the ground weakly. The correct answer is, yes. Tang and Zhu Shui launched his nirvana, and an opaque screen appeared in the air, half of which represented the correct O and half of which represented the wrong X. Final quiz flash. Question kick. He jumped up and broke through the screen from behind the O, kicking Zhuangwu and Gates with a large XO special effect under his feet. Stay aside. Tang and Zhu Shui said to the two people who had been shot and transformed, and then walked towards the alien quiz who was still lying dead. Finally it's my turn to ask you questions. Just when Tang An's main water was about to attack the strange quiz, time suddenly stopped. I said, you two are too weak. Ola looked at Zhuangwu and Gates with disgust, no wonder the dragon and I want me to find something for you to do. Just your strength and the last time I saw it. Compared with those knights, it's a shame to the knights. I'll take it away first, and wait until you recover. Ola tucked her hair and stopped when it was over. Stop! Looking at the strange quiz who suddenly ran into the distance, Tang An's master water hurriedly chased after him. Zhuangwu and Gates looked at each other, and left with shame on their faces with the help of Yu reading. Chapter 57, Dead End White Was. When Yue Duo helped Zhuangwu and the two of them to come back from 9 to 5 sessions long, and I had already finished eating and dazzling people. But they saw another person, Tang and Zhu Shui, who was looking for his uncle to repair his watch. Why are you guys? Tang and Zhu Shui said impatiently. Who on earth are you? Asked Gates, who was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. I'm Kamen Rider Quiz, coming from 2020. Tang and Zhu Shui said, I was brought here by someone who did not pull me away. How many Beibura? Zhuangwu was taken aback, and then used a great summoning technique to summon Was. Look, is it like him? Yes, yes. It seems that the white Was did it. Zhuangwu's group glanced at each other and confirmed. Then what do you want to do here? Zhuangwu inquired. My name is Tang and Zushui, and that strange knight is my father. Tang and Zushui was silent for a while and replied. My mother told me that as a scientist, although he was only outstanding, but he has not made any research results. He also completely ignored his family because he was indulged in research. In the end, his body had a problem due to the influence of the chemical substance, and he died soon. That's it, so do you want to change this history? Gates suddenly. Of course not. I didn't expect Tang and Zushui to directly deny it. What can we do if we change it? Changing history is something people with negative thinking will do. Nanny. Gates, who wanted to change history, was suddenly upset. My mother will be bedridden in 2040. She feels that she has never been loved by her father, so she has been unable to look forward. I'm here just to ask him what he really thinks, not to do something meaningless like changing history. Because I knew Zhuangwu, my uncle regarded Tang and Zushui as Zhuangwu's friend, and let him, who came from the future homeless, live directly at home tonight. It's a big deal for 9 nights and 5 halls. It's a shame not to open a hotel. Up. Early the next morning, as soon as Zhuangwu got up, Was brought news of the appearance of strange knights. They had to go out immediately. Tang and Zhu Shui was a bit unaccustomed because he traveled through time and space yesterday. He is still asleep now, so there is no go together. This time it was only against a different kind of knight. There was no difficulty. Zhuang and Wu finally got the upper hand and quickly defeated the different kind of quiz. They just didn't have the corresponding Kamen Rider quiz's power, so they couldn't solve it, and they couldn't get the inside of it. Type out different timetables. It wouldn't make any sense to just leave it like this, so Ola walked out and restarted the watch, turning it into a weirdo again. As a training, you continue to fight. After finishing this, Ola commanded casually. X2. Zhuangwu had nothing to do, and when he was about to continue his shot, White Watts suddenly jumped out. My savior! You can't do this! I specially arranged Kamen Rider quiz by your side yesterday. You didn't even his power. I don't want to follow your arrangements. Gates said coldly. It's better for you to listen to me. White Watts said very unceremoniously. Hey, can you not interrupt their training? Ola said impatiently, watching the 3 of them grind and churr. Humph, Aura the time robber, you don't need your presence here. White Was sneered at Aura, and stretched out his fist to hit her. Ola smiled disdainfully, just standing in place with her arms around her, watching White Was get closer and closer to herself. Little Ayla. Zhuangwu's voice that wanted to remind stopped abruptly, staring wide-eyed at the black energy layer that was disappearing in front of Ayla, and the White Was who had attacked Ayla had long since disappeared. What is this? Gates was surprised. Oh, according to Long Eye, it's a small black hole, and anyone who wants to attack me will be sucked in directly. Ola replied casually, playing with the tips of her hair, picking the corners of her mouth slightly. Black hole. Zhuangwu twisted his neck stiffly and looked at Swiba Gates. What's the opposite? It should be the universe. Gates is also not sure, the ghost knows what the opposite of the black hole is? But he really guessed it correctly. The black hole created by Long Wo is exactly a portal, and the opposite of the door is endless cosmic space. In the cold and silent universe, even if the temperature does not reach absolute zero, it is absolutely very close, at least about -270 degrees. If you enter the space in a transformed state, most of the knights will do nothing in a short time, but the overconfident White Waz is a direct physical attack of aura. Of course he is in a state of unprotected when he enters, and the end can be imagined. No. In fact, a person can still be rescued within 10 to 90 seconds after entering space, but will Dragon Eye leave this loophole for his enemies? His recent research on the power of time has achieved a little bit. He has added the power of time to this black hole portal before he let Ayla out, so even though their time has only passed by less than a minute, but how long it has been for White Wars, even long I don't know. Just as the black hole in front of Ola disappeared, a very similar but completely different portal quickly appeared in the field. It used to be pure black, but now it was twinkling with stars. Zhuangwu and the others immediately recognized that it was Dragon Mine. Stargate. I saw the dragon wearing a pajamas and I walked out of the starry sky door, confirmed that Ola was fine and yawned and said, "Why did you get up so early?" Ayla stepped forward and hugged Longmi's arm. "I slept too much before, thinking that I can ravage the king of the devil now, so I am too excited to sleep." Zhuangwu. "Well, you can be happy." Long and I rubbed Ola's head, then closed his eyes. "Let me look for it. Where is this guy floating?" Not long after, Long I opened his eyes, and at the same time waved his hand again to open a portal. White Watts, which had been frozen into a corpse, fell out of it and fell into a ground of ice. Fug! Looking at the ice particles splashing in front of him, Zhuangwu was startled and took a step back subconsciously. Long, I picked up a few intact things on the ground, and handed Ola the e-book that could guide the future for a while. "Take this to play." "Waz, are you there? Come out." After Aura took the things with interest, the dragon called Waz. "Your Excellency, I am here." Waz appeared quickly. "This is for you." Long I threw Kamen Rider Waz's Transcendence Drive and Waz chronograph to him. As for the last shinobi chronograph, it was bound to Kamen Rider Waz. You can see it after transforming. Seeing Waz happily taking over his Waz belt and studying it, Gates didn't like White Waz, but he still reacted a little bit, mocking, "Hurry up, thank you Emperor Qi." "No, it's Dragon Me brother." "Who is Dichi brother?" How do I feel that this sentence seems familiar? Gates thought inwardly. "Thank you, Long my brother." I didn't expect that Waz would not care about Gates' ridicule. Instead, he took the opportunity to slap a snake on the stick and thanked him sincerely. Anyway, His Majesty the Demon King said it was his own person. Of course, he should hug such a thigh. Hug. Dragon me. Gates, did you say this when you received Yashi's watch last time, and now you want to drag someone into the water with you? Okay, go ahead. Long and I waved, and directly took Ola back home, but the alien quiz had already slipped away, so Zhuangwu and the others had to go back to Chao 9 Night and 5 Hall first. Chapter 58, Alien Dragon Tooth. In the afternoon, Zhuangwu and the others received news about the activities of the alien knights again. This time they brought the main water of Tangan, without the interference of the shit-chucking stick, White Waz, and they successfully solved the alien with the power of Kamen Rider Quiz. Quiz. The master of Tangan who got the answer he wanted was also in a good mood. He agreed that Waz took the power of Kamen Rider Quiz from him, made Quiz's timetable, and asked Long to help send him to another time. 2040 of the line. It's also thanks to him that just 2 days after he came here, the coordinate information of his own time and space on his body is still very clear. If he stays for a while, after the breath on his body is assimilated by this time and space, Long I don't know where to send him. After dealing with the problem of the alien quiz, it was another week of doing nothing. Because Ola took a temporary job, the remaining duo of the time robbers were able to rest for an extra week, and only started looking for work for Zhuangwu in the past few days. Before the new alien night came out, Zhuangwu was also panicking, and he took the initiative to find Dragon Me while eating. Dragon Aura, why don't you continue to make me strange nights in the past 2 days? You are too good, I'm afraid that another night will beat you up. Ola mocked. It was just a mistake last time. Zhuangwu sweated profusely and explained with a strong smile. Yes. That's it. Gates also awkwardly agreed with Zhuangwu. Are you sure? Longwo smiled maliciously. What? Zhuangwu looked at Long's smile and swallowed subconsciously. The next alien night should be out soon. You should solve it first. Friendly reminder, the strange knights this time are not the experienced strangers before, but they will die if they don't get it right. No, really. Zhuangwu said in fear. Guess. Longwo patted Zhuangwu on the shoulder with a wicked smile. As if confirming Dragon Mi's prophecy, a new alien knight appeared that afternoon, and the two Zhuangwu who had been dispatched by the news were not able to defeat it as easily as they did against the previous alien knights. They tried their best and failed to cause it. How much hurt, instead, I was wounded all over my body, and finally was carried away by it. This is only the first battle. In the next few days, there will be one battle almost every day, but there has been no progress. The time is only 5 days later. On the 6th day, Zhuangwu and Gates came back again with injuries. Fortunately, most of them were just skin injuries. Otherwise, if the injuries continue to accumulate in a few days, they will be dragged to death. Let the alien knight run again. Yuedu stepped forward and helped them sit down. Have you been 5 or 6 times this week? No way, we don't know where it came from, and where it went. Zhuangwu smiled bitterly on the table. Gates also frowned and said, obviously it was a dead end several times, but it still ran away. The more important thing is its ability. It can bounce all our attacks back. If you want to defeat it, you must be prepared to lose both. As he said, Gates thought of what I said before. Made I this sentence? I think we still have to start from other aspects. Zhuangwu said. But you don't know where to go? Yuedu asked rhetorically. I have a way. Zhuangwu smiled mysteriously. So when I was having lunch, Long Mi was filled with all kinds of big fish and meat. Long Mi, what's the situation? Does anyone have a birthday today? No, it's just that you helped us create a strange night last time. This is a belated thank you. Zhuangwu said with a flattering smile. Come on. You didn't want to poison us by pouring medicine inside, right? Long I warned. I just want to ask Longwu brother for some questions. Zhuangwu continued to pass a glass of drink flatly. Cut, say it early. Long I was relieved, and started talking and laughing directly with Ola, ignoring the 3 of Zhuangwu. They didn't dare to bother during the meal, so they had to watch them eagerly. That. For a long time, watching Long, I and Ayla finally finished eating. Zhuangwu hungry hurried forward. Okay, just ask if you have any questions. After eating the staple food, Long I ate the fruit after the meal fed by Ola. What is the origin of that alien knight? Zhuangwu immediately asked. That's a different kind of dragon tooth. Lanja? Is there such a knight? Zhuangwu asked Gates and Yuedu. It doesn't seem to be right. Gates shook his head. I only know Dragon Knight. Almost. Long I said. Kamen Rider Dragon Tooth is the Dragon Knight of the Mirror World, the dark side of the Dragon Knight. Because the alien knight you want to defeat must have the corresponding knight power, and the transfiguration of the alien Dragon Tooth is the Dragon Tooth himself, so you can't get the Dragon Tooth watch at all. Even if you get the Dragon Horse watch, it's useless. In fact, when I watched the show, I think this is a bit of a joke. Let's not say that they are both Dragon Knights. The Dragon Knight and the Dragon Tooth are originally from the same source. If you use the Dragon Knight watch, there should be no other kind of Dragon Tooth that cannot be beat. The situation is. But there is no way. Who told the screenwriter to write like this? He just be happy. What should I do then? Zhuangwu said blankly. Call out Was. Was. I'm here, Your Majesty the Devil. Was, it is said that you have not been there this week. Did you go to the old Demon King to get things? You can give the things to Zhuangwu. Long Eye prompted. Sure enough, I can't conceal the Lord Dragon, I still want to surprise Your Majesty the Demon King. Was gave a wry smile and took out a silver dial timepiece. This is. Zhuangwu and the three looked at this timepiece in surprise, and sensed a breath that clearly belonged to the King of Evil Time. Your Majesty the Demon King, this watch has the power of the King of every devil, as long as you use it, the alien dragon's teeth are no problem. Was handed the watch to Zhuangwu respectfully. Really, that's great. Zhuangwu said happily. Don't be happy too early. Long Eye poured cold water on him, you still can't use it now. Hey? What should I do then? Just go out now, and you will meet someone who will spot you with 3 moles, cough, let you use it, don't be in a daze, roll over, baby cow. Long Eye drove out Zhuangwu who was still in a daze. Opened the door, and then looked at Gates. Don't worry, the next alien night will be the future night. Then you will be able to gain the power of the resurrected. Now first go find a man named Shinji Shirato and get the Dragon Night Watch. Although the drama originally didn't get the Dragon Riding Watch, it was specially put in the rumor, but that was too troublesome. It was enough to use the blank time watch to extract power, saving time and effort. Dismissed Gates and the monthly reading, and now only Was is left. Was, when you get the 3rd future night watch, you can give the synthesized resurrection time watch to Gates. This. Was embarrassed, he didn't want Gates to gain power that could threaten Zhuangwu. Don't worry, the old Demon King naturally knows all this and won't blame you. After all, Gates is his best friend. Okay. Was nodded helplessly. Of course, he still wanted to ask the King of the Devil for instructions first. After all, this is related to Zhuangwu's life. As Long and I said, when Was came to the old demon to ask for instructions, the old demon directly agreed and told him a secret by the way. When he returned to modern times, his ears continued to surround the old demon's words. Chapter 59, Shogo Sato. Was, you are the person I trust most. I won't hide some things from you anymore. In fact, if I go on under the current situation, it is impossible for me to become the king of the devil when young. The key to making me the king of the evil times is actually Gates' death, so you don't have to target him in the future, just let the flow go. Shocked by this information, Was rushed to Zhuangwu while thinking about his future plan, and he didn't know whether His Majesty the Demon King had the ability to use the power of magic. As for Zhuangwu, he actually found Shinji Shirato before Gates, that is, the transformation of Kamen Rider Ryuki. However, Zhuangwu didn't know the identity of Shirato Shinji at the time. He just rescued him from the alien dragon tooth, and then accepted the teachings of his predecessors. After separating from Shinji Kadoto, Zhuangwu realized that he still couldn't use Shi Wang's second-tier watch, so he continued to wander around according to Ryuga's instructions. At this time, a hand suddenly stretched out from the glass beside him, feeling at a loss. Zhuangwu pulled into another world. Where is this place? Zhuangwu looked at this lifeless world suspiciously. This is the mirror world, a world completely opposite to the outside world. A voice came, and Zhuangwu turned his head and saw the other himself. Hey? Me? Zhuangwu was taken aback, and then remembered the similar situation that he had encountered last time. Will it be me 3 days later? I am you in the mirror. It is completely different from Zhuangwu's kindness. Li Zhuangwu, who is the second-rate Zhuangwu in the mirror world, tilted his head and smiled evilly. Zhuangwu didn't know, so he stepped forward and held Li Zhuangwu's hand. It doesn't matter, anyway, you are me, so come and help me. I am you, but you are not me. Li Zhuangwu shook off Zhuangwu's hand, slapped Zhuangwu's face, sneered, and took out a Shiwang watch and transformed it. Since it is the transformation of the mirror world version, the transformation actions are of course presented in the mirror mode of the original version. The final version of the mirror world version is also different from the original version. At first glance, it seems that there is no difference. In fact, on the contrary, whether it is the font on the face or the belt around the waist, it is the opposite state. Not good. After avoiding Li Zhuangu's attack, Zhuangwu finally understood that he was an enemy or not a friend, and quickly transformed himself. However, because the mirror world self is the dark side of a person, the strength it exerts is always stronger than the well-intentioned self from the outside world, so Longqi can't beat Longjia, and Zhuanggu can't beat Li Zhuanggu. After knocking down Zhuangwu several times in a row, Li Zhuanggu paused his attack and said to Zhuangwu, "Don't you use that watch? Waz gave you a time watch with the power of magic. Is this?" Wang Erja glanced at Wang Erja when Zhuangwu subconsciously took it out. "Look. You are not a saint at all. The benevolent devil or something, you are just joking. If you want to defeat the alien dragon tooth, you have to use the power of the king of every devil, let me see your choice." Li Zhuanggu sneered. "That's it." Zhuangwazan stood up, thinking of what Shinji Kyoto had said to himself. If you don't recognize that the self in the mirror world is your true self, you can only stand still and can't move forward. However, I have never denied that you are a part of my heart, nor have I hesitated over the question of whether to become the king of the devil. Nani? Li Zhuanggu was stunned. Everyone has both light and darkness in their hearts. I have both the benevolent side and the very wicked side. I have to admit this, otherwise there will be no future. Zhuangwu's mouth cannon skills have been used to the extreme, how do you say that? I was so cruel that I even lied to myself. Aren't you afraid that you will become a vicious demon king in the future? Li Zhuanggu couldn't help. Of course I am afraid. But I am willing to take a gamble on my future self. Zhuangwu thought of Shinzo Rintaro, which was how I convinced him before. And I also believe in Gates. Long I said he will gain the power of the savior, if I really become a vicious devil, then he will definitely stop me. Li Zhuanggu was silent for a while, and finally took out a black timepiece with golden patterns from his pocket. Take it. This is. Zhuangwu took the time watch and looked at the pattern on it that was very similar to the head of Shi Wang. Light and darkness, past and future, it is the real king who can unite these two worlds. Zhuangwu took out the chronograph Waz gave him again, and there was a golden light flashing between the chronographs in his two hands. As the two chronographs approached, they finally fit together perfectly, and then the silver-white dial. With one shot, it moved to the junction of the two timepieces, revealing the golden pattern of the lower layer consistent with the watch given by Li Zhuanggu, and Li Zhuanggu also turned into a light and merged into Zhuanggu's body. Before Zhuangwu had time to experience his changes carefully, he received a call for help from Uedu. Hearing that Gates was fighting the alien dragon tooth alone, he hurried over. At Gates, he originally followed Ryago's instructions to obtain the Dragon Night Watch, but as soon as he came out of Shinji Jato with the watch, he ran into the alien dragon tooth that probably had been following him near Shinji. Zhuangwu and Waz were not there, so they had to fight alone. Probably because he was suppressed for too long, Gates hit his head and decided to use a nirvana directly to see if he could kill it before the alien dragon's teeth rebounded. Although it can't be solved completely, but it's okay to kill it once and avenge yourself. Finish time. Time burst. So he jumped up, kicked the alien dragon's tooth, a fire burst out of the alien dragon's tooth, and Gates stared at it after landing, wondering if his plan worked. It is a pity that his attack power is still insufficient. Although the alien dragon tooth was injured, it was not killed, so the retribution came. A dragon-shaped mirror appeared in front of the alien dragon teeth, and an imaginary Kamen rider Giz flew out of it while maintaining a kicking posture, and quickly hit Gates, who was too late to react. Gates, secret skill **, I kick myself. For the first time, Gates knew how powerful his nirvana was. The knight's armor on his body exploded and the gizwatch fell to the ground, exploding into fragments. Gates. Seeing Gates fell to the ground, Uaredi exclaimed and rushed out, holding Gates in his arms. Gates opened his mouth slightly as if he was about to say something, but he was unable to speak again, and rolled his eyes. He swallowed his last breath. Gates, the survivor, died at the age of 49. He finally failed to leave a last word and passed away peacefully. Just kidding, it is not yet time for him to truly die. Zhuangwu arrived here when Gates fell to the ground like he was pinching his watch. Zhuangwu. Gates. Yueduo looked at Zhuangwu with red eyes. It's okay. Zhuangwu exhaled, it's still in time. Monthly reading, meow. Is it time for people to die? In fact, for the current Zhuangwu, it is indeed quite timely, because the person has just died, and it will be too late in a few minutes. I saw that he lifted the second-tier Shiwang watch that had become a complete form, and no visions occurred. Then. Finish time. Time burst. Gates jumped up and was about to perform a flying kick, but the whole person seemed to be rewinding, repeating the movement that he had just jumped up in reverse. And then falling back to the ground. Chapter 60, The Second Order of the King, Time Goes Back. What happened just now? Gates didn't know why. Time has been reversed. It seems that you have just died. Long I walked out of the starry sky gate. I'm dead. Gates looked dumbfounded. Good job. Your Majesty the Demon King. Waz was probably used to the feeling of turning back time by the side of the King of the Devil. When he realized that his time was being turned back, he quickly hurried to hear. This is the power of the King of every Devil. He laughed like a pilgrimage. Yes, this is the watch that can unify the two worlds of the past and the future. As time went backwards, Zhuangwu had to play again, and it took some time to walk over again. Zio. Zhuangwu pressed the button of Wang's second-order watch and divided it into two again, one left and the other inserted on the belt. Transform. Rider time. X2. Kamen Rider Zio. 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 Kamen Rider Zio, second-order form. The clocks that appeared behind him during the transformation became two transparent clock dials, one on the left and the other right, appeared behind Zhuangwu at the same time, and even the sound of the transformation became a two-channel sound. The 2 pointers on the head have become 4, the eyes have 2 each, and the hanging the chest has also become 2, and the armor on his body has become more atmospheric. In general, the main structure has not changed, but all have been doubled into double shares. But I think this form is quite handsome, at least better than those inexplicable armor forms. Of all the forms, the domineering Omazio and the not bad Oma form, needless to say, even the embossed majestic king, although the strength is not good, but right for many people, the appearance is considered passable. It was the third order Shiwang that Zhuangwu himself created. It is really unspeakable. This form doesn't even have the old devil. It's not that he can't have it, but that his aesthetics is normal and his strength is enough. He doesn't want such an ugly form. From this point, we can see the difference between the old Demon King and the little Demon King, not to mention other places, the aesthetic ability is really different. It's a pity that at this time, the second-tier Wang was sealed by the screenwriter because of his ability to be too buggy. It seemed that he had spent a total of 2 time rewinds. The people who died at other times were dead for nothing. Zhuangwu never used this ability again. Celebrate. It's a young birthday, and the celebration monster has reappeared in the world. He is the king who is above all knights, transcending time and space, and knowing the time of the past and the future. At this moment, he has transformed into Kamen Rider Shiwang second tier, and a new history has begun. Did you see that? This is a qualified retainer. The incarnation is absolutely unambiguous when licking the dog. I heard Zhuang Wu's call a cool one. I quickly pulled the 25th boy Jiaqin out and whipped the corpse, and learned from others. It's been a long time since I heard it. Zhuang Wu sighed, rubbing his hands. Then your majesty, please fight as much as you want. Woz was happier when he heard Zhuang Wu's happiness, but now he couldn't steal the limelight from the boss, and he hurriedly retreated and moved away. Okay. Zhuang Wu rushed towards the alien dragon tooth with a loud shout. It can be clearly seen that the current fighting style of Zhuang Wu is completely different from before. Long and I can see a full sense of familiarity from it, as if there is a shadow of the dangerous form of war rabbits, and that fierce and decisive fighting style has a special name, the second uncle generation mode. And the most obvious manifestation of this model in this world is the king of every devil. Obviously, at least in terms of fighting, Zhuang Wu has already begun to move closer to the king of the devil. Zhuang Wu did not rush to resist the attack of the alien dragon's teeth. The alien dragon's teeth that could have injured him at every turn can no longer cause any pressure on him. Facing the machete of the alien dragon's teeth, he only needs to extend it now. The arm can be easily blocked. A punch knocked the alien dragon tooth back several meters. Zhuang Wu's belt flashed light, and a Tier 2 exclusive weapon, the strongest ultimate sword, was condensed. Compared with the previous time limit sword, this sword is very slender because it cannot switch between the two modes of sword and spear, and is generally closer to the shape of the pointer if there is no hindrance under the hilt, the words of Shi Wang's big face, which also affects the beauty. Rider Giri, Night Cut. Zhuang Wu caught the strongest limit sword, pressed the button on the hilt, and slashed at the alien dragon tooth without fancy. A light flashed in front of the alien dragon tooth that was hit, and a mirror condensed out of thin air, trying to rebound Zhuang Wu's attack. However, as soon as the mirror appeared, it opened countless cracks on its own. Zhuang Wu swung the sword again and directly pierced it. Shattered to pieces. Zhuang Wu's attack was not bounced back. Yuedu, who was watching the play nearby, said in surprise. Because his attack strength exceeded the tolerance limit of the alien dragon's teeth, he couldn't rebound. Long Wo explained. Besides, the second tier Shi Wang possesses part of the power of the king of the devil, so he does not need the corresponding night table to solve the heterogeneous night. The alien dragon's teeth that failed to rebound had no choice but to give up trying to rebound, and instead shot by themselves. A group of blue fire condensed on the fist. The second order watch on Zhuang Wu's belt flashed, and one of the two pairs of our hands on his face began to turn, and a picture came into his mind. I have seen your next tricks. Zhuang Wu swung his sword and rotated in front of him, just to extinguish all the blue fires that had suddenly turned into several spheres. Zio Saikyo. After that, he did not give it a chance to continue attacking. When he flipped the on Wang Da's face when the hilt of the sword, the word night was switched to the strongest mode, then the sword was inserted on the ground, and the time limit sword was taken out. Zikanjirade. Then I buckled the big face on the strongest limit sword and installed it in the slot of the time limit sword to install the night watch, and finally installed the strongest limit sword like a pointer on the time limit sword. In this way, a strongest time limit sword was freshly released. Finish time. King. Giri slash, the king's ultimate slash. Let's stop here. Zhuang Wu raised the strongest limit sword, a golden light sword, into the sky, condensed into a 40-meter X-curry stick, suddenly cut it off, and slashed across the alien dragon tooth without hindrance. The alien dragon's teeth naturally burst out instantly and turned into a ball of fireworks. The alien watches were all exploded, and they couldn't die anymore. But what about the tens of meters of destroyed marble floor between the two of you? How can I pay for this? Zhuang Wu's expression changed suddenly, who was still happy with the powerful power of the second order Shi Wang. Friendly reminder. After Zhuang Wu, Long Wo smirked and floated away, leaving only Zhuang Wu, who was at a loss. Finally, the three of Woz took advantage of the claim before anyone came to make a claim. Sure enough, I just finished saying that there is both light and darkness in my heart. Now I have to fulfill the darkness in my heart, and sneak away after destroying the public property? Of course, in fact, no knight seems to have lost money after destroying the public property, right? Everyone turns around and leaves as if nothing happened. This is in Japan. If you are in Longwo's hometown, those of you who gather to fight will be tortured by a large army called City Guan when you start to do it. Teach you to be a man.